Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 100 of Iran Revolution Live. Thank you so much, Sadato, for the very generous and kind super chat. Yes, it is day 100. And we're starting a little bit early. I mentioned this yesterday, so Armin's going to join us when he can. But the reason that we're starting early is because President Trump has a very important press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is in about 8 minutes. Now, usually, President Trump does start a little bit late. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on the White House account to see when it goes live. However, President Trump just had a very interesting press conference, impromptu press conference at the Easter egg. At the Easter egg roll annual, I think it's the annual White House Easter egg roll event. So let's tune into that while we're waiting for the updated while we get the press conference going, because he said a lot of very, very interesting things. I also want to point out, on a completely random and unrelated topic, today is the day that the NASA astronauts make it to the moon, and they do the moon flyby. So we'll also keep an eye on NASA, and at some point, when it gets close to there, we'll switch over temporarily, because that is also incredibly historic, and we want to check that out as well very briefly. So let's just go to this. Let's find the part where the press conference started. Let's watch it together and see what happens.
Careful with that.
Who's going to be at the press conference? Who's not going to be? Hey, Tiffany, there you go. Coordinate.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month. More than that. It could be as much as 60.
Wow. Okay. See, so guys, remember when I said President Trump, he knows the actual number of Iranians murdered by the Islamic regime. And he's been slowly increasing the number because he knows that it's going to be very difficult for people who are not familiar with Iran and the Islamic regime to understand how cruel and savage the Islamic regime is. So he just said 45,000, maybe even 60 or possibly higher. It's higher than 60,000, guys.
They kill protesters. They're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways. Got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him. And then we stopped them with the B-2 bombers not so long ago. And if we didn't do it, Israel and the Middle East would have been extinguished by now. And I hope they take the chance. If they don't, are you on board with the movie? So bad. It's such a bad network. It's such a pathetic. Is this your camera? You what? Go ahead.
Wow. The audio is not the greatest. Let me see if I can find maybe Fox News might have a better camera feed. Let me see. Fox News might have something better. Okay. Let me check Fox News here. Is this better? Yeah, okay. I think the Fox News feed is better.
Killed 45,000 people in the last month. More than that. It could be as much as 60. They kill protesters. They're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways. We got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him. And then we stopped him with the B-2 bombers not so long ago. And if we didn't do it, Israel and the Middle East would have been extinguished.
Sorry, people who were saying Tusi will be live. I know Tusi's going to be live. I told him about President Trump going live at 1. So he's going to be streaming it as well. But we're going to stream it on our own channel as well to provide commentary.
But
I mean, you guys are welcome to go tune into 2C TV if you like. Oh, why'd it pause here?
But again, take the chance. If they don't, it's trouble. Are you on board with the 40? Who are you with? NBC. So bad. It's such a bad network. Such a pathetic. Is this your camera? You what? Fool? Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Wow, this Fox
talking about 45 days.
The reports this morning on mediators are putting forward a 45-day ceasefire.
The only one that's going to set a ceasefire is me. I haven't set any ceasefire. But they will...
Okay, so President Trump is confirming no ceasefire.
They'd like to have a ceasefire.
Like they would like to have a ceasefire.
Because they're getting obliterated. So we'll see how they behave, okay?
If it seems like you're making
it's amazing that we had nobody even injured. It's amazing. It never happens when pilots go down in war and you're in tough territory. Vietnam and places like Iran, they're tough, they know how to fight, they're nasty. Very rarely do you go in because you're going to send 200 people in on a mission, and that mission will likely be unsuccessful, and you're going to get one person and you're going to lose 200 people.
Fox News is not having a good day with their live feed. 2000 Lamar. Hi, Goldie. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. I'm having a great day. I'm having a great day. Day's just getting started. President Trump is saying exactly what I was hoping that he would be saying. So it's a great day so far, and I'm excited about his announcement at 1 p.m. Okay. So the White House has now gone live, but they're still in waiting mode. Wait, let me just bring it up here. Okay. So the White House is live now, but they always start a little bit late. So we're gonna go back to President Trump's earlier impromptu press conference. It's about 10 more minutes, and hopefully by that point, the White House will have begun. Hi, Rosie. How are you?
It's amazing. Well, we have a great military.
Are you scared you're going to lose it? Like the diplomatic.
Could happen.
If it seems like diplomatic talks are picking up, are you willing to hold off on attacking?
Well, I want to say I don't even want to talk about it because I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. So I don't want to really talk about it. Okay?
Why is the Fox feed like this? This is so strange. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the White House one.
They will. They'd like to have a ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. Yeah. So we'll see how they behave. Okay. Number one, you have to have a lot of courage to do it because the chances of doing it were very small successfully. And it's amazing that we had nobody even injured. It's amazing. It never happens when pilots go down in war and you're in tough territory. Vietnam and places like Iran, they're tough, they know how to fight, they're nasty. Very rarely do you go in because you're going to send 200 people in on a mission, and that mission will likely be unsuccessful. You're going to get one person and you're going to lose 200 people. So it's something that is risky. Yeah, well, we have a great military.
This is from today.
The diplomatic.
Could happen.
If it seems like diplomatic talks are picking up, are you willing to hold off on attacking?
Well, I want to say I don't even want to talk about it because I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. So I don't.
Oh my gosh, why is a feed like this? Why is a feed like this?
They've had plenty of time. In fact, they asked for 7 days. I said, I'm going to give you 10. But at the end of 10, all hell's going to break out if you don't get there.
Mr. President, do you expect Vice President Vance to continue talking to the hearings with Pakistan?
Well, he is, and we have Steve Woodcock, Jared Kushner talking. They're all unified and they're all talking. Yeah.
Do you expect the Vice President could be involved in an in-person meeting with officials?
Could be.
In the coming days?
Could be. Could happen.
For those people here from Iran,
Joe Wall Street, do you have a message for the...
I love his manners. Happily married? Is this you? Is this for you?
well, we
You've come a long way. Yeah. He's always been fair. And he's straight, but these are minor details.
This is really I will say on the other side of that coin, we got a fatherless problem in the United States. So many kids are growing up without a father figure. You combine that without the Heavenly Father being in a lot of their homes, that 1-2 punch is crushing a lot of these American families.
Well, the second thing has a lot to do with the first.
Oh my gosh, this is not good. Why can't we find like a good feed? What other? Hmm. I don't know why this is like this. I mean, I could go, oh, go to RSBN. Okay, let me look up RSBN. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the suggestion. RSBN live. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one might be better. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion here. Let me just, how do I do this? Okay, I want to get rid of the chat though. Okay. Thank you for that. I think this one is much better. Okay.
The deadline back again.
Highly unlikely. Yep. They've had plenty of time. So I said, I'm going to give you 10. But at the end of 10, all hell's going to break out if you don't get there.
Mr. President, do you expect Vice President Vance to continue to be talking to the intermediaries from Pakistan?
Well, he is, and we have Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, unified, and we're all talking.
Do you expect the Vice President to be involved in an in-person meeting with officials in the coming days?
Could be. Could happen.
What else do you want to hear from Rob?
I love this man. Happy.
Mr. President,
Love your wife. You're still happily married. Is this you? Is this for you?
Well, we got about to be father right there too. But President Trump,
Yeah,
he's
one of
about
my
to be
all-time
father.
favorites. You got to be kidding! You're about to be a father. You've come a long way. He's always been fair, and he's always been fair. He went a little astray. Not him. His girlfriend went a little astray, but these are minor details.
This is really. I will say on the other side of that coin, we got a
This
father
is our
problem in
SPN.
the United States. So many kids are growing up without a father figure. You combine that without the Heavenly Father being in a lot of their homes. That 1-2 punch is crushing a lot of these American families.
Well, the second thing is about to do with the first. And we want to bring religion back into it. Bring in religion. And we have. You know, you see what's going on, Brian said. There's a real resurgence in religion, and we like that.
You okay? I'm very good to see you. Happy Easter, real quickly. And thanks for your friendship, by the way. I appreciate that. You're going to talk
See, I
about
didn't
this.
drop you. I didn't drop you.
Thank you. I never stop supporting you, ever. You're going to talk about it today at 1 o'clock. But how great was that rescue mission? Some people say they've never seen it before.
So there's a theory that it's never happened because it's two pilots. It was two. And remember the first day we went into an open desert and that helicopter had so many bullets. You would have respected helicopters and you would have said no way it could stay.
Right.
And they had loaded up with bullets. That's why we had to go a different way with the other one. The other was tougher because it was, longer. The timing in the mountainous terrain. He was amazing because he was able to get to a place to climb when you're injured, to be able to climb that high. It was really incredible. But they're both doing good. They say it has never really been done before for two. It's been done on occasion for one, but two. When a plane goes down into truly hostile territory, you would rate that top of the line hostile. You would say can't be much tougher. Tough people, tough fighters, and that was central right there. That was central. That was Iran plus. And when planes go down in territories, whether it's Vietnam or Iran, you sort of equate the level of fighting ability, I would say. And you rarely go in because you have to, we had 200 people going in. And because of the location, because of where you are, you're surrounded by guns all over. There's guns, missiles, and there's 200 people for the sake of getting one. So as much as we want to get our wounded and get our people out of there, we want to do it badly, it just doesn't happen that much. It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, It's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one. And it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to one or two. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. The most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes. They carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that frankly we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand this was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine? Right in the middle. This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. One load out, one load out, one load out. It happened. And we were watching and we said, that's amazing. It's, in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly. And within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. Tell you, well, it was the Easter. We were in Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. Amazing, because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you. First thing I said is these are unbelievable machines. How they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long. And I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of.
striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. So impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go. Come on, get in. Let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results. And now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters. And all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message: God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped. The meeting never stopped. The planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor. And under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the president and the secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the president said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the secretary and the president, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the president and the secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and more importantly, being prepared for multiple simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the joint force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you, and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being. I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. and he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to, and if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is, but it's very unfair to say we don't, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so pro. You just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us, but I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where are they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran. They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave. I'm brave. We're all brave, but we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within?
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, I would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you the number. I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. That's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory, where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, you know, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, you know, they're totally whatever. And they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, you know, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, Bruce.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable less extreme leadership in Iran. What does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well, I
What's
think
your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous. And we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord, you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that. And then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qassem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and the
talk
US?
about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. But they'd like to do it.
Mr. President, you've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diakuda. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and deharm it. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and
Who you
international
with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on with
concerned
it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today. So I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water. And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft weaponry. They have no radar. They have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world. And you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO... I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does it
choice,
take too much time?
yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over. many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils. Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general, said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about two people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe one or two more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won. Okay. They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water. All right. No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Okay. I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his
good,
direction?
because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way. Okay.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha,
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge one. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO. NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent. Qatar has been excellent. UAE has been excellent. Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes really that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got, and it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices? Who cares? What a terrible question. ARMIN.
Wow. Unbelievable. Where do we even start? Do we start with the Kurds or the 24 hours left or the you were right about Goldie. You were right about the so-called Kurds, so-called, because they're talking about separatists, not our Kurdish, not our patriotic Kurdish Iranians, right? You were so right about that. President Trump confirmed everything he said regarding that. You're so right about United States being involved in rebuilding our infrastructure after all of this is done, if any of it is taken out. So he confirmed that as well. So I don't know, where do you want to start?
Why don't we start really quickly with the clip about this? So Armin, I haven't even played the sort of impromptu press conference that he had before this one.
Right.
So why don't we just play just the part that I sent you about the Kurds? And then we'll go back to this press conference because this is the main one. But he said a lot of very interesting things in that one, but he repeated them here. And, basically confirmed everything that we have been saying. And then, we can go over some of the theories that we have about what's going to happen.
Yeah. This is the big one. This is the big one.
Yeah.
So let's play it.
They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that.
Wow.
But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, they don't have guns. You know,
Armin.
they sent some guns.
Armin, the important part here is President Trump knew. He knew that if they send the separatist Kurdish groups guns, it's not going to get to the Iranian people. And he even said, and I said to them, this is not a good idea. Listen to what he says here.
Yeah. And now everybody knows now. And now everybody knows. Now, Goldie, the message that we're trying to send to everybody, now everybody can see that these are the groups that you cannot trust. Nobody could argue with us anymore because it's now been now everybody has proof for it. We have been telling you this forever, and now everybody has proof for it. And I guess President Trump, because we were wondering if President Trump made a mistake, but apparently it was some military people who made a mistake. And now President Trump has proven to them as well that this is a mistake. And Goldie, another part that I'm so happy to hear is that because I was worried that what if they give up on the idea of arming the Iranian people, but he hasn't. Like, they're going to continue to now try to do it from another avenue, from another way. Look at this. Listen to this. Is amazing.
They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons.
As soon as they could get weapons. So that idea hasn't been abandoned. And Goldie, we have so many of our fans and followers that keep telling us, like, but what about the Kurds? What about the Kurds? Like, you guys are too sensitive about this. They're actually good fighters. We should use them. We told you so. We told you so. We told you so. And again, don't call them the Kurds, because you're mixing them with our amazing patriotic Kurdish Iranians. Stop referring to them as the Kurds. You know, refer to them the way me and Goldie and I refer to them, which is separatist groups.
Yeah. And guys, I just want to share this really quick, and then we'll go to President Trump's analysis. So this is a message from our patriotic Iranian Kurds, okay? So these are Kurdish Iranians. And they say, as a Kurdish party, we would like to clarify our position regarding the Kurdish issue. It is important to understand that Kurds have long been among the indigenous peoples of Iran. However, over time, Iran's geographical borders changed due to wars and political developments. For example, the modern state of Iraq was established in 1920. In the city of Ctesiphon, one can still see the Arch of Ctesiphon, which once served as part of the capital of the Sasanian Persian Empire. So guys, Iraq used to be part of the Persian Empire thousands and thousands of years ago. This historical landmark demonstrates that large parts of what is now neighboring countries were once within the historical boundaries of Iran. Over centuries, due to wars and shifting borders, territories were separated, resulting in Kurdish populations living across several modern states, including Iraq and Syria. However, it is important to recognize that Kurdish communities in different countries have developed distinct identities shaped by their national histories. The Kurdish population in Iran has its own historical, cultural, and national characteristics that differ in many respects from Kurdish populations in neighboring countries. Iranian Kurds have historically considered themselves part of the Iranian nation and have shared in Iran's cultural heritage. Iranian Kurds strongly identify with Iran and have contributed to protecting its territorial integrity throughout history. at the same time, political aspirations among Kurdish groups in other countries, including Iraq, may differ based on their own historical and political contexts. These differences should not lead to generalizations or assumptions that all Kurdish populations share identical goals. Therefore, when referring to Kurds, it is important to understand that Iranian Kurds consider themselves Iranian. Their nationality is Iranian, and they should not be regarded as separate from the Iranian nation. And that's an official statement from the Iranian Patriotic Kurdish Party. This is why we always say you have to specify which group of Kurds you're talking about, right? So, for us, our Iranian Kurds are just Iranian, right? Like when we're talking about Iranian Kurds, we don't say Iranian Kurds, like they're just Iranian. So that's why I think, when President Trump or other people are referring to the Kurds, they're probably referring to the Iraqi separatist ones, right?
Yes. And Goldie, it's probably the Iraqi ones because the three separatist Kurdish Iranian groups have denied receiving any weapons. Not that I ever trust them.
They could be
but we
lying.
have to, yeah, that's why exactly I said not that I trust them. But we have to mention that news that PDKI, Hezb Democratic Kurdistan Iran, Komale, and Pejak, these are the three main, there are so many of them, by the way, but these are the three main separatist Iranian Kurdish groups. They have denied receiving any weapons. But even though I don't trust them, it is more likely that it was the Iraqi Kurdish separatist groups that would receive this.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, but all we know is that President Trump knew this was a bad idea, and he said, this is not good. Guys, Iraqi Kurds are not friends of the United States. The Iraqi Kurds support the Islamic regime. That's like, you guys have to get over this whole Kurdish fetish that you guys have with the Iraqi Kurds. They support the Islamic regime. They support Khamenei. They sent condolences when the United States boomed Khamenei. So get over your Kurdish fetish, guys, when it comes to the separatist Iraqi Kurdish paramilitary groups. Anyways, so let's go back to
and stop comparing their fight for this ridiculous so-called free Kurdistan with Israel's fight when they started the modern nation of Israel. There's nothing even resembling that. These are two different things. First of all, when Israel became a nation state, they weren't challenging any other country's borders and integrity. The Ottoman Empire had failed. There was no nation state over there. Kurdistan becoming so-called free is challenging 4 countries' borders integrity, which is everybody here should be against.
You guys, their Kurdistan whatever nonsense. It's more fake than Palestine, right? They have a fake flag. It's a fake flag. It's a fake country. Like it's so random. And they try to drag Iranian Kurdish people into that, and that pisses off Iranian Kurds, which is why they always put out statements about how they respect Iran's territorial integrity, because the separatist Kurds that live outside of occupied Iran, they try to drag Iranian Kurds into this. But that's why for us Iranians, we always support our Iranian Kurds, because we never want them to be mixed in with like these separatist Kurdish groups, because they are incredibly loyal, and Iranian Kurds are big huge warriors, and they defend Iran's territorial integrity.
And also creating the modern country of a modern nation state of Israel is recreating something that was already there thousands of years ago. Israel was already an entity that people could point to. There has never been just like there has never been a Palestine, there also has never been a Kurdistan.
Yeah, there's literally never been a Kurdistan.
Yes.
I mean, we have a Kurdistan province, right? In Iran, we have a Kurdistan province. Yes. And yesterday I went over that video from the Iranian Kurdish wrestler, and I translated that video for you. More than happy to do that later today, but let's go to, the analysis, or, our analysis on what President Trump said, because he said so many important things in his
Yes.
speech. So let's, Armin, how about I send you the link, and that way you can pause
Yeah.
whenever you want
Do
to
we
ask.
also want to mention about the recent cutlet that we just had?
Yes, let's go for it.
Yeah, we had Khadami. Guys, look at our updated bingo card, by the way. This is a better version of this. Okay. So it's now more updated. By the way, Goldie, notice something. The Americans and Israelis are not touching the Artesh. You see how these skeletons are all in the. So this is the entirety of the armed forces. Then, most of the leaders, and you can see all the skeletons are here at the top, and also in the IRGC block. But look at the army. Not a single skeleton, even though I think this guy here deserves it, but not a single skeleton in the army section. They haven't touched any of.
I noticed that. So the Artish is untouched, but the IRGC is being boomed.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, I think this is a. Yeah,
this,
go on.
This also like ties into King Reza Pahlavi basically talking about, defections or people who have stayed home and laid down their arms, right? Because we haven't seen any of these people out in public. The people on the Artish side, we haven't seen them out in public.
Except this person, which I hate.
Yeah,
he
well,
came
that's
out and said, yeah.
Sorry, he came out and said what?
He came out and said that if the Americans do this and that, every single one of them will be killed or something like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's definitely part of the IRGC, right? Like anyone who's at the top, they're put there by the IRGC.
True.
But yeah, but the Artish side, the army side, relatively untouched. Goldie still untouched.
Oh, our boy. our spy. Shalom, Oni. Okay, yes. So he's untouched because he's with us. Okay.
So funny for saying that.
Oh my god! And this is the guy that was just taken out, Khadami, and he was the head of the intelligence, intel commander of IRGC. Just recently, Khadami was the last one who died, and before them it was this guy who died. So this is the third one. By the way, Goldie, look at this. So the head of the intelligence of IRGC dead. There are three guys in the Islamic Republic. There are 17 intelligence units, but the most three important ones are the intelligence unit of IRGC, the intelligence unit of the cabinet, under the presidentship, which is not technically under the presidentship, but the cabinet, like part of the executive branch, and the intelligence unit of Faraja. Okay, and guess what? All three dead. All three dead. All the three of the main. So you can see the IRGC intel commander is dead, and then if you come to the executive branch here, you can see the intel here. Who's he? Yeah, Khatib, the intelligence minister, dead. And then if you come to the police or Faraja, where's the police? Yeah, police here. You can see intel chief dead. So all the main heads of intelligence are dead, which is very important also for reducing the suppressing ability of the Islamic Republic, because Khadami, guys, was responsible in finding inside Iran. He was actually very good at this job. He was very good at his job when it comes to finding Iranian opposition against the regime inside Iran, and anybody, basically Iranians trying to coordinate and plan and organize operations against the regime. He's the guy responsible for finding them and killing them. Oh, there's also, I don't think he's on this list, but there's also Bagheri, another Bagheri just died I think in the same attack. And he was responsible. He was from the Quds army, and guys, guess what he was responsible for? He's not on this list yet, I think. But he was, oh, he's here. No, it's not. That's a different Bulgari. No, that's a different Bulgari. But that guy was responsible for killing Jews. He was the Jew hunter of the Quds army. And now he's dead. He's dead. So there's that. So fantastic news. Oh, here. Prime Minister Netanyahu has a statement about this, I think. There we go. So we don't even have a picture, this other guy. Let me translate this from Hebrew. It's saying another central arm of the Iranian terror regime has been severed. Tonight we eliminated Majid Khademi, head of the intelligence division in the Revolutionary Guards, one of the Iranian regime's senior officials. Guys, this guy was huge. This guy was like really high up there. Senior officials who had only recently assumed his role after his predecessor was eliminated. In addition, this is the one that people. Oh, is his name Bagheri? Asghar Bagheri. In addition, we eliminated Asghar. I think this is mistranslated. Bagheri. Guys, let me know if I'm mispronouncing his name. I think it was Asghar Bagheri. We eliminated Asghar Bagheri, commander of Unit 840. 840 in the Quds Force, who is responsible for attacks against Jews and Israelis around the world. Guys, they killed the main Jew hunter of the Islamic Republic. The Israelis, you should be very happy right now. This why this guy was in charge of finding you wherever you are, wherever you're, like civilian Jews and Israelis, anywhere they are in the world. And guys, look, there is no picture of him. So we don't even know what he looks like. We don't even know what this guy looks like. So, and then Prime Minister Netanyahu says, whoever acts to murder our citizens, whoever directs terror against. So, yeah, this guy on the left was more like he was hunting Iranians. This guy on the right was hunting Jews. And now they're both dead. I mean, he hunted Jews as well, but his main contribution was killing us. So Prime Minister Netanyahu says, whoever acts to murder our citizens, whoever directs terror against the state of Israel, whoever builds the Iranian axis of evil, their blood is upon their head. We are acting with strength and determination. We will reach everyone who seeks to harm us. We will continue with full force on all fronts until the threat is removed and all the war's objectives are achieved. Before I go to my discussion group, I really quickly want to bring everyone's attention.
You're going to miss the analysis because I'm going to go over and analyze it. What's the topic of your discussion group today?
I just answered people's questions.
Oh, okay.
Well, you tell me what you tell me what to.
Well,
what you want to do.
Up to you, because we have a couple of like we have some important things. But I mean, I guess if you want, I can hold off on my analysis of what President Trump said until you get back. But I mean, it is kind of big, but I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah. No, I leave it up to you. You tell me. You're the boss.
No, oh my gosh, I'm not the boss, Armin. What is it?
Okay. No, you tell me. You make a decision. I'm flexible.
I know your discussion group is also important. So, okay, how about this? Why don't you do maybe like 1 hour of your
1 hour
group, and
Sounds
then
good.
and then come back, and then while you're gone, I'll play what President Trump said earlier, and then I'll stream Tuesday. I mean, people want you to stay, but it's up to you. But if you want, guys, no, I'm not the boss. This is a partnership. This is a partnership. So yeah, but we definitely do want your analysis on this. So yeah,
Okay.
how about we compromise? Go for an hour and then come back in an hour, and then we'll go over President Trump's analysis then.
Great idea, and that would be a good time to do 2C as well, because we're gonna cover 2C anyways.
Absolutely, and then there's also there's also something with NASA, and we don't want to miss that as well. Like they're approaching the moon. Like they're at the moon right now, and so I have to make. I have to make sure that
and to compare the near side versus the far side mare.
So I'll just mute it for now. But like
colonizing the moon. This is imperialism.
This is imperialism. But yeah, so they're doing the flyby around the moon today. So I'm gonna find the time for that. I know NASA is not as important, but you know what? I actually do think this is really important. Like this is the best of humanity, and this is
Yeah.
this is historic. So I want to make sure, like I'll find the timing for that, but at some point,
we want to see
Yeah.
what we're fighting for. We're showing the worst conditions and what we're trying to get rid of the worst of humanity so that we could like this. Guys, United States inspires the rest of the world. United States with its achievements shows to the rest of the world what is possible if you just get on the right path. So it is important for us to be inspired by what United States achieves.
And you know, I'm just really curious to see if we can find Khomeini's face on the moon. I just really want to know if we're going to see Khomeini's face on the moon.
Okay.
But wait, they NASA put out like some sort of schedule here. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, no, we have time. We have time. So here, let me just share this really quick. So the lunar observation period flyby begins. So the flyby period has now started. And then at 6:44, there's going to be predicted loss. And then 7:02, make it. Okay, so we'll keep an eye, but we're good. We're good. So by the time you come back and we're done, this will be fine. Okay, Armin, no, we're good.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for the compromise. You always come up with the best solutions.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's only because President Trump's speech was huge, and I know that people want to hear your analysis as well. So, Armin, it's just you're too popular. You're too popular. That's the problem. Right? People want your analysis.
Oh no, what a huge problem. Okay, what to do with that? Well, thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. Okay, all right, guys. So I'm gonna put the link then in the for the discussion group in the chat. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, Americans were the first people on the moon. Were the moon's indigenous first. Well, I don't. Okay, that's good. True. Okay, good one. Okay, guys. Again, one more time. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and if you want to come and talk to me there, today is open. Today is open discussion, so anybody can join, and then you could come ask me questions and then after I leave, then the conversation continues without me. Okay, so there are many good people here with interesting thoughts. It's a really good community that we have there. So come join me over there, and I'll see you guys soon. All right, guys, bye.
See you soon, Armin. Okay, guys, so we're gonna go to 2CTV. He streamed this earlier this morning. So we're just going to stream this. We're going to get an update on some of the breaking news from earlier this morning, and then I'll be back, and then we'll continue. And then when Armin returns in about an hour, we're going to dive into our analysis, feedback, and breakdown of what President Trump has said, what we think it all means, you know, what this deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern is all about, who we think he's speaking to, you know, this deal that's being negotiated. Guys, this is the fact that President Trump is saying that he knows Iranian people are grateful and Iranian people are more afraid of the United States and Israel leaving before the Islamic regime is finished. This shows that he's listening. He's listening to the Iranian people. President Trump knows way more about what's going on than he's leading on, right? And he even said that in the press conference because reporters were asking him, well, what are you going to do? And President Trump is like, why would I tell you? Why would I give you my plan when we're in a sensitive military operation? Right? So it doesn't make sense that reporters are asking for so much detail when that detail could literally jeopardize it. So like he's feigning ignorance or whatever the case might be, because he doesn't want to let the IRGC know how much he actually knows. But he knows everything. And, thank God President Trump is listening to the right people. And what's really interesting is that he's now exposed the separatist Kurdish militia groups, which is a big deal, because everyone's like, oh, the Kurds. And we're like, really? The Kurds, the ones who support the Islamic regime, the ones who are, I don't know, sending condolence letters on the extermination of Khamenei, like those Kurds, right? Like, it's weird. Like, guys, Middle East dynamics is much more complicated than people think, right? Do you guys actually think President Trump is a fan of Iran Revolution Live? Well, if he is, President Trump, we're a huge fan of you and we love you. And if someone from President Trump's administration is watching or keeping tabs on us, let us know. Let us know in the chat or something. Send us a signal. Send us a message. We love you guys. We love President Trump. All right, let's go to 2C. I'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and this is your new Iran war room setup. We are going to give you guys the latest update on what's been going on over the last few hours. The conflict in the Middle East is hugely escalating, and we expect it to escalate even further, at least for the next few hours or until tomorrow. We're going to explain exactly what's going on. A few things we're going to cover, as you can see on the screen. Haifa was targeted massively by the IRGC's missiles. The oil refinery has been hit, but also because they are using cluster warheads, they have hit the civilian areas on purpose. Now, the IRGC, their missile launch capabilities has been reduced massively. They've only managed to launch about 21 to 22 missiles today. But when it comes to Israel, they use cluster warheads, which is extremely, it's a bit of a violation, let's just say, to the rules of engagement of conflicts. And despite the air defense system trying its best, because it's a cluster warhead, obviously it's still going to be hitting the civilians. That's why everybody, as Prime Minister Netanyahu said, must follow the home front advice and shelter beforehand. We're going to talk about that. Mojtaba Khamenei's position has also been targeted over the last few hours. We are unsure about his condition right now. We're also going to be talking about the latest list of eliminations, including senior IRGC figures, including the new head of the IRGC intelligence, who has been killed by the Israelis, and finally the ceasefire talks. So over the last day or two, we've had a lot of flip-flopping from the Islamic Republic, and they said no to the initial peace proposal, but now they've received a new proposal from Pakistan. The US have also released that proposal to at least do a ceasefire first. They haven't agreed to it yet. The talks have just begun, in order to then reach some sort of deal. Now, we're going to give you guys the latest on this, and the videos are coming in. We also have our live feed from Haifa. First, let's go to Tehran, the capital of Iran, as overnight in the early hours of this morning, the Mehrabad International Airport to the west of the city was once again hit massively. Let's go and see what happened there. Now, of course, let's not forget that tonight and tomorrow is the deadline that President Trump has set for the Islamic Republic. And if they don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, if they don't agree to a ceasefire, then the Americans will be targeting the infrastructure and the power plants of Iran. The Israelis are also planning to do the exact same thing. This will be a joint cooperation between Israelis and the Americans to hit the infrastructure, which obviously will escalate things even further. But let's quickly go and talk about Mojtaba Khamenei, the so-called cardboard supreme leader of the Islamic Republic. The latest reports that we have from Israeli sources suggest that there was a massive strike, targeted strike in the city of Qom, which is a tiny Shia holy city to the south of the capital. This happened in the early hours of this morning. The operation alleged to have targeted the new so-called supreme leader. We don't know whether he has been injured or not, but the latest leaked reports suggest that there have been a number of strikes on his positions over the last few weeks, apart from the first one on the first day. And in fact, according to the sources inside the Islamic Republic, they have leaked this info that apparently he could be on the verge of death. The explosions have caused severe injuries, including spinal cord damages and also disclosed jaw, brain damage, and extensive head and facial trauma, preventing him from attending meetings. And now, despite obviously a number of emergency surgeries that he has had over the last couple of weeks, apparently he is still in special care, as far as we know, because obviously they've said that they have targeted him again last night. So we'll wait to see if they did manage to actually get him or whether he's been injured again even further. This guy doesn't seem to want to die. Now, to be fair, he might also already be dead and they might just be lying to us. But again, you don't know until the information eventually comes out. Let's go back to Tehran, the west of the capital. Again, this is near the airport in Mehrabad. Now, the interesting thing about this, because we're going to do an extensive coverage in the next few minutes of the whole situation in Haifa and central Israel as well. But this is fascinating because this specific area to the west of Tehran has been targeted. I mean, if I were to just guess at this point, probably 12 times so far over the last month or so. And there seem to be still elements left there because there were a couple of underground sites linked to the airport. There were a huge number of weapons depots and also a missile storage facility. But again, at the same time, we don't know what else they were hitting this morning. We'll get more information on this target, but we do know that it has now been confirmed that more senior IRGC leaders have been eliminated. Over the last few hours, we got the confirmation that the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps intelligence, Majid Hademi, who was not that intelligent himself, has now been killed this morning by the latest strikes by the US and Israel. We do believe that the Israeli Defense Forces took the lead on this operation with the help of the Americans, but the actual trigger was pulled by the IDF. There is a statement, a video statement from the defense minister of Israel, Israel Katz, who says that we will continue to hunt them one by one. And this is just the beginning. Let's go to the defense minister.
משטר הטרור באיראן ממשיך לשגר טילים לעבר העורף הישראלי ולרצוח ולפגוע באזרחים ישראלים. עודכנתי על ידי הרמטכ"ל שצה"ל סיכל הלילה בטהרן את מג'יד חדמי, ראש ארגון המודיעין של משמרות המהפכה, אחד האחראים הישירים לפשעי המלחמה האלה ואחד משלושת הבכירים ביותר בארגון. משמרות המהפכה יורים על אזרחים ואנחנו מחסלים את ראשי המחבלים. מנהיגי איראן חיים בתחושת נרדפות, נמשיך ונצוד אותם אחד אחד. הזהרתי שבמידה וימשיכו לירות לעבר אזרחים בישראל, נפגע ונשמיד את התשתיות הלאומיות האיראניות. פגענו קשות בתשתיות הפלדה, בתעשייה הפטרוכימית, והיום ובכל יום יבוא ההמשך. נמשיך לכתוש את התשתיות הלאומיות האיראניות ונביא לשחיקת משטר הטרור והקרסתו ויכולותיו לקדם טרור ולירות לעבר מדינת ישראל.
Well, this seems to be quite robust. And obviously, after what happened this morning in Haifa, we are clearly expecting the Israelis to escalate things even further, because for the Israelis, even one civilian getting killed is extremely important. As opposed to the Islamic Republic, they don't really care how many Iranian civilians get hurt, because they themselves are pretty good at harming their own civilians. So based on this, and this statement technically came before we got more information about what actually happened in Haifa and central Israel in the hours of this morning. Again, we're going to go to that shortly. But a couple of things here. Someone says Moshtaba was saying holy S during the attack. PC says free Iran. Another one says that his 72 are busy, a 3,000-year wait time. Brilliant. There is a non-super chat from the Video Wise saying, great reporting, but your map is so dark, it is unreadable. We haven't actually shown you the map yet, so I'm not really sure where you got that from. If you could give me some more context. So we will show you the map shortly, because we have to go through some of the information about the operation, the rescue operation yesterday. We have some more intel on that. But before we get to that, let's talk about the latest number of eliminations. It continues. The Islamic Republic state media have now confirmed that Brigadier General Masoud Zarei, who was the commander of the Islamic Republic's Air Defense College in Shahin Shahr, Esfahan, has now been killed in the latest US strikes. Zarei was basically in charge of containing the situation with the strikes in the center of Iran. And even before his death, he and his team were incredibly incompetent at activating the air defense systems around Esfahan. So it doesn't really change much whether he is alive or dead, because even during his life, he wasn't that good at his job. Also, there is a bigger list of more IRGC senior figures who have been eliminated over the last few hours. But there was a specific targeted hit last night, which the liberal Western establishment media are misreporting, because they hate President Trump and they hate the Iranian people and they hate Israel. So obviously it helps their propaganda to spread lies. Last night, the Sharif University of Technology in Tehran was hit. Joint attack by the Israelis and the Americans targeted this university, the overall site around it. We're going to show you a video quickly. Now, this is technically a top science university. We know that. But it also had bunkers. They had to use bunker busters, the Americans. The media said that university students were targeted in a civilian area. Now, what the media, the so-called mainstream media, forgot to mention was that universities are currently closed. There are no students at Sharif University of Technology or any of the universities right now. The universities and schools are currently being used as IRGC bases. Some of them are being used as temporary bases. Some of them, including Sharif, actually being used as a temporary base because they have a bunker, underground bunker, as part of the university building. This is the aftermath. Yeah, so they claim that this was some sort of civilian targeting, but obviously that's not true because there are not supposed to be any students at these universities. But the propaganda continues, and we have to keep fighting to counter this. All right, we have more names for you guys of the latest list of eliminations in Iran. We told you about Zarei. We also have Sayed Said Mousavi, Moin Haydari, and Milad Salarvand, all of them in charge of the ground forces and the air defense systems in the center of the country around Esfahan. And again, this kind of makes sense. The strikes that we saw over the last day or two around the province of Esfahan, it made sense that eventually there's going to be confirmation because the IRGC are not really going to bother with hiding the names of the mid-ranking commanders, for example. When it comes to the top leadership, yeah, they take their time. It takes a few days. There is a bit of denial, and then they say they're actually alive, and then obviously they have to confirm that they are losing their terrorists. Someone says, Thomas says, I was going to put the things on the screen again because that will be easier. Don't know why they got too tiny. This is the new setup, which it's not really helping, is it? Okay, so Thomas says, you talk crap on mainstream media, so why were you on Fox? Who wants to answer this idiot? Not really sure how to respond to this one. We have to call out anybody who either makes a mistake or tells lies. And it's my job and my duty when the establishment media would invite me to go on to correct the errors, it's my job to go and educate them. And that's what I do. That's the whole point of new media channels like 2CTV countering that narrative. And they could do with some help. And I'm here to serve, let's just say. But let's also go to the latest we have from Ekbatan in the west of Tehran. This is around 4:30 a.m. local time this morning. There is a statement that's just come out from our favorite, infamous IRGC spokesperson. Remember this guy? He's back. Yep, he's still alive, by the way. I don't know how. But he has now said any aggression against civilian targets in Iran will be met with a harsher, more destructive and broader response by our armed forces. Now, a couple of problems with this statement. Number one, your so-called armed forces are not actually even involved in this war. Not really. You have a bunch of IRGC military terrorists taking care of the business when it comes to launching missiles and drones. That's number one. Secondly, really? You suddenly care about civilian targets? How many people did you kill in January in Iran yourself? Now, obviously, they're trying to gaslight everybody, and there are enough people in the establishment in the West that would believe these lies, saying, yeah, of course, yeah, I mean, the Islamic regime really care about people in Iran, and they don't want their civilian targets to be hit. Yeah, they don't really care about any of that. They don't even actually care about, again, they've been promising harsher responses every single day, every single week. Initially, they said, if you target our supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, then we're gonna go nuclear. Well, they killed Khamenei and nothing happened. Then they said, if you target his son, we're gonna come for you. They killed his son, nothing happened. Then they said, if you target our IRGC Navy, we're gonna destroy the world. Nothing happened. It's just crazy. They keep having red lines, And all they can do is launch a handful of missiles. And as I said, the only problem we're currently facing is that Israel is primarily getting targeted by missiles that have cluster warheads. Now, there's still a handful of missiles. Today, we had only 21, 22 being launched across the region, not just Israel, across the Middle East, 21, 22, I think now, latest missiles that were launched. A huge chunk of them towards Dubai and Abu Dhabi again. But when they launch against Israel, they use cluster warheads, which means that it's still gonna hit the civilian areas. That's what when we obviously give you guys the details of what's been going on in Haifa. You see the Prime Minister did reiterate saying, follow the home front advice. Don't be outside. Don't be by the windows. Just go to the shelters. Now, of course, there will be some other people in some areas that will find it difficult unless they just want to live in some sort of bunker. It's going to be difficult for them to reach the nearby shelters in time, but most can. Let's quickly, before we go to Haifa, let's go to the eastern parts of Tehran, the Piruzi streets, where I actually grew up as a child, and now it's getting slightly destroyed by the Americans and the Israelis. Someone says, thank you for not making me listen to the IRGC spokesperson. My voice. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to torture you again with his videos. At least not today. Maybe tomorrow. Okay, I think we have the confirmation. Yeah, this is now sorted. Okay, let's go to the Israelis, because the IDF have now confirmed that Kamal Malham, who was the artillery commander of the so-called Imam Hussein division in Iran, has been killed, and his headquarters has been destroyed. This was the division's fire control headquarters that was hit. Now, Malham was in charge of the artillery attacks towards Israel, serving as a central commander, and also helped procure combat equipment, and also this unit was part of the IRGC's Quds Force network, which has been targeting the Israelis across the region for a very, very long time. Now, the whole unit have been eliminated and wiped out. Another huge victory for the brilliant IDF. Let's go back to Tehran, the early hours of this morning, and then we'll see. Yeah, I think we can now quickly go to the central part of Israel and Haifa. Okay. Let's talk about what's actually been happening in Haifa. First video from Israel from a couple of hours ago. Just a quick heads up, if you are watching from Israel or in the region, that you would experience sirens. The next video we're about to show you does include sirens, so maybe you want to turn down the volume, otherwise your neighbors will freak out. Let's go. Every single one of them cluster warheads. And then this was the moment the Haifa oil refinery was hit in northern Israel. Again, cluster munitions. Haifa oil refinery. Of course, multiple casualties have now been reported. 4 bodies were recovered earlier today. We'll go through the actual details of that, but I think the number of casualties, fortunately, is increasing. Let's go to the aftermath in Haifa. Now, some of the details about what happened here. So the first responders are still on site in Haifa following the missile strike by the IRGC. They've been working over the last few hours to reach those who have been trapped under the rubble. And earlier on, we did hear that there are at least 4 individuals who were unaccounted for. Let's go to the next clip. And then they've recovered the bodies. So, 2 elderly victims were initially found in the early hours of this morning. 1 more was then recovered shortly after. The 4th body was only recovered a few hours ago. And I think there was some more intel. So this is the video that we have. Hang on. So this is the video we have from the recovery operation by the Israelis and the emergency crew. There's still a bit of a mess, of course, there, and they are trying their best to contain any other aftermath damage. But having said that, there is a statement from the Prime Minister, which we will go to in a few minutes as we get that ready for you guys. Before we do that, I think we can quickly go to Iraq, and then we'll go back to the Israelis. The headquarters of the Kurdish forces in Iraq, in Soleimaniye, were hit. Apparently, there was a massive drone attack, a number of drones that were launched from Iran, from the western parts of Iran, and this is what happened.
Oh, leader.
This is east of Iraq. This was in Soleimaniye. I think there's a situation in Haifa. Believe we just heard that sirens have either just gone off or will be in the next few minutes. I'll get that confirmed for you guys. But we'll stay with Haifa for a second. And let me just get a couple of reactions while we get that confirmed for you guys. Bunny says, thank you to CTV and team. Happy Easter. You are the media. Thank you so much, Bunny. Happy Easter. Tusi, may your dad be safe and comfortable during this difficult time in Iran. I believe you said your mother is in Iran. Whoa, why? Why would my mother go there? That would be a terrible idea. No, she's in London. As a praise. No, my mum, yeah, is not allowed to go to Iran. She'll be in trouble. No, she's in London. The left is losing it. They think Ayatollah is on the right side of history. They lost it a while ago. Okay, so let's quickly go to... Let's stay with Israel. I think we have actually a couple of things mentioned about the Israeli Defense Forces. We can now confirm, because obviously we did say yesterday that the IDF were also assisting with the rescue operation of the 2 US pilots. Well, we can now confirm that an Israeli official has now reported that 2 commando units from the Israeli Defense Forces were actually involved in the overall mission to rescue the American weapon systems officer, or the second pilot, that was still in Iran for about 48 hours. So the Israelis didn't just help with the intelligence for the operation, but also actually the commando units were active in order to help their American allies. On the issue of, I think something's coming from central Israel. I'm going to keep an eye on that. On the issue of the rescue operation, of course, yesterday we did a whole extensive coverage of that. But today we can give you some more info about the overall issue. So, number one, if we go to our live map and let's go back to Iran. So, for those, if you remember yesterday, this is our new interactive map that we have. So, the target was known, well, the target for the IRGC, which was the second US pilot, was supposed to be here. And everybody thought it's going to be near Bushehr. We then discovered he was, in fact, just outside of Esfahan. Now, a couple of information that, well, more details that we have was that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps moved their troops from this part, from the center, to the southwest. They got diverted, but why and how? So, a few things. The crew member survived more than 24 hours. Did I say 48 hours? 24 hours in the mountains, just outside of Esfahan in the center of Iran. 200 soldiers from the special operations units were involved in the rescue operation. So this is some of the new information that we have. The F-15E that was shot down, we can now confirm that it went down after a shoulder-fired missile was used against it. So it's just an individual IRGC terrorist. The officer then hid in the mountain and was able to be located because of the latest US technology. They were in contact with him throughout the whole time and located him. That's why, if you remember last night, we explained they came up with a plan to distract the IRGC, the Americans, to send them all to the southwest near Derdasht, whereas actually the whole operation was going to the center. We also have some info, according to the Americans, that the officer, as he was ejecting from the fighter jet, he said, "God is good." And there is also some huge information that when he went on the ground, he was near a village in the Kukan region of Yasuj. Now, the reports we have from Iran is that the Iranian civilians in that village actually helped give him shelter for a short period of time. And then obviously he got in touch with the US military and they told him exactly where to go. And the Americans also, in case you don't know, they had they built a secret base inside Iran right around here, just outside of Esfahan. And apparently there was another one around here, which was not really confirmed, but these are supposed to be covert operations. They built a base in on Iranian soil in the middle of war, and the IRGC were not able to even tell what is going on. It's fascinating. So the CIA, they initiated the deception campaign to confuse the IRGC forces. The second US pilots also managed to evade the IRGC military by hiking up a 7,000-foot ridgeline to get to the mountain, which obviously, as I said yesterday, you are definitely going to have some sort of Hollywood movie make about this at some point. This whole operation is just going to be a whole drama. Also, the villagers, the Iranian civilians in the village that was just near Shiraz to the south, 20 of them, according to our sources in Iran, 20 of them have now been arrested by the Islamic Republic security for helping the American. So that's the latest that we have from there. Now, the U.S. Central Command have released the latest footage of their operation and their targets. The CENTCOM has now said that this is the U.S. Air Force MQ-9A Reaper shooting down an Iranian unmanned combat drone over Iran. Of course, there's been a number of these that have been eliminated, including drone carriers over the last few hours and also the last couple of days, which have been making things difficult for the IRGC. But they still obviously have access to a huge number of drones compared to the ballistic missile situation. So let's quickly talk about what is going on with this whole saga around a ceasefire and deal and negotiations. Firstly, the Islamic Republic have been flip-flopping for the past few days. 1 minute, they got in touch with the Pakistanis as mediators, saying that we have demands. We don't want ceasefire, but we want a permanent end to the war right now. And the demands are that the Americans should give us money, reparations, basically, and we now have a new order in the region for the Strait of Hormuz. We are now fully in charge. The Americans said, well, no. Pakistanis have now come up with a new proposal to reach a ceasefire first for about 20 days or so. During the ceasefire, the US and the Islamic Republic could discuss actual conditions to end the military operation. Now, they only have a few hours left. If you're watching this live right now as we speak, it's obviously the 6th, you can see on the screen, the 6th of April, 8:50 a.m. Eastern Time and 1:50 p.m. UK time. And of course, you can also see Tehran and Tel Aviv. The next few hours is going to be crucial. As things stand, the IRGC are unlikely to accept a ceasefire, but it is still pretty likely for them to come up with a counter proposal for the Americans to at least say yes to a temporary pause, despite the fact that they keep saying, we don't want a ceasefire, we want a permanent end to the war. They have to agree to the ceasefire first in order to actually agree to everything else, because the next part during the ceasefire period is, again, the same negotiations about nuclear, about the threat, about the proxies, the usual stuff, which is the surrender deal for the IRGC, and they are quite aware. So I think what they want to do ideally is to keep dragging this along, to keep putting pressure on the Israelis by hitting civilians, because they know, as I said, even if you kill 2 or 3 Israeli civilians, there's a lot of political pressure on the government in Israel, because they care about even one single life in Israel is very important. Whereas
Okay, so that's pretty much the updates from Tusi. Guys, I want to do something that I don't normally do, but I think this is a good opportunity for me to, what's the thing I'm looking for here? This is a good opportunity for me to share with you some insight and analysis from Iranian analysts. Okay. No Rickroll, no Rickroll. No Rickroll, guys. No Rickroll. I want to share some input from someone named Morad Vaisi, and he is a very, very well-respected analyst, political analyst with Iran International. And yes, see, so the Iranians, bah, of course, bah. Now, Morad Vaisi, his name is Morad Vaisi. Okay. His name is Morad Vaisi, and yeah, I see. Oh, look, all the Iranians are excited now. All the Iranians are excited. They're like, yes, Amu Morad, yes. We all love Morad Vaisi, and oh yeah, Morad is fantastic. So, I mean, here I can share his YouTube channel with you guys, but the challenge is he does everything he does is in Persian, right? But what I like to do, part of my homework every day is that I will always, whenever I'm done, I will always tune in to Morad Vesi. I will watch his live streams because I always want to make sure that, I want to make sure that I'm on the right track, right? So here, I'll share his YouTube link with you guys. You could follow him, but ultimately, he only does his analysis in the Persian language, right? So a little bit challenging there. But what I'll do is I will, but the thing is, I always watch Morad Vesi because, I just want to make sure that I'm on the right path, on the right track. And it's really interesting because usually Iran Revolution Live, we will provide, analysis throughout the day. And then Morad Vesi does live streams usually twice a day. He does one in the morning, one in the evening. And then by the time, he's talking, he's doing his evening live stream. He's basically talking about the things that Armin and I have already spoken about. And his analysis is pretty much exactly what Armin and I speak about as well. Oh, it's 100% safe to follow him. But the only challenge for you guys is that he only speaks in Persian. So you never actually get his unless you basically, chat GPT auto translate sentence by sentence what he's saying. But Morad Vesi is an excellent follow. So you know what I'll do? I'll give Armin a little bit more time. I'll let him know that I'm gonna be translating Morad Vesi so he can stay with his discussion group a little bit longer, right? So okay. So I just let Armin know. Do the closed captions have an auto? Oh, but the subtitles, Persian. I guess I could do auto. Oh, you know what? I guess I could do auto translate to English. Okay, you know what? That's a good. Okay, so you know what? Let's see if the auto translations work. But let me pull up my chat GPT as well so that I can just make sure in case the auto translation from Google from YouTube doesn't work. And then of course there are a number of people who are listening but can't read the subtitles. So let's just begin. And I will share some of Morad Vesi's insights so that you guys can get sort of the Iranian perspective on what's going on here. So yeah, let's begin.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر دوشنبه 17 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 6 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا.
Okay, so the first part is basically just, you heard him say durud, right? So durud means hello. So he's basically saying hello to everyone. He says it's Monday afternoon in Iran, 17th of Farvardin, and it's the morning of April 6th in Eastern United States. We're testing the subtitles because we're interested to see if the auto-generated subtitles on YouTube are accurate or not, because YouTube auto-translate isn't the greatest. Okay, so let's see what he says now.
که انتظار میرفت مجید خادمی رئیس سازمان اطلاعات سپاه کشته شد
Okay, so that's so he's saying Majid Khademi, the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization, was killed.
که همزمان رئیس
He's like killed as expected. Oh, someone's saying that they're bored already. Oh no. Oh no, are you bored? I mean, you're welcome to tune into another channel. I'm not going to change the speed to 1.5. If you're bored, you're welcome to tune into a different channel. So he's saying that the guy, oh my gosh, I got distracted here. All right, let me go back a little bit now. So he said, Majid Khademi, head of the IRGC's intelligence unit or whatever, was boom boomed.
سازمان اطلاعات سپاه
کشته شد
که همزمان رئیس سازمان حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه بود.
So he was also the head of the IRGC's intelligence protection organization.
مجید خاتمی یکی از قدیمی ترین چهره‌های اطلاعاتی امنیتی جمهوری اسلامی
So Majid Khademi was one of the oldest figures in the Islamic Republic's
بود.
security intelligence. So Majid Khademi, so the guy that we announced. So guys, this is Khademi. Let me pull him up here. We spoke about Khademi, and Armin spoke about the new cutlets, right? And he was on the bingo sheet too. This guy here. So this is who Morad Vaisi is speaking about. Majid Khademi was we got the news that he was eliminated. He was one of the IRGC's most senior commanders and accumulated extensive military and security experience over the years, serving in multiple key roles, including head of IRGC's security organization, which is exactly what Morad Vaisi just says. He was responsible for collecting intelligence used to formulate strategic assessments and provide situational intelligence to the regime's senior leadership during Operation Roaring Lion. As part of his role, he worked to advance terrorist activities against the state of Israel and against Jewish targets worldwide. Remember, Armin said that this guy, like the regime called him like the Jew hunter, right? So he was boom boomed. He was responsible for here's the thing. He was also responsible for monitoring Iranian civilians as part of the regime's suppression of internal protests, right? So he was also responsible for monitoring Iranian freedom fighters who were trying to overthrow the regime. And he was responsible for basically identifying them and executing them. So we are also like, we're all very happy that he has been exterminated. He oversaw the monitoring of the Iranian population and suppressing protesters during recent internal unrest. So we are very, very happy that this man has gone to hell where he belongs. All right, so let's go back now to Morad Vaisi.
قبل از اینی که امسال به عنوان رئیس اطلاعات سپاه انتخاب بشه
So before being chosen as the head of IRGC intelligence this year,
رئیس سازمان حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه بود.
Yeah, he was the head of the IRGC intelligence protection organization.
و قبل از اون در سال 1401
And before that, so in 1401, okay, so 1401 is like from the like Islamic regime calendar. Wait, what's 1401? I think, what is that? 2022. So 1401 is 2022. So he's like, before that, so this guy that was exterminated, Khademi, so he's now saying in 2022, that's about 4 years ago.
رئیس حفاظت اطلاعات وزارت دفاع.
He was, so in 2022, the guy that was boom boomed today, he was the head of the Ministry of Defense's intelligence protection.
سال 1401
In 2022,
بعد از شکست‌های اطلاعاتی متعدد جمهوری اسلامی
after the Islamic Republic's numerous intelligence failures against Israel,
از اسرائیل از جمله سرقت اسناد هسته‌ای
including the theft of nuclear documents
و شکست
and the failure of
ترورهایی که جمهوری اسلامی
and the failure of assassinations that the Islamic
در
regime
ترکیه برای اتباع
had
اسرائیل.
Oh, wait. Okay, you know what? Let me Okay, I need to translate this part because this is actually really good, but like this is like really important context, guys.
بعد از شکست‌های اطلاعاتی متعدد جمهوری اسلامی از اسرائیل از جمله سرقت اسناد هسته‌ای و شکست ترورهایی که جمهوری اسلامی در ترکیه برای اتباع اسرائیل تدارک دیده بود، اون موقع تصمیم گرفتن حسین طائب با رئیس قدرتمند اطلاعات سپاه رو برکنار کنن و به جاش محمد کاظمی رئیس حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه رو بذارن رئیس اطلاعات سپاه سال 1401.
Okay, so this is how like important and like influential this new kotlet was. So after multiple intelligence failures by the Islamic Republic against Israel, including the theft of nuclear documents and the failure of assassination plots that the Islamic Republic had planned in Turkey and around Israel, they decided to remove Hossein Taib, the powerful head of the IRGC intelligence organization. In his place, they appointed Mohammad Kazemi, who had been the head of IRGC intelligence protection, as the new head of IRGC intelligence in 2022. Wait, let me just go back.
رو بذارن رئیس اطلاعات سپاه سال 1401. موقعی که محمد کاظمی از حفاظت اطلاعات رفت اطلاعات، مجید خادمی رو از وزارت دفاع آوردن کردن رئیس حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه.
So they're saying after they brought in that other guy Kazemi, when they decided to move Kazemi to a different intelligence unit, so they're saying he's saying when Mohammad Kazemi moved from intelligence protection to become head of IRGC intelligence, they brought Majid Khademi from the Ministry of Defense and appointed him as the new head of IRGC intelligence protection. Let me just bring up the boom boom, the jihadi bingo sheet so that you guys see what I'm talking about here. I saved it, but I sent it to myself on my phone. So let me just download this. Save as. Okay, shows, new folder. Okay. Let me pull this up. So this is the boom boom bingo sheet. And I don't know if you guys can see my mouse pointer. Probably not. Oh, you know what? This is probably why it's better to share my screen. Okay, you know what? Ugh. Let me just post the bingo sheet. Okay. Let me do this instead. All right. So I just posted this to my X account. Here we go. This will be easier. Okay, because now I can zoom in. So where is Khadami? Here we go. So this is the guy that was boom boomed today. Okay, this is Kazemi. So basically, he's saying that in 2022, Kazemi replaced the previous guy, and then Khadami eventually replaced Kazemi. But as you can see, both of these people have now been boom boomed. So this is like the old guy, this is the new one. So both people that he's speaking about have been exterminated. Okay, let's continue.
تا بهار امسال.
So the other guy was head until this spring and then he was removed.
یعنی بهار 1404. بهار 1404 که محمد کاظمی.
So in spring of 1404, so spring of That's this year. So in 2026, Kazemi was killed.
در حمله اسرائیل کشته شد.
So Kazemi was one of the people that was killed, like exterminated by Israel in the initial attack, right? So going back here, right? So Kazemi was boom-boomed by Israel in the initial attack by, initial attack this year. Khademi, this guy, right? This guy replaced this guy, but now today he was boom-boomed as well. So the initial guy was killed, and then he was replaced, and then his replacement today, we got news that he has been boom-boomed as well. Oh, so Hassan Mohaqiqi, so his successor, so basically like his second in command, and his second in command is not on the boom boom list because he wasn't important enough. But both Khademi and then the other guy, and remember Armin showed like the graphic where we have a photo of Khademi, but we don't have a photo of his successor because the guy wasn't that important, which is like, even more insulting to the guy because like no one even cared about him, but he's dead now too.
مجید خادمی به طور همزمان هم رئیس حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه بود هم رئیس اطلاعات سپاه.
Yeah, so this is correct. So Khademi was simultaneously both the head of IRGC's intelligence protection and the head of IRGC's intelligence.
فرق این دوتا چیه؟
So he's like, so now he's going to explain. He's going to explain the difference between the intelligence protection unit versus the intelligence unit itself. So there's intelligence protection unit versus intelligence unit. And now he's like, what is the difference between these two? Let me just get my chat GPT going because I just want him to explain this part and then I'll translate it to English.
فرق این دوتا اینه که حفاظت اطلاعات دو تا وظیفه مهم داره. یکی اینی که جلوی توطئه خود کارمندای سپاه و اعضای سپاه رو و فرماندهای سپاه رو علیه حکومت بگیره، مانع کودتا در سپاه بشه علیه حکومت. دوم اینی که مانع جاسوسی جاسوسای خارجی در درون ایران و در درون سپاه بشه. این دوتا وظیفه مهم داشت.
Oh, wow. Guys, so remember how Armin and I have been telling you that the Islamic regime has so many different intelligence units and a whole bunch of them are like basically spying on one another. And the reason that they spy on each other is to, prevent one group from like rebelling or uprising or doing like a coup d'etat or something. That's exactly what he just said right now. So he said, the role of these two positions is important because IRGC intelligence protection, right? So he's talking about the intelligence protection unit has two key responsibilities. First, to prevent internal conspiracies by IRGC personnel, its members and commanders against the regime, essentially to stop any potential coup d'etat from within the IRGC. Second, it's to prevent foreign intelligence agents from infiltrating the IRGC from within Iran. These were its two main responsibilities, which obviously they are terrible at because we know that there's a lot of infiltration.
در جلوگیری از نفوذ جاسوس‌های خارجی که کاملا ناموفق بودن، همشون هم ناموفق بودن.
He just confirmed what I said. He said when it comes to like infiltration, like he says, they were completely unsuccessful in preventing the infiltration of foreign spies. They were all unsuccessful. So even he's like saying like literally just said what I just said, right? Like completely unsuccessful. Guys, I promise I have not watched this yet. I'm just like live translating and I'm giving you my thoughts and comments.
چه حسین طایب، چه محمد کاظمی، چه مجید خادمی.
So he's saying all of the heads of the IRGC intelligence protection unit were unsuccessful. And then he mentions these names. He's like, so whether it was Taib, because Taib was the initial one. This guy's still alive, by the way. So he's saying Ta'ib was unsuccessful in preventing infiltration into the IRGC. Kazemi was unsuccessful in preventing infiltration, and Khademi was also unsuccessful in preventing infiltration from, you know, foreign intelligence units to infiltrating the IRGC. And then he says, even Ismail Khatib, the Minister of Intelligence, who was killed. Which one is Khatib? Let's find Khatib. I think he might be on the... Yeah, this guy. So this is Ismail Khatib. He was the ministry of he was the minister for the defense or whatever, and he was killed. He was boomed by Israel. He was also unsuccessful in preventing interference or foreign interference and infiltration. They were all successful. They were all unsuccessful in preventing infiltration from, you know, foreign intelligence units into the IRGC. So that's what he is saying here. All right, let's continue. He says all of them were helpless in the face of Israeli intelligence information.
اسرائیل دست و پا بسته بودن. اصلا خود کشته شدن اینا که الان
He's like, in fact, even their own killings,
بیشتر بهش میپردازم،
which I will focus on,
نشون میده که چقدر اسرائیل بر اینا برتری اطلاع
shows how much Israel has an intelligence advantage over them. So he's saying the fact that you know, all of, you know, the heads of the, you know, IRGC, intelligence protection, whatever, the fact that all of them have been boomed, it actually shows the advantage that Israel has over them when it comes to, you know, the intelligence that they have. So again, and I'm sharing this so that you guys, you know, especially for non-Iranians, so that you guys can get a better understanding of the type of analysis and narrative that you can find in Iranian media, like legitimate Iranian media outlets, right?
به هر حال در جنگ
Oh wait, someone's like, still grifting to send Iran back to the Stone Age, you idiot. The Islamic regime sent Iran back to the Stone Age 47 years ago. Loser. All right, let's continue.
اسرائیل بر اینا برتری اطلاعاتی داره.
Okay, let me just start my chat GPT.
به هر حال در جنگ 12 روزه محمد کاظمی رئیس اطلاعات سپاه کشته شد، حسن محققی جانشینش کشته شد. اون موقع به ذهنشون رسید مجید خادمی رو همزمان که رئیس حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه به عنوان اطلاعات هم بگذارن.
Okay, so when he speaks about the 12-day war, he's speaking about the, you know, back in the summer, right? So he says, you know, that's when Israel attacked the Islamic regime, and then that's when President Trump came and boomed the nuclear facilities. So he's saying, in any case, during the 12-day war, Mohammad Kazemi, so again, going back to the chart, okay? So going back to the chart, he's saying during the 12-day conflict in the summer, Kazemi, this guy here, he was boomed, and then his deputy Hassan Nimrudi, who I don't see on the list here because his deputy was not that important, right? So his deputy was boomed at the same time, and then he says at that point so back in the summer is when they decided to appoint Khadami, the guy that was boomed today. They decided to appoint him while he was serving as head of IRGC intelligence protection to simultaneously take over IRGC intelligence as well. I'm assuming probably because they were running out of people they can trust, right? So they probably decided to give this guy, right, this guy that was boomed today, they gave him 2 simultaneous roles because they're probably running out of trustworthy people. But obviously, like, they're all terrible at their jobs because this one's also dead now. Now let's continue.
اطلاعات سپاه که این رئیسش بود و کشته شد قدرتمندترین و ذی‌نفوذترین سازمان اطلاعاتی جمهوری اسلامی.
Okay. So he's saying the IRGC intelligence organization whose head was killed, that's Khadami, that's the guy that was boomed today, is the most powerful and most deeply infiltrated intelligence body. No, sorry, it's not deeply. No, wait, I don't think ChatGPT got that properly. Wait, let me listen to this again.
رئیسش بود و کشته شد قدرتمندترین و ذی‌نفوذترین سازمان اطلاعاتی جمهوری اسلامی.
So the IRGC intelligence organization whose head was killed today, Khadami, that was or is the most powerful and most like influential intelligence body of the Islamic Republic, which just goes to show that, you know, when the head of the, you know, supposedly the most powerful and influential intelligence organization of the Islamic regime is boom, that just goes to show how weak the Islamic regime actually is, right? So it's guys, it's actually a big deal that this guy was boomed because he's the head of what is supposedly the most powerful IRGC intelligence group.
جمهوری اسلامی 17 تا سازمان اطلاعاتی داره دسته.
Oh, I've said that, guys. I've said that before. Remember? I just said the Islamic regime has at least 17 intelligence organizations.
کم که 3 تا از این سازمان اطلاعاتی از بقیه بزرگترن.
And he says so the Islamic regime, the IRGC has at least 17 different intelligence organizations, of which 3 of them are, you know, bigger than the rest.
سازمان اطلاعات سپاه،
So the IRGC intelligence organization,
وزارت اطلاعات،
the Ministry of
و
Intelligence,
سازمان تازه تأسیس اطلاعات فراجا.
and the newly established Faraja intelligence organization. So of the at least 17 different intelligence organizations that the Islamic regime has created, these are like the top 3, like the top 3 biggest ones.
این 3 تا از بقیه اون 14 تا سرویس اطلاعاتی جمهوری اسلامی بزرگتر و مهمترن.
He's like, these 3 that I just named are bigger and more important than the other 14 intelligence organizations created by the Islamic regime. Oh yeah, so someone is saying that many orgs indicate a great deal of paranoia. Oh, absolutely, exactly. The reason that they've created 17 intelligence organizations, at least 17, is not only to spy on the Iranian people, it's to spy on one another, right? It's basically to prevent anyone from like organizing a coup d'etat internal. Guys, I mean, this is how a dictatorship works, right? Like this is literally a dictatorship, where it's not just spying on Iranian people, it's spying on one another to keep each other in check. But that's a very good point.
اون 14 تای دیگه مثلا رکن 2 ارتشه.
He's like, so the other 14, for example, like, you know, he's giving examples of what the other 14 intelligence groups are. So, you know, it's like the Army's intelligence protection,
حفاظت اطلاعات ارتشه.
Army's something else.
نمیدونم.
He's like, I don't know. Like, he's like giving like random examples now.
سازمان حفاظت اطلاعات نیروی
The Intelligence Protection Organization of the Police Forces.
نظامیه. حفاظت اطلاعات وزارت دفاع.
The Intelligence Protection of the Ministry of
حفاظت
Defense.
اطلاعات قوه قضاییه است.
The Intelligence Protection of the Judiciary.
17 تا نهاد اطلاعاتی داره.
It's like there are at least 17 intelligence organizations.
که ستای بزرگش همین ستایی که عرض کردم.
And he's like, of which, you know, there are at least 17 intelligence organizations, of which the 3 biggest ones are the ones that I just mentioned.
اطلاعات سپاه، وزارت
IRGC intelligence.
اطلاعات و اطلاعات فرار.
So he's like, of the 17, the 3 major ones are the following 3 that I mentioned: IRGC intelligence, Ministry of Intelligence, and Faraj intelligence. Guys, this is, as Armin says, this is really educational, because this is giving you like an in-depth insight into how the Islamic regime and the IRGC operates, right? So when people are like, well, why don't people rise up? Why isn't there an internal coup? Like, look at this. This dictatorship literally has at least 17 different intelligence organizations that not only spy on the Iranian people, but they spy on one another. And this is a sort of input and insight that you will never, ever get in mainstream media, because, no disrespect to those journalists, but they literally have no idea what they're talking about, right? Like, guys, Iran is not for beginners. The situation in Iran is not for beginners. President Trump knows exactly what's going on. President Trump's administration know exactly what's going on. But for everyone else who all of a sudden has now turned to Iran and they're, speaking about Iran and the Islamic regime, if they have not studied the, Islamic regime for at least, 3 or 4 years, like, guys, they're way in over their heads. They have absolutely no idea what's going on, right? So, but he knows. Like, this guy is so smart, so intelligent, and he's exposing the cult. So now you guys are getting like a direct, in-depth look into the kind of news and topics that we Iranians talk about and speak about in Persian, right? And Armin and I, we try to, of course, like, the whole point of Iran Revolution Live is to take this information that's, we speak about it in Persian, and, we're here to explain it to you in English. So, what? So far, the subtitles have been pretty accurate. Like, there's a few like mistranslations here, but the chat GPT translation is much better. So for any of you, if you want to like listen to what Morad Basi says on your own time, if you have chat GPT or any sort of like AI translator, I would definitely recommend, playing parts of, what he says, uploading the audio, and then, asking your AI translator to just automatically translate it to English. Like, I basically have so I'll show you what I did with my chat GPT. Like, I basically just started the conversation with, like, I just put in a command for chat GPT right at the beginning of this conversation. And I said, please automatically translate every audio I upload in this conversation into English and write it out for me. That was my prompt for chat GPT. So now after that, and this is the same chat that I use for, Petito or anything else that I'm translating. So all I do is I just, use the record function to just like record the audio, right? Like, I just push the record. Oops. I just push the record button, and then it just translates for me. So that, that could be a good way if you guys want like input. But I'll continue explaining this.
اول اطلاعات سپاه رو توضیح بدم که کی تأسیس شده و چیه. بعد میام راجع به تأثیرات کشته شدن مرگ خادمی صحبت میکنم.
Okay, so he says, I mean, the caption here is actually pretty good. So he says, first I will explain the IRGC intelligence, when it was established and what it is. Then I will talk about the effects of Khademi's killing. Boom booms.
اطلاعات سپاه همطور که عرض
He's like, as I mentioned, the IRGC intelligence.
قدرتمندترین و ذی‌نفوذترین
So the IRGC intelligence is the most powerful
سازمان اطلاعاتی جمهوری
most powerful and influential intelligence organization in the Islamic regime.
اسلامی. از اول انقلاب 57 سپاه
From the beginning of the 1979 Islamic Revolution,
بخش اطلاعات داشت
the IRGC has had an intelligence department,
که بخش قوی بود.
which was a strong one.
اولین رئیس اطلاعات سپام که معروف بود محسن رضایی بود.
The first head of intelligence of the IRGC who was famous was Mohsen Rezai. Guys, that Mohsen Rezai. Wait, is that the same Mohsen Rezai? Oh, that's like the old man. Ew, guys, that's this guy. Wait, let's find him. Where is he? همون محسن رضایی داره میگه دیگه. همون پیرمرده. This guy. This guy. This guy here. Right? So this guy who's still alive, okay? And he's the apple. So he's now the military advisor, former IRGC commander. This old man was the first head of IRGC intelligence back when it was established in 1979. Guys, Morad Vaisi has the tea on everyone. Like, he knows all the connections. He knows how all these people are connected, right? Like, this is the boom boom bingo chart. Everyone on this chart needs to be boom boomed because, guys, they're all connected. He's like, he was the head until September 1988 when Mohsen Rezai became the commander-in-chief of the IRGC, right? So here it says former IRGC commander, right? Because he was the intelligence head of IRGC intelligence until 1988. And then in 1988, he became the IRGC commander. And then at some point, down the road, he retired, but now he's back as a military advisor.
احمد وحیدی رو گذاشتن رئیس اطلاعات سپاه. همین احمد وحیدی که الان فرمانده کل سپاه.
Oh, okay. So he's like when Rezai became the
احمد وحیدی رو گذاشتن رئیس اطلاعات.
Vahidi became the head of intelligence. So which one is Vahidi? Where is Vahidi? Wait, is Vahidi alive or dead? I don't know. All right, that's fine, but we'll continue. Wait, so Vahidi is the current commander-in-chief of the IRGC? Oh, I found him. Okay, this is Vahidi. So there you go. So back in 1988, this guy was the head of IRGC intelligence. And then when he became the IRGC commander, he was replaced by this guy. This guy became the head of intelligence. And Vahidi is now the IRGC commander. And yes, he is #1 on ARMIN's boom boom list. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the one that ARMIN is hoping to go soon. We all hate Vahidi. Vahidi is evil. Guys, they're all evil. They're all evil. Okay.
احمد وحیدی اطلاعات سپاه بود.
So he's like, for many years, Vahidi was the intelligence of the IRGC.
بعدها در سال 1388
and then later in 2009, guys, the Durka chart is on my X. If you go to my X account, I just posted the Durka chart.
خامنه‌ای تصمیم گرفت یه خورده اجازه بدید از قبل‌ترش بگم.
So he's like, in 2009, Khamenei decided to make a decision. And then he's like, allow me to go back a little bit so I can provide you with context.
سال 76.
He's like, in 1997.
سال 76 که خامنه‌ای می‌خواست ناطق نوری رو بیاره سر کار به عنوان رئیس جمهور.
So in 1997, Khamenei wanted to bring some guy named Natik Noor to power as president. Remember, Khamenei, supreme dictator. Remember, guys? Remember I told you that there are no elections? in the Islamic regime because it's a dictatorship, right? There are no elections, there are selections. Wait, is that the wrong year?
گرفت یه خورده اجازه بدید از قبلترش بگم از سال 76
خب سال 76 میشه چی به زبان انگلیسی؟ 76 میشه چی؟ So that could probably be سال 76 چیه؟ 1376. Yeah, it's 1997. 76 is 1997. That's accurate. I said that. It's 1997. YouTube's actually doing a pretty good job of translating the dates because he said 1376. He said 1376 and then that translates to 1997. Okay, so he's saying in 1997, Khamenei won. And so, guys, but what's important here is the context, right? So Khamenei, the supreme dictator, is trying to decide who becomes the president or prime minister or whatever, right? This is what I mean when I say there are no elections in the Islamic regime. It's a dictatorship, right? The supreme dictator controls everything. The supreme dictator pretty much decides who can and can't run. So far, like I'm actually pretty impressed with the subtitles, like the auto-generated subtitles so far.
سال 76 که خامنه ای می‌خواست ناطق نوری رو بیاره سر کار به عنوان رئیس جمهور.
So he's saying in 1997 when Khamenei wanted to bring Natiq Noor to power as president
و مردم رأی دادن به خاتمی و
and the people voted for Khatami instead. Khatami is this guy. So we're not going to get into the dynamics of the green movement and blah blah blah, but they're all evil. They're all evil. So Khamenei wanted this other guy, and then Khatami came, and Khatami, this other like jihadi Durka mullah. Khatami pretended like he was a moderate, and he fooled the Iranian people. They voted for him, and then he ended up murdering even more Iranians. So yeah, that's why we say that the moderates are even more dangerous than the hardliners because the moderates pretend like they're normal, but they murder Iranians behind closed doors. And that's exactly what Khatami did. He basically, like, guys, never trust a mullah. Never trust a mullah. Never trust a mullah. They're all evil and they belong in hell. So people voted for Khatami.
اون موقع خامنه ای به جایی نرسید.
He's like, so at that time when the people voted for Khatami instead, Khamenei's plan didn't go anywhere.
خامنه ای احساس کرد که یه اتفاقی به لحاظ اطلاعاتی افتاده که خوشایند.
So Khamenei felt that something had happened in terms of intelligence that he did not like, right? So guys, because Khamenei wanted that other guy to get elected, and this other guy, Khatami, got elected instead, Khamenei felt like there was an intelligence failure, right? Because again, it's a dictatorship, right? So Khamenei wanted everything to be his way. So even, this is what I mean when I say the elections are fake. It's called selections. They're all hardliners. So someone is saying Ghalibaf is a hardliner. They're all hardliners. There's no such thing as a moderate or a reformist. They're all hardliners. They're all hardliners. They just pretend. They pretend to be moderate. These people are more evil than Satan.
آیندش نیست و اون اینی که دولتی سر کار اومده که یه مقدار با رهبر زاویه داره.
So he's saying when Khatami was elected, the Green Movement, the Green Movement in two sentences. The Green Movement is when the Green. Okay, so here's the Green Movement in two sentences. Okay. The Green Movement is when this mofo right here, this turbaned, evil, demonic mofo, said to everyone, "Oh, vote for me because I'm going to liberate Iran. I'm going to reform the country from inside. I'm going to get rid of the hijab laws. We're going to modernize Iran. We're going to reform Iran. Vote for me. Vote for me. You can trust me. I'm a good guy. I'm a man of God. So Iranians were like, okay, yes, like we want freedom. We want liberty. So, okay, because Iranians wanted regime change at that time, and then the Islamic regime created the reform movement, and then this guy was like, oh no, we don't need to get rid of the Islamic regime. We can just reform it from the inside. And because that was the first time the Islamic regime tried this, Iranians unfortunately believed them. They were lying. It was a trap. And when this guy was voted in, this evil demonic, mullah or whatever, they continued murdering Iranians. And in fact, this evil demonic man increased the number of executions per month. So the Green Movement was basically a sham. The Green Movement is when these mullahs basically fooled the Iranian people, and never again. This is why we don't trust them. This is why we want full-on regime change. We don't want reform. We want them all to be sent back to the Stone Ages where they belong, because you cannot negotiate with evil. These moderates are even more evil and demonic than the hardliners, because the hardliners, they don't hide who they are. The hardliners make it very clear what they want. They make it very clear that they want to rape, murder, pillage, and kill Iranians. The moderates or the reformists are more evil and more dangerous because they pretend that they're like normal, rational people, but behind the scenes, they're even worse. So that's why Iranians want no deal unless the deal is unconditional surrender. They want no compromise, and they want these people all boom-boomed, because every single person here is evil, and they all have blood on their filthy, jihadi, Muslim, Nazi hands. Anyways, going back to what Morad Vaisi is saying. So he's basically saying Khamenei was not happy that that other mullah was exterminated. Sorry, that other mullah was elected, and he felt like that was a failure in intelligence because he didn't get his way in the elections. Right? So again, this is why I say that the elections are actually selections.
دولتی سر کار اومده که یه مقدار با رهبر زاویه داره، اون موقع سال 76 و وزارت اطلاعات اونجوری که خود خامنه
And Khamenei was not happy because at that time the Ministry of Intelligence was no longer under the control of the supreme leader, as Khamenei himself said.
میخواد دیگه در کنترل رهبر نیست. ممکنه در کنترل کسایی باشه که یه ذره با رهبر زاویه دارن.
So in 1997, Khamenei felt like at that point the Ministry of Intelligence was not 100% under his control anymore, because certain people had been elected that Khamenei did not want them to be elected. He wanted his guy to be elected. Why did Khamenei want his guy to be elected? Because that's how a dictatorship works, right? You pick and choose your people so that you have complete control over the system.
اون موقع 28 سال پیش.
Like, so this is from 28 years ago.
29 سال پیش.
Wait, is there an issue in the YouTube chant? Sorry, is there an issue on X? Yeah, okay, let me get rid of the troll on X. Thank you, Sabakzadeh, for bringing this person to my attention. Let me just get rid of them. Random trolls. All right, okay, I got rid of that troll on X. That's the frustrating part. I can't even have mods on X. It's frustrating. All right, let's continue. Thank you, guys. Listen, we have our own Savak. We have our Savak on X monitoring everything. Thank you so much. Appreciate your service. Okay. Let's continue. So he's saying at that time, 29 years ago.
خامنه ای بعد از اینی که به رهبری انتخاب شد در سال 68.
So he's saying when Khamenei was elected as a supreme dictator in 1989,
اولین جایی که تلاش کرد به کنترل خودش در بیاره وزارت اطلاعات.
The first place that Khamenei tried to assert his control was the Ministry of Intelligence. So that's back in 1989.
بود. بین سال 68 تا 71
Between 1989 and 1992,
خامنه‌ای اصولا زیر سایه رفسنجانی بود.
Khamenei was basically under the shadow of Rafsanjani. Rafsanjani is dead now, by the way. Khamenei murdered him.
و رفسنجانی رئیس جمهوری بود که در اندازه رهبر قدرتمند بود.
Rafsanjani was a president who was just as powerful as Khamenei. And the reason that Khamenei murdered Rafsanjani, guys, like, first of all, that's like basically saying one Muslim Nazi murdered another Muslim Nazi, right? So it's like, it's no, like, I don't care. Like, I actually don't care. If you know, when these people murder each other, it's not like it's a loss or anything, right? So Rafsanjani was just as corrupt. Rafsanjani was just as corrupt as Khamenei. But like, this is a good example of, you know, for everyone who's not Iranian, of how the Islamic regime works, right? Like, these people, it's a dictatorship, right? And so they will literally murder one another, right? If one of them feels like the other one is a threat to their power, they will murder them. So Khamenei murdered Rafsanjani. How did he die again? Like, he drowned in a swimming pool or something, which is so bizarre. It's actually kind of funny because, you know, we called Rafsanjani Kuse or whatever, right? But anyway, so yeah. So because Rafsanjani at that time was, you know, just as powerful and popular as Khamenei and just as rich, you know, there was like a power struggle there.
بین سالهای 68 تا 71 چرا خامنه‌ای قدرتمند نبود اون موقع؟
So now he's explaining. He's like, when Khamenei first became the supreme dictator back in 1989, why wasn't he as powerful back then?
چون دستگاه اجرایی کشور تا سال 68 در اختیار نخست وزیر بود که موسوی بود.
So because until سال 68, that translation is incorrect. 68 میشه, I think that's 89. چون که من سال 64م. Oh yeah, 1989. Okay, so this is, it's not actually 2019. He's referring to 1989. So this is like, you know, not an accurate translation of the date. But he's saying that Khamenei wasn't powerful because until 1989, the country's executive branch was in the hands of Mousavi.
در اختیار خامنه‌ای نبود.
And you know, Khamenei had no power or control.
طبق قانون اساسی دوره جنگ,
according to the wartime constitution. So again, the reason he's referring to the wartime constitution is because I guess he's referring to the Iran-Iraq war.
نخست وزیر رئیس دولت بود. رئیس جمهور کاری نبود.
The prime minister was the head of government. The president was ineffective. Yeah, so guys, I think it was up until, wait, what year was it that the president or prime minister, because like, wait. Because what was this? There was a rule. Right. Okay. So guys, so up until 1989, Iran had both a prime minister, a president, and a supreme dictator. So the role of the prime minister was abolished in 1989. Now, the reason that there was a prime minister is because before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, Iran was a constitutional monarchy. So that's why Iran had a prime minister. In fact, Iran's first prime minister was elected in 1906. So from 1906, Iran had prime ministers because Iran was constitutional monarchy. And then when the Islamic regime took over the country, they created the role of the president and then the supreme leader. And then it was just, you know, they basically just messed up the entire political system of the country, as, you know, dictatorships tend to do. So Khamenei was a president who had no power. Yeah, so this translation is wrong. Oh, wait, my browser has lost connection to screen share audio. Okay, let me remove this and bring it back. Let me reshare. Okay. So the translation isn't there was no other Italian. It's there was no other Ayatollah. There was no other Ayatollah. So they made him an Ayatollah overnight. Okay, you know what, guys? I think what I'm gonna do is because the subtitles are pretty good here. Let me just play this, and you guys can just follow along and just read the subtitles. And if there's anything like wrong, I will pause and I'll explain it.
کردن. از نظر مذهبی هم ضعیف بود. بنابراین برای که جای پای خودشو
Oh, hey, Armin's back.
Yay, Amu Murad.
Yeah, I was just explaining a little bit of Amu Murad. You know what? We only got 7 minutes worth. I was sharing.
Ooh.
Yeah, like this is an hour's worth. So in an hour, it took me like I can only get about 8 minutes in about an hour.
Oh wow.
But that's because there was a lot of good info. And I just basically wanted to give non-Iranian sort of insight and input into, oh, look at this, Amu Armin.
No, Kako Armin. Kako Armin. I'm not that old. Am I? Maybe I am, actually. Well, thank you. Guys, call me Kako Armin because I'm half Shirazi. Kako is like brother in Shirazi language. And because my mom was Shirazi, so you could call me Kako Armin. Yes.
Nice. Well, you know what? People call me Abji Goldie, so because that's
Abji.
like that's like the Lord Bakhtiari thing. So
Okay.
Abji.
Okay. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh.
There we go. Okay. So there you go, guys. There's a little bit of input and insight into Morad Baisi. So like I said, I encourage everyone, especially non-Iranians, if you want, some, sanity when it comes to Iranian news and analysis and all of that, definitely check out Morad Baisi. But, like I was saying earlier, pretty much everything that Armin and I talk about and explain and share with you guys, it's pretty much what Morad Baisi and other knowledgeable analysts are saying in the Persian language. Armin, he even spoke about initially how the Islamic regime has created like at least 17 different intelligence organizations, and they're meant to spy on one another, all the stuff that we've talked about. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, good. Now you can see that we're not
just
giving you false
making things
information.
up.
Yeah, we're not making stuff up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How was your discussion group? Welcome back.
Ooh, it was really good. It was really good. We went into so much depth, and we look at talked about the military strategy, a lot of the way the regime is structured locally, talking about what would be the most effective military strategy, who should be taken out next. We talked about the Kurdish separatist groups and what President Trump said means going forward, and how that's actually a positive. Like everything that happened is actually a positive, because some people are like, oh, why did they do that? They shouldn't have gave those weapons to to those separatists. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking actually I'm glad they did that, because now everybody can see, now that it has become obvious to everybody that we were right about this. So once we tried it once and it has failed, and we were never going to try it again, because now everybody could see that this was not the right way. So I think it's a net positive. It's a net positive that they did that. But we were going through the graph, Goldie, the bingo graph, and I was going over it with a lot of detail, analyzing different parts of it. So we had a lot of fun with that.
You know what? Yeah. We were actually going over the graph as well.
Really?
Yes,
oh, okay.
we were going over the graph because Morad Baisi was speaking about different people. So I was connecting the dots between because he was giving a history of the IRGC intelligence units, and he was Rezai was there, and then he was replaced by Vahidi, and then people are like, oh, we know Vahidi. Vahidi is the one that Armin wants to get. Vahidi is Armin's number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was like Kami and like others. So we went over the Durka bingo sheet as well. Durka boom boom sheet. So, there you go.
Oh my god.
And
I
guys,
would like. Yeah. Oh yes.
It looks like I don't have the best angle here, but it looks like Aristarchus is on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how quickly it changes as we speed around the far side of the moon. Stuff that's leaving our field of view, and now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon that it's missing for us right now. But it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
okay, there's just a little quick update on the moon flyby. I will be monitoring the moon because we love the moon. And love you guys to the moon and back. We love you to the moon and back.
Oh, that's so cute. I like that. Thank you.
There you go. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this as they get closer. But there you go. That's just a very, very quick update on the moon. Okay, Armin, let's go to President Trump. And
Can I do?
You can do whatever you like.
Oh yeah, just really short. Let me actually get some of the updates that I had. Sorry, just quickly.
No, not at all. This is important.
Yeah. Okay. So they're bringing out. Okay. All right. So just really quickly before we go to that, here I have three things. First of all, the regime is so desperate right now that they're making AI videos of Mujtaba Khamenei. Here. Look at this. An AI generated video released Monday shows Mujtaba Khamenei entering a command center said to be directing operations against an Israeli nuclear site. The clip is part of a series of AI videos circulated by the Islamic Republic amid U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Guys, I know this is funny, but it's also very important to realize that this shows that the fact that Mujtaba is not present is hurting them. Because remember, they're missing the bond between IRGC and pro-regime people. The bond was held by Ali Khamenei. And right now, the legitimacy of the Islamic Republic is at risk because Mujtaba is not filling that role. They need to have a charismatic leader to come and inspire people to say that everything is good. And because they don't have that, they have to make these AI videos. So this is what they wish they had right now. Look at this. So guys,
Armin, I love how they blur the face of like the random IRGC person in the background as if like that's a real person. Like, you idiots, do you think we don't know that this is AI generated? And then why is the TV screen in English? Shouldn't it be in Persian?
Goldie, those are such important points, but the issue is that their audience are idiots, right? So because this is not made for you or me, this is made for regime supporters. And guys, we know that they're not selling this as an AI video to them, because if they were selling this as an AI video to them, they wouldn't be blurring these people's faces. The fact that they blurred these people's faces shows that they made this with the intention of making it seem like this was a real video to regime supporters. The next video is not AI, and I wish it was. Okay, because look at this.
Oh yes, I've seen this one. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Look at the mullahs, guys. There's so much propaganda going on to make the pro-regime people feel like part of this fight and give them some, morale and motivation. Look at this. The mullahs are wearing military uniforms with like military weapons. Look at this. Oh my God. So let me see the caption. Is saying the release video shows Muhammad Nabi Musavi Fard, the Friday prayer leader of Ahwaz, with a rocket launcher on his shoulder, shaking his clenched fist amid the cheers of supporters. So guys, if we want to understand the importance of these people, if you go to our chart, okay, so you're not going to see this person here, but the location that he belongs to is here. Look at this. You see these numbers here. You see this 900 number over here, right? So these are the Friday prayer imams, and these were a major important part of the Ali Khamenei used to. So it says 900 district supreme leader representative and Friday prayer imams. The Friday prayer imams of different cities, they are the representation of the supreme leader in different local areas. So that's what that guy that you just saw is one of these 900 people, right? And then another thing I want to show you guys is that the regime is really using girls a lot these days for their propaganda. So let me just show you 3 videos about that, and then we go to President Trump, okay? So look at this. You know, when she goes like this, do you see that hand movement? That's missiles going down on Israel. That's what she's pointing.
That's the thing.
Yeah, said
What they do.
Yeah. Look at Ado for a show. Like, this is not Islamic. Like,
What's with her face? What's with the makeup job? Like, what is this? Like, آبرومون رو بردی با این آرایش shit.
Yeah. You see what she does with her lips? That's haram. Yeah, Khaybar Shekan is basically killing Jews, basically. Here's her.
Armin, so this is the Boom Boom Tel Aviv song that we've played and translated.
Exactly. And here's she again. Here.
دارد صدای منتقم از راه میرسد ریشه ظلم یهود و بزن هرچی بود و بزن بود و نبود و بزن بوم بوم تل آویو
وعد فرشو. Okay.
You know what's really messed up is that the Islamic regime, like the morality police, they will randomly arrest women who dress like this because they will say that this is haram. Like, they will say that this outfit is too flashy, right? So guys, women have been arrested for wearing like white outfits and white hijab because apparently this is too flashy and this is contrary to Islamic principles. So like, she's literally, like, we call them parastu, right? Parastu is basically like another word for like she's basically like an Islamic regime hoe. Honeypot, that's the word. So the Islamic regime has activated their honeypots, right? And so the honeypots are basically there to like I don't know, make it seem like all these like young girls support the Islamic regime or whatever. Like, it's messed up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah, Goldie, they're going. Well, I mean, not only that, at least she's wearing hijab because the Islamic Republic is using a lot of women without hijab. Look at this. They're all over now. They're like, look at this. What?
Oh, they're using our song.
They're using our song.
What? They're using our song for their Durka jihad.
Guys, this is in Iran. These videos are made by the Islamic Republic propaganda machine. Hijabless girls waving the Islamic Republic.
You know what? Guys, this is on purpose. So this song. So this isn't only our song. This song is very, very popular among the Iranian freedom fighters, right? So even like messages, videos posted by His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi and his team. They have posted promotional videos using this song in the background. Now the Islamic regime is now trying to, culturally appropriate this song and take it from us. And, this is what they do. This is what they do. They're just a bunch of like thieving jihadis. Look.
Yeah. So let me just play this, and then I have the sexiest one. It comes last. Okay. After this, I have the sexiest one. Hold on.
Oh, I think we're violated. Wait, Armin, go back.
Yeah.
Go back to the beginning. Play this without audio because I'm going to add my own audio to this.
Okay. Let's play
All
an audio that fits this better.
Yeah.
Ready?
How many seconds is the video?
26.
Oh, perfect. Okay, all right, let's go.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah.
Okay. All right, Goldie, are you ready? Are you ready for the best one? The sexiest one.
Oh,
All right,
my
guys.
God.
All right, guys. I know these were sexy, but like none of them will beat this last one. Okay. All right, let's watch this.
Oh, okay, no, you know what, Armin, that one deserves me to go wear a hijab, even though it's only like 10 seconds. Let me just go Durka myself up, and I'll be right back.
Oh my God. Here, I'll go full Durka as well. Oh my God. Oh God. I don't know what happened to her all of a sudden. Here, let me see what the caption says. Oh my God. I want to play it one more time, but I don't want to do it with that Goldie. Ya Abul Faz. People are saying Ya Abul Faz. Astaghfirullah. Lower your gaze, guys. Lower your gaze.
Armin, این
حرام.
سالا از کجا پیدا میکنی؟
Astaghfirullah. Oh my God. Okay, guys, I don't blame you if you're into this, okay?
Oh my God.
All right, let's go. Okay.
I don't know where you find these like Durkas, but guys, if there was ever a definition of like Durka, this right here, this right here, like this is Durka. This is 100% Durka. Like if you opened up the dictionary and there was an image of like Durka, it's this right here. Like, what is she doing? Yeah. Hey, dad, hold down. Durka. I have no idea. Look.
Yeah. Oh my
You
god.
can't speak Spanish. What is that?
Oh my god, they should make a 10-hour version of this, a 10-hour version of this.
I would watch that. You know what? I would watch
Yeah.
the Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Terrible. Okay.
All right. That's all I had.
You know, it is day 100. Where's put your thing back on.
Oh.
Do not leave me by myself when I'm wearing hijab.
Okay, sister. Wait, I
So-
should wear black. Wait, I
yeah.
should wear black.
You know what? Go wear black and come back. Guys, it's day 100 of Iran Revolution Live. So I actually really haven't really planned anything, but you know, in honor of day 100 of Iran Revolution Live, why don't we share? We'll go full Haydar for you guys. How about that?
Oh yeah, we
So-
haven't gone full Haydar for a while.
Yeah, so how about we just do this one in honor of like wait, let me download this. And then I'll add it because then you can play this one. Oh my gosh. Okay. And no guys, I'm not rickrolling you before anyone asks.
No.
Not rickrolling you guys.
Somebody make a Durka version of Rickroll.
That would be really good. Project Vendetta. Make a Durka version of Rickroll so I can Rickroll Armin. All right. Armin, you ready to go?
Oh,
So
yes.
in honor of day 100 of Iran Revolution Live, we're gonna go. Well, there's this one, and then there's like the other Haydar song, remember? But this
Yeah.
one is like more, I don't know, crazy. So, all right, guys, wait. I need my American flag though. Where's my American flag? I can't. I don't think I can do this without my American flag.
You need protection.
I need protection. I need protection from the jihadis. It's somewhere here. Where is it? Where's my American flag? There we go. Okay. All right. So, in honor of day 100 of Iran Revolution Live,
Yeah, cover yourself. That's right.
yeah, I need to preserve my hijab. Hijab رو باید رعایت بکنم.
بله خانم.
خواهر. نخواهر. خواهر. There we go.
حیا داشته باش خانم، حیا داشته باش. این چه وضعیه؟
I know.
یکم حیا هم بد چیزی نیست.
Oh my gosh.
ما شهید دادیم.
ما شهید دادیم. Have you seen that video of the mullah to the woman? He's like, ما شهید دادیم.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Please.
علیم رو ببین، فاتح جنگ رو ببین، صدای زنگ رو شنیدی، خشم تفنگ رو ببین، اقتدار رو ببین، هوا فضا رو ببین، هجوم این سجیل های در شکار رو ببین. وقت شکار زمین در غبار، خیبر شکن به تاز و به بار، در این کار و زار های الفرار فاتح و فتاح میرسد، دوران سلطه اسدالله میرسد، دارد صدای منتقم از راه میرسد. ریشه ظلم یهود و بزن، هرچی بود و بزن، بود و نبود و بزن، بوم بوم تلابی، هرچی میل ذوالفقار بزن، زدی دوباره بزن، وقت اقتدار بزن، هوم هوم فداییم یا علی معنی لا قوت الا بالله علی ماشاءالله علی ماشاءالله یا علی علم به دست کیست غیر از آقا علی ماشاءالله علی ماشاءالله به اذن صاحب ما مهدی زهرا بزن ماشاءالله بزن ماشاءالله فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا سلام ای ضربان غیرت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا حافظ پرچم و خاک و عزت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا
Armin, we have to go back a little bit because the part where he's talking about Farmande Kulle Qova, where they're talking about Mujtaba, I actually have a picture of Mujtaba with me.
Are they talking about Ali?
Well, well, he's dead too. But anyway,
He's dead. We have a new Farmande Kulle Qova.
Look, I have his photo. I have his photo. So let's just go back a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry.
فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا سلام ای ضربان غیرت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا حافظ پرچم و خاک و عزت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا طوفان بخوان تا میدان بخوان ای ایران بخوان ای ایران نگاهت از ایران به دور آمریکا یه شرور می پاشید در غرور انشاءالله خیابان از ظلم تو خون یک کشور لاله گون اما تو سرنگون انشاءالله این پایان بازیه این پایان بازیه نفرین به تجزیه نفرین به تجزیه تو آشوب و اختشاش تو آشوب و اختشاش نقشه کشت سازیه نقشه کشت سازیه اعتقاد نیستم اون که رسانه دشمن ازم میخواد نیستم خونه به دوش نیستم ایران خونه من وطن فروش نیستم هرچمو ببریم بالا بالا سلام نظامی حالا حالا هرچمو ببریم بالا بالا سلام نظامی حالا حالا فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا سلام ای ضربان غیرت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا حافظ پرچم و خاک و عزت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا
Harris. Guys, is that not guys? Goldie disagrees with me, but come on, that is Harris Sultan. Okay, is that not Harris Sultan? That is Harris Sultan. That is Harris Sultan. Nobody could convince me otherwise.
Evil. That's so mean. All right, guys, there. That was for day 100 of Iran Revolution Live. We went full Haydar Durka for you guys. And there's a special guest by Mujtaba, the cardboard box, right? So
yes.
There you go. Oh yeah, did they sing the Lincoln again? I think they've sung the Lincoln like, I don't know, 35 times now. But you know, Armin, what's really interesting before we go to President Trump is that it is like, it's what, 37, 38 days and Khamenei still hasn't been buried. داریم به 40مش میرسیم. He hasn't been buried.
You're right. You're right. چهلمش. Oh, am I frozen?
You're frozen. Okay, now you're back.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're so right. چهلمشه. تا چهلمش هم خاکش نکردن. بوگن گرفت. Oh no. Oh no. So embarrassing.
They
Oh
haven't
my
buried him
God.
yet.
Oh my god.
So Armin, do you want to explain what the Chehelom is?
Yeah, guys. So what you're supposed to do in Iran is that you first have the original funeral, and then 40 days after the guy's dead, like that's what you do in Iran. Then you have another memorial, like which is basically funeral number 2. We have 2 funerals in Iran. First, the first burying, and then the 40th day memorial for the person. So you're supposed to have 2 funerals, and now we're reaching the 40th day mark of Khamenei's death, and they haven't had even the original one, and it's going to be very embarrassing because they haven't had the chance to do the original one, and we're getting closer to the Chelle. How much time do they have?
It's April 9. It's April 9.
Oh,
but
no.
Armin, President Trump's deadline is tomorrow, April 7 at 8 p.m.
Oh no. Guys, this is a huge, like, you have no idea. Like, a lot of you more secular, like more people who don't know how important these traditions are, this is right now in Iran a huge point of embarrassment that they haven't buried him yet, because this is like a huge dishonor not to bury the dead. So this is really embarrassing for them right now. Yeah, huge disrespect.
Oh my gosh,
Exactly.
it's so
Wow.
funny. Okay, all right. So there you go. There was our Dorkaji. Armin, you have a really big super chat.
Oh, I think that was for you.
No, I think that's you. That's not on my chat.
Are you sure? Oh my god. No, I think that's yours. Let me see. Oh, it's not updating for me. That's why. Oh, you're right. Oh my god. Thank you. What? I don't usually get super chats this big. Wow, you're so generous. Thank you. Saying $100 for day 100. Oh, that is so sweet. I have been tuning in since day 2 of Iran Revolution Live, and so grateful for Armin and Goldie for spreading awareness and using your voice to educate us, standing with you and with the people of Iran from a fellow Israeli living in Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet. And Goldie, thank you so much for noticing this, and I almost missed it. Thank you so much for highlighting it. You also got like a big one here. This one for
I
day
did
100.
share that one earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
That was fantastic, and I really appreciated that. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Oh.
there you go. No, so I thought you would appreciate that. But
Thank you so much.
we're feeling good. We're feeling good about it. But Armin, I have a feeling that they might not even get to, like, I don't know, at this rate. Who knows? I don't think they'll get to Khamenei's Chehelom. But isn't this so embarrassing? Like, how's the Islamic regime going to explain this? Like, it's going to be his Chehelom. They haven't buried him yet. Like, how are they going to explain this to their, like, regime supporters?
I mean, here's what I would do. He would like, today we focus on our anger and revenge. Tomorrow we have time for sadness and funerals. Right now we're in the middle of war. So that's what I would do if I was them.
I know, but they're you know, they're trying to portray that they're very powerful and very smart and, you know, blah blah blah, and they're so strong. They
it's not. I mean, yeah. Here's what I would do. I would keep playing videos of leftists and, you know, woke right-leaning people from Americans saying that Trump is losing. That will do the trick. Oh my god, thank you. What is happening?
Oh wait, someone is saying my Israeli is someone is saying my Israeli flag is gone. Yeah, I was waving my flag. Sorry, thank you. I'll put it back. There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
I was waving my Israeli flag.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, that's
Yeah,
very
good.
nice.
Thank you. Sadato Hosoda. Thank you.
Day
Thank you very much.
100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Okay, let's go to President
Trump.
Oh, wait, unless, do you want to see some like, oh my gosh, some propaganda?
Yes, please.
Oh man, okay. Look.
ما توی این منطقه که اومدیم میخوایم یه قوت قلبی برای هموطنامون باشه و یه زهر چشم برای دشمنای اسرائیل و آمریکا باشه.
دشمنای اسلام و خدا از احمقا قرار داده. 8 سال با ما جنگیدن، هیچی نتونستن بگیم، ولی الان بازم اومدن اشتباه کردن. ایشالله شکست میخورن با امید 5 تا.
من اومدم به خاطر کشورم، به خاطر آقای خامنه‌ای رهبرم. ایشالله امام زمان ظهور کنه، دشمن من نابود بشه ایشالله.
سید علی 90 هاشو فراخوانده، سلام فرمانده. من به خاطر کشور و رهبرم به خیابان ها اومدم. من به خاطر بچه های مینار و شهدای دیگه میام راهپیمایی. ما تا موقعی که اسرائیل نابود شه، رزمندگانمون اسرائیل رو نابود کنن، تو میدونا میمونیم. ما تا نابودی آمریکا و اسرائیل تو میدونا هستیم. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل.
یک وطن، یک علم، یک امام، انتقام.
روایت اقتدار این قسمت دروغگو در باطلاق افتاد. آمریکا بازم تا دید اوضاع به نفعش نیست، اومد و حرف از مذاکره زد، با همون موضع تحقیرآمیز و از بالا به پایین. زمستون هم به دلیل شرایط موجود دور جدیدی از مذاکرات شکل گرفت، اما دوباره همون اتفاق قبل تکرار شد. ترامپ قبل از رسیدن مذاکرات به نتیجه حمله دیگری با رژیم صهیونیستی علیه ایران کلید زد. تو شروع جنگ هم گفت که اگه ایران پاسخ بده با نیرویی که هرگز دیده نشده جواب میده و از همون ابتدا حرف از تسلیم زد، نه مذاکره. اما ایران جنگید، پایگاه‌های آمریکایی زد، اهداف متعددی رو از رژیم صهیونیستی مورد هدف قرار داد، ناو هواپیمابر آمریکا رو غیر عملیاتی کرد، سیستم‌های راداری دشمن رو تا حد زیادی از بین برد و تنگی‌روز رو تحت کنترل گرفت. راسته بهت بگم هزینه‌ای فراتر از حد تصور ایجاد کرد. اینجا بود که ترامپ تهدید کرد اگه تنگه تا 48 ساعت باز نشه تأسیسات برق ایران رو به طور کامل نابود میکنه. اما وقتی دید که ایران عقب نشینی نمیکنه، برگشت و گفت که ما مذاکرات خوبی داشتیم و 5 روز مهلت داد. حالا یه ویدیوی باحال طنزم دارم که آخر برنامه بهش میرسیم. بگذریم. چی؟ ایران واکنشش به این ادعاها چی بوده؟ طرف ایرانی این ادعا رو رد کرد و گفت که اصلاً مذاکراتی در کار نبوده. پس سوال پیش میاد، خود ترامپ دقیقاً با چه کسی داشته مذاکره میکرده؟
Hello Iran, this is President Trump. Ooh, hello Mr. Trump. Let's make peace, make peace. No way. If you don't accept peace, very bad bombing, very bad. Okay, give us 5 days to think. Okay, deal. 5 days.
یعنی ترامپ نه تنها زیر همه حرفا و تهدیدهای خودش زده که برگشته یه ادعایی کرده که کسی هم جز یه سری از همون همراهی خودشون رو تایید نمی‌کنه. یعنی کار به جایی رسیده که برای بار 1000م این آقا شده سوژه مردم و شبکه‌های مختلف.
جان سوات مطمئن نیست که ترامپ واقعا به شخص ارشد ایران دارد صحبت می‌کند.
In the Middle East, I must applaud the president for stepping back from the cliff of escalation and engaging Iran in productive talks.
Iran has responded at state media saying there are no talks.
Well, now we're in the uncomfortable position of who to believe. So let's give our president the benefit of the doubt and just probe a little deeper. Sir, you say we're having talks with Iran. Who did you talk to?
A top person.
So you're talking to a guy, but not the top guy, not the supreme leader.
No, not the supreme leader, but the people that seem to be running it.
Again, running it or seem to be running it. It's a big difference. Hey, where's our car? Oh, I gave it to the guy who seems to be the valet. He had a jacket, standing by the curb, seemed like a top guy, and he did take the car. What made you think he was the top guy when you had the talks with him?
Mr. Woodcock and Mr. Kushner had them.
So you didn't even talk to them. Your guys, who quite frankly don't seem like top guys, talk to their seemingly somewhat top guy. Are Jared and Steve sure this is even a real person that they're talking to?
خیلی از ناظران گفتن که این حرفای متناقض بیشتر شبیه یه بازی رسانه‌ای تا مسیر واقعی مذاکره. خودتون ببینید.
تمام اخبار جعلی و صحبت‌های مربوط به مذاکره که از سوی ترامپ منتشر می‌شود، صرفاً برای ایجاد بگیر برای قیمت نفت است تا بتواند تشدید تنش بعدی او را که تا پایان هفته رخ خواهد داد تحمل کند.
حالا فارغ از اینکه آمریکا واقعاً با ایران مذاکره کرده یا نه، یه نکته خیلی واضحه، اون اینه که هیچ آدم عاقلی به کسی که 2 بار با حرف مذاکره فریبش داده اعتماد نمی‌کنه. خب ایرانی‌ها هم اینو بارها و بارها بیان کردند.
رسانه‌های دولتی ایران روز چهارشنبه گزارش دادند که ایران پیشنهاد آتش‌بس از سوی ایالات متحده را نخواهد پذیرفت. یک منبع به خبرگزاری فارس گفته است اساساً منطقی نیست که با کسانی که توافق را نقض می‌کنند وارد چنین فرایندی شویم.
در واقع ترامپ که دیده با فشار نظامی نمیتونه از پس ایران بر بیاد، این دوروها رو سرهم کرده تا بتونه از راه‌های دیگه هم که شده این قمار از پیش باخته خودش رو ادامه بده.
ایران نمی‌تواند به آمریکا اعتماد کند. نه یک بار بلکه 2 بار مذاکرات در جریان بود و ایران همچنان مورد حمله قرار گرفت. پاکستان اکنون به گفته خودشان به عنوان واسطه وارد عمل شده است. این در حالی است که هزاران تفنگدار دریایی به سمت خاورمیانه در حرکت هستند. این یک گمراهی آشکار از سوی ترامپ، دروغگوی همیشگی است.
اشتباه نشه، یه چیز دقت داشته باشید. اگه آمریکا دست بالا رو توی جنگ داشت، هیچ وقت به این روش‌ها رو نمی آورد. اینو من نمیگم، همه میگن. از اون کاربرای فضای مجازی بگیر تا اشخاص پرنفوذی مثل رئیس سابق MI6.
الکس یانگر، رئیس سابق MI6 میگوید ایران در حال حاضر دست بالا را در جنگ دارد.
I feel the war is at this really important juncture. President Trump is trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by military means, through threats against Iranian power plants, and to seek to end the war through diplomatic talks. I think what people are struggling with, what I'm struggling with, is a full understanding of who has the upper hand right now, who is in a stronger position as that process unfolds.
Iran. I think, and I regret having come to this conclusion because, yeah, so there is no love lost between us, and I shed no tears for Ali Khamenei, who was killed at the beginning of this war. But the reality is that the US underestimated the task, and I think, as of about 2 weeks ago, lost the initiative to Iran. In practice, the Iranian regime has been more resilient than I think anyone would. They took some good decisions, actually, as early as last June, about dispersing their military capability and delegating the authority for the use of those weapons, which has given them significant extra resilience against this incredibly powerful air campaign. they have embarked on what's technically called horizontal escalation, i.e. firing rockets at anybody within range, which at the time, honestly, Shawshank I thought was nuts, but in fact has been a very good way of putting in direct price on the US. Sort of worked. And then they've understood the significance of the energy war and held the Straits at threat and globalized and essentially not internationalized, just globalized the conflict in a way that gives them some weapons. So they played a weak hand pretty well.
یعنی حتی اشخاص عالی رتبه امنیتیشون هم دارن به این اشاره میکنن که اونی که دست بالا رو توی این جنگ داره ایرانه. تغییر تاکتیک آمریکا و روی آوردن به دروغ مذاکره هم دقیقاً به خاطر اینه که سیاست‌ها و تاکتیک‌های قبلیشون خنثی شده و توی مضیقه افتادن. ایرانی که 40 سال زیر فشار و تحریم و انواع و اقسام دشمنی‌ها بوده، تونسته کاری کنه که عملاً ابتکار عمل رو از دشمنش سلب کنه و اون رو به سمت سوق بده که دنبال راهی باشه که این جنگ رو زودتر و با دستاوردهای نسبی خاتمه بده. حالا که تا اینجا همراه من بودید، یه ویدیو جذاب دارم براتون که رویارویی آمریکا و ایران رو قشنگ به تصویر کشیده. ببینیم با هم.
What are you doing? I'm playing soldier. It's my understanding you wish to speak. For you to open the strait. It's open. Nothing blocking it. Right, but it's scary. It's scary. Okay, well, you have 48 hours. You have 48 hours. 48 hours to do what? To open it. Well, as I said, it's open. So, I was thinking, maybe we could run it together. The strait, we could run it together. But I already run it. But like you and me could run it together. But I already run it. I ran and continue to run it. Yeah, I could help. No, thank you. Then you have 5 days. That many. To open it. 2 minutes ago, I only had 48 hours. I was being magnanimous. 5 days. Isn't that when your soldiers arrive on that ship? Maybe, yeah. Well, if that's it, I guess I'll be going. Perhaps you should stop playing soldier and find a different game to play. Oh.
اینا رو ایرانی ها نساختن ها. کم کم همه دارن متوجه میشن که توی این جنگ کی دست بالا رو داره و کی داره دست و پا میزنه. ما اینجا این تا روایتگر دستاوردها و برتری ایران با توجه به نگاه مردم خارج از ایران باشیم. اینجا روایت اقتداره.
That was insane. That was wild. I don't even know if I want to continue watching. What crazy... Okay, whatever. Oh wait, you're on mute.
Goldie, they love the No Kings protest. They use that so many times, the No Kings protest.
They were using Jon Stewart to attack President Trump.
Right.
Yeah, like they love the Democrats. They love like the woke left. The No Kings protest. Guys, do you see how they're basically using people who attack President Trump as wartime propaganda in occupied Iran? Like, it's insane. It's insane. Guys, this is treason. Full on treason. Like, everyone right now, like this is a conflict. Everyone should be behind the commander-in-chief And yet you have like, Jon Stewart and like others who are attacking President Trump, and the Islamic regime is using that. And they're using CNN, and then they're using, what was it, CNBC to attack President Trump. And guys, the left in America, the American left, is creating wartime propaganda for the Islamic regime for free. For free.
They sent. I already seen that MI6 interview. They actually censored him because he basically he's saying that the Islamic Republic is actually winning, and he was saying that he actually doesn't like the Islamic Republic and he's upset about this, and he called them like he was, but they censored the parts that he was criticizing Khamenei and the Islamic Republic. So even if they're using that as their own propaganda, they're not showing the full thing. They're censoring it.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's saying, are they delusional, true believers, mentally handicapped, or both? Well, there's three. There are delusional true believers. Well, I mean, there's another option that you're not also considering. Some of them are actually smart enough to know what's happening, but they need to create content like this for their dumb followers to keep them happy. It's an understanding of who the audience is. So not all of them are idiots.
Yeah, that was just crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy. All right, but why? Okay, so let's go back to sanity, and let's go back to President Trump, his speech. But before we go to that, Armin, I wanted to share what President Trump said earlier because I haven't watched it yet. Oh wait, I lost my audio connection. Let me
audio. Oh, she hit back. I'm in charge now. Coup d'etat. She hit the backspace. Instead of you hit the. Did you hit the backspace?
I did. I hit the backspace.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. You know what it is? It's whenever whenever I watch Islamic regime state TV, I just get so like, ugh, right? It just someone's like revolt. Yeah, revolt. Oh guys, I see you. I see you.
Okay, I know who's my army now. All the people who said revolt, I'm gonna recruit them for the eventual takeover.
I'm here. But so this was earlier before President Trump had his announcement. He had a quick Q&A session that I haven't watched yet. So I thought maybe we could watch this together and then we can go and give an analysis on the things that he said later, because this sort of ties into what he says later on.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't even hear him.
What else?
I have the most important clips from with good audio.
So let's do that instead then, because I was having difficulty with the audio on this video today. So why don't we just share the most important clips from what President Trump said earlier this morning, and then we can just go to his actual speech. We can analyze that.
Okay, let me bring this up then. All right, so this is the first one I have.
All of this is happening for their future, so they will be safe in years to come.
We're fighting for children that are now in a war zone. We're keeping them as safe as we can possibly keep them, but we're fighting for their parents, their grandparents. We're fighting for them. We're fighting for their future.
Wow, so that was actually a big deal, because look at the caption saying, First Lady Melania Trump and President Trump vow to keep fighting for the future of children in Iran.
That was very sweet of her to say. That was very sweet of her to comment on the children of Iran. Because she's all about the children, right? Like, she's all about children. Right. That's very important to her. So I really appreciated that comment from her. That was just a lovely, lovely comment.
Oh. She said, "We're fighting for children that are now in a war zone. We're keeping them as safe as we can possibly keep them, but we're fighting for their parents, then their grandparents. We're fighting for them. We're fighting for their future." Okay, that was amazing. Some of this might be the ones that I already played. So sorry if like you sent me already. So I don't know if it is.
Oh,
But
that's
let me just
okay.
play
It's
this one.
important to play again.
Yeah, okay.
Taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing. Yeah, who you with? Who you with? Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you. Very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go up, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. If they don't have guns, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, "What a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it." So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go in the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they have absolutely no weaponry, and they've been told point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed. Pretty bad.
Goldie, he says if the Iranian people had weapons, then it would be so immediately over. So this confirms that, the strategy that we discussed, that arming the Iranian people maybe from the south, like maybe like they're still like President Trump thinks that even though the arming from the separatist Kurdish failed, because those are not the people you trust, he's still insisting on maybe the solution is to arm the Iranian people. What do you think about this?
It could be. I mean, it definitely could be part of it. We don't know, but yeah. But I mean, what he's saying lines up with what we were talking about yesterday with the separatist groups, right? So Armin, remember you were saying he's not referring to the Iranian Kurds. He's referring to the separatist Kurdish groups. And there's two types of separatist Kurdish groups. There's the Iraqi separatist Kurdish groups, but we also have Iranian separatist Kurdish groups, which is like the fringe, right? So we do have like a fringe minority of Iranian separatist Kurds that are like very, very small, like less than 1%. Every population has a fringe minority, and they're basically the terrorists. No one likes them, no one accepts them. So we don't know which group it is, but it's one of the separatist paramilitary groups, but it's not the Iranian Kurdish population. Because they're not a paramilitary group. So, but even President Trump acknowledges that he thought it was a bad idea, but people were like, "Oh no, let's do it." And I hope, I don't know, I hope at least now people get over, especially Americans, get over your weird fetish with separatist Kurds, right? It's embarrassing, it's weird. And these people are not your friends. The separatist Kurds support the Islamic regime. That also includes the Barzanis. So the Barzanis that currently control Kurdish area, Iraq or whatever. The Barzanis are autonomous, whatever it's called. The Barzanis are also supporters and allies of the Islamic regime. And President Trump knows that. So, he exposed these people. So yeah, Americans get over your weird fetish with the separatist paramilitary Kurds or whatever.
So
and
so
whoever's
Goldie,
saying I'm wrong on this one, I'm not wrong. We spoke about this yesterday.
oh
You're just like you just can't accept facts. Like
wait, this is the most correct. I mean, Goldie, you're right, but this is the most right you have ever been. Like, this is the one that you are the most right about. Like, what the like, guys? If you want to criticize Goldie, this is the one thing that you should like. If you're disagreeing with her on this, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, but Goldie, I was. This is the. Let me know what you think about this, because my guess is that the best strategy is to liberate a city, potentially Bandar Abbas or any other city close to Hormuz Strait, and then use that as a base of operations to get Iranians who want to fight to liberate Iran to come to that city, to get armed with not just guns but also drones. And there needs to have a vetting process there, so that we're not just releasing guns and drones to people that might be pro-regime, but it needs to be a vetting process and a training process. Like, that liberated city should be also a training process for the people who want to learn how to use these guns and these drones, because they did that already in Syria against Assad. Ukrainian soldiers trained Assad's oppositions with drones, and that was very effective. And there's a win-win to this. First of all, that would mean that we're creating an Iranian army that will know how to use weapons, and we were arming them to liberate their own country. It means putting less American soldiers at risk, because instead of putting American boots on the ground, we're basically using the boots that are already on the ground, the Iranian people, and just teaching them how to fight. But also, if we pick a city close to Hormuz Strait, as this army expands and controls more geographical area, the Hormuz Strait will open anyways, because as this army expands from the south, then the Islamic Republic's control over the Hormuz Strait will be lost, because now the liberated Iranian army will have control over the southern areas. That is the suggestion I had.
I mean, that could be what happens. I have no idea. But yeah, like I think you got to start somewhere and, work your way. I still think that Harg Island is really important.
Yes.
I also think that this, and we'll get into this as, we get to the actual press conference, but, I feel like this 8 p.m. deadline for tomorrow is pretty important. The interesting thing is that whenever President Trump gives a deadline, he usually acts before the deadline. So I have a feeling that tonight might be a very interesting night. That's just my assessment of it.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God, Goldie, we're getting so close to President Trump's deadline. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next video. Okay. So this was another clip.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. It could be as much as 60. They kill protesters, they're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways.
So yeah, that's a great answer. There's two answers to why this is not a war crime. One is that if you hit the infrastructure, if the infrastructure is being used for military reasons, then that is not a war crime. But also, as just President Trump just pointed out here, like if a regime is killing so many of the people, then whatever harm we could do to the infrastructure is not even remotely close to the harm that the regime is doing to the people. So you're technically basically saving them from a much bigger harm than the one that they're experiencing. There was a very important one that I want to put, like, oh, this one is good because I don't know, I think we already played this one, but this one is with subtitles. I think we already played this one. Let me see.
The Iranian people,
yeah.
When they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends.
I don't know why people don't get this. Like, this is the answer. And then again, tomorrow, again, there's going to be someone on like I saw Farid Zakaria and somebody else on some CNN or somewhere else. They'll go like,
Yeah, but
"Oh,
Farid
you don't-"
Zakaria is like a jihadi. Farid Zakaria is a jihadi who supports the Islamic regime, so he doesn't care because he gets paid by the Islamic regime probably.
They would just come out and they just say that, oh, the Iranian people, why didn't they come out yet? Like, how many times that question needs to be answered for people to get it? The answer is very simple. Here, listen to this again. It's spelled it out for you right here. Like, it's not time yet. It's not time yet. What are you guys talking about? Like, oh, they were supposed to come out. According to who? According to who? Everybody is telling the Iranian to stay home. And you're like, oh, they were supposed to come out and they didn't come out. Like, listen to this again.
The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could.
Yeah, but by the way, Goldie, President Trump has a historical record of not trusting these separatist groups. And a lot of these separatist groups consider President Trump, they say, oh, President Trump betrayed us. But because President Trump doesn't trust them historically. So he went against his own advice. Like he went with the advice of some of his military commanders. But I think the net result is positive because now the whole world, we now have this as like proof.
A lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people and they're going to pay a big price for that. But
they're going to pay a price. They're going to pay a price.
The Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons.
Get weapons. Okay, that's what we're waiting for now. So let me see if this is a. I think did we already respond? Yeah, we already played this one. A lot of them are repeats. Let me see if we played this one. Yeah, we already played that one. Oh, this one I think we haven't played.
They killed 45,000 people in the last month. More than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters. They're animals.
He's taking the numbers up, Armin.
What?
Notice how he's slowly increasing the number because he said 45,000 and then could be more, could be 60.
More.
Because President Trump actually knows the number, but he knows that if he just comes out and says it, it's going to be difficult for people to just absorb that number because of how evil and savage the Islamic regime is. But I'm telling you, President Trump knows the actual number. He's always known from the beginning, right? So even back then when he was like, oh, we prevented 800 people from being hanged or whatever, President Trump knew the actual number, even back then. He was just holding off on saying anything because he didn't want the Islamic regime to know how much intel he actually has about what's going on.
Okay, let me listen to this part again. You said maybe even higher.
Month, more than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters. They're animals. And we have to stop them and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways. We got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him. And then we stopped him with the B-2 bombers not so long ago. And we didn't do it. Israel and the Middle East would have been extinguished by now. They killed 45,000.
Okay. And then we have this video. I think I haven't played this one. Have I? No.
Plans could be a war crime. I'm not worried about it. It's a war crime having a nuclear weapon. Allowing a sick country with demented leadership have a nuclear weapon. That's a war crime. And if I allowed that to happen, like 7 other presidents did, every president said, many of them are saying be off the record and they're saying behind the scene, they should have done this a long time ago. For 47 years, this has been going on, and every one of those presidents should have done it. And actually, as you know, off the record, they're doing it off the record because they haven't got the courage to say it. Those presidents are giving me a lot of credit. This should have been done by Obama, should have been done by Clinton, should have been done by the Bushes. It should have been done. And it would have been a lot easier if it was done a long time ago. Right? You agree with me? Sir. You know the war crime? War crime is allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Plants could.
That's a good point. This is another interesting video regarding keeping the oil. Look at this one. This is good.
I'd keep the oil and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible. They've killed 45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000 protesters. We don't do that. So if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that.
Okay, Goldie, we're not letting Venezuela have President Trump after he's done with presidency in the United States. Based on what he said here, we're going to campaign President Trump for Prime Minister of Iran when Iran is free. Okay? He said he could take care of the Iranian people better. Okay? We will have Princess of Pahlavi as our king, and President Trump could be our prime minister. Okay? We're not letting Venezuela have him. Is that?
You know what's really funny? When you were gone, someone actually said something, and I was like, "Yeah, we want Trump to run for prime minister in Iran when he's done." So I already made that comment earlier today.
Did?
Yeah, so I agree with you 100%. Yeah, when President Trump is done, no, don't, because he actually made some comment. He was like, "Oh, people in Venezuela love me. Maybe I'll go there and I'll learn Spanish and run for president or something." And I was like, no. When he's done, he has to come to Iran and run for prime minister, right?
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that.
Okay.
And
so
I also just wanted to say, when President Trump says, maybe I'll just keep the oil myself, guys, you have to understand how he's speaking. President Trump isn't saying that he's going to go and take over, and take over and basically occupy Iran. No, he's talking more from a business perspective, right? Similar to what's happening with Venezuela. So he's because he's maybe I'll just go take the oil and then I'll do the business transactions myself. And that's going to be even more beneficial for the Iran people, which is true because right now, 90% of Iran's oil is basically just being given away for cents on the dollar. And it's all going to China or wherever, right? So it's not actually benefiting the Iranian people. So, but this is just how President Trump trolls, right? So you can't don't take it seriously what he's saying. But the fact that the reporters take it seriously, Armin, it's very, very funny. Hagu says, just wanted to show some support. Love your content. Watching from Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Yeah. Goldie, so this is what Trump 2028 means now. Now I get it.
Trump 2028 is going to be Iran?
People are like, it's unconstitutional. It's not unconstitutional if he's running in Iran.
That's true. That's true.
Right. To enjoy. And
quick moon update. So they're getting closer.
Very excited for what they are learning today.
They're getting closer to the moon. These are the astronauts right now inside of their space shuttle.
It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles.
Ooh.
That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
Okay, they just want to share that. So I'll be on moon watch, Armin. I'll be on moon watch, and whenever the astronauts get super close to the moon, we'll take a quick break and go to the moon, and then go back to Iran Revolution live. Oh, wait, someone's like, I see no Khomeini's face on the moon. Guys, we're on Khomeini watch right now. we're on Khomeini watch. We're watching to see if Khomeini's face shows up on the moon. Too funny. Thank you, Hagu. Very kind of you. Very generous.
Thank you. And also.
So should we go to President Trump's speech then?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. And yeah. Well, you want me to share it, or do you want to share it?
You share it so that you can pause and give your thoughts, and then if I want to pause, I'll let you know. Just because I'm on Moon Watch. I'm on Khomeini watch. Guys, so breaking news, I can confirm Khomeini's face has not been found on the moon yet.
Well,
any signs of someone's like any signs of a split moon? Yes, actually, in fact, the moon is currently split. So the Durkas were right. The moon has been split in half because we can only see half of the moon. So this is 100% confirmation that the moon has been split in half.
Oh, that's why President Trump said praise be to Allah.
Yeah, this is why
he saw the evidence. Because he saw the evidence that the Durka people were always right. Okay. It's all coming together now. Okay.
Guys, I'm glued to the moon. Like I'm looking for Khomeini's face. As soon as I find it, I'll let you guys know. We're on Khomeini. Like, guys, everyone's watching NASA because of the moon. I'm watching because I want to get confirmation of Khomeini's face. Even Armin, even the moon trip, has like some sort of connection to the Islamic regime. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Obviously, they spread their poison everywhere.
All right, okay, let's go.
All right, is this a good angle? Because there's so many different videos. I think.
I would say maybe go with the White House video.
Okay. Let me try.
Here, I can send it to you if you like.
Okay.
Like it was on YouTube. The White House is the best one because it's like the cleanest version. Wait, where is it? Here you go. Let me just share that. I'll share it in the studio chat. Okay.
Okay. All right, let's go with this one.
And it starts at around, if you go to like 9:40, 9 minutes and 40 seconds, that's when it begins.
9 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you.
And I'll be right back in like 30 seconds. But you start without me.
Wait, I don't see. Oh, there we
A great Easter.
There we go.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group.
By the way, guys, I'll try to keep an eye on the chat as well. If you guys have any good questions, I'll try to respond to that as well.
An evil group. You can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one. And it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it.
Yeah, somebody's saying, can Armin see this half of the chat? Yes, I do. I see the chat.
Very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within side of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was in.
Goldie, should we go to the Q&A area, because this part is not the.
Yeah.
part.
Go to the Q&A area.
Yeah. I like the part where Pete Hexet. I think Pete Hexet watches our show, because Pete Hexet said that he went down on Good Friday, he went into a cave, and then he was risen on Sunday. I was like, that's what I said.
That is what you said.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Pete watches the show.
Generals, I said, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? He's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it.
Let's go forward a little bit more to get to the Q&A part.
Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
A little bit.
Action when you miles away. It was the head of a human being. I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up, and they said, "We have him," and that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA too. I don't think they get.
Goldie, I have an update.
Okay.
From the moon.
Where did you find this?
I just made it while it was talking.
Oh, you made that? That's so good.
Yeah, I just made that. Look, it was always there all these years.
You have to post that on X so I can share that. Oh my gosh. That's so good.
Yeah. Okay, I'll post this. I'll post it.
So funny.
Enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret.
You know, Armin, this is really important.
We can't.
Sorry, this part here is so important because everyone is like, well, why aren't Iranians going out? Why isn't there regime change yet? Right. And then they're trying to blame, like they're trying to pin this as some sort of failure, right? They're basically trying to say Iranians aren't going out because they support the Islamic regime and they hate what President Trump is doing. Oh yeah, well, this is what like people on Piers Morgan say, or like, you know, the woke left or CNN or whatever, right? This is the propaganda they're putting out. So not only are they attacking President Trump, but they're smearing Iranians in the reality that we're living in. So, you know, I'm very thankful to President Trump for calling it out and for explaining very clearly and concisely what's going on. Because you and I and many others, we have tried very hard in the last few months to not just explain these things, but to take these videos and share them, right? Like all these threats that the Islamic regime puts out, and, you know, you've been translating all of these videos, right? Like that's huge. That's huge, so that people can see what exactly is happening on Islamic regime state TV.
Yeah. No, exactly. I mean, and I don't know why they don't get it. Like this has been communicated so clearly so many times. Are they this dumb, or are they just like, I don't know, refusing to accept this?
Let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper.
I don't know who he's talking
far
about.
less radical.
I mean, it is true that they are smarter, but they're also more evil, the remaining people.
I mean, if
So-
we look at the boom boom chart, I mean, sure. I mean, I guess like they could be less radical, but I mean, less radical compared to who, right? Less radical
Yeah.
compared to who? Because they're just as like they're still radical. They're maybe just, I don't know, not as radical as Khamenei.
I mean, Khamenei had actually a moderating role, to be honest, on IRGC, to be fair. So I think, well, here's the thing. I think a lot of these people are basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I think the problem is here. This is the major source of the problem. You see this IRIB state media, okay? So even if these people privately want to be flexible, the problem is that the pro-regime people now, without Ali Khamenei, have more of a say through the state media on what the regime does compared to when Ali Khamenei was not there. So even if in the system you find some people who want to be more flexible, they can't be more flexible because the pro-regime people expect them to do the most aggressive things against the Americans and Israelis, and they're showing their force through the state media that used to be under the control of Ali Khamenei, and now these people have the complete control over what they want to say, and the rest of the regime needs to just basically dance based on their tune.
And you know, you make a very good point, Armin, and that's why I think that when President Trump is saying that he's speaking with people that are more reasonable, but he's not giving their names, like I see this as psychological warfare, and I see this as Islamic regime pointing fingers at one another, and they're just like, wait, who's the one doing the talking? Who's the one that is agreeing to peace, or you know, whatever the case might be, right? Because President Trump keeps on saying we're very close to a deal. You know, these people are very reasonable. They want to negotiate, you know, they want to have a ceasefire, like they want peace or whatever. But what we're seeing is like statements on X from Islamic regime officials who are just constantly denying this, right? Like there's not a single person within the IRGC who has come out and said, yes, like we need to have peace or like whatever. I mean, I guess the closest would be Javad Zarif and now
And
Rouhani, and they're being now targeted by the hardliners, right? So we have no idea who President Trump is speaking with, but I feel like by saying all this, he's figured out the strategy, and what he's doing is he's fanning the flames of the fire, and it's just causing all these like Muslim Nazi savages to just go after one another like a bunch of cannibals.
Yeah, but Goldie, you're so right that this is having that effect, because as the regime keeps on saying, "No, we're not talking to him. No, we're not talking to him," they're also asking who is talking to him, right? So they're like on a manhunt right now as well. So this is causing, they're like, nobody trusts anybody, and everybody is trying to figure out who is it that's talking to President Trump. So it is turning the regime. They're very suspicious of each other. So it is having that effect. So you're very right about that. Yeah. All right.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view is very simple. I saw somebody said, "Oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is." You know, they want me to say, "Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to." And if you don't do that, they say, "I have a plan." These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is, but it's very unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so pro. You just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us, but I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom.
Look at that. That is the perfect response, because he's not denying that there would be suffering. He's not denying that there would be suffering. He just says that the Iranian people are willing to pay the price, which is so accurate, because the cost of living with the Islamic Republic is so much higher. We know the price, and we're willing to pay it for the sake of destroying the Islamic Republic, and for the price of that is freedom has never been free. Freedom has never been free. So why should we expect it to be different for the Iranian people?
And Armin, remember, the Islamic regime has already said that if they're ever going to be removed, they're going to go scorched earth. So this is already what the Islamic regime wants. So guys, as Iranians, we don't blame the United States or Israel for anything that's going on. This is all because of the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime has been telling us for decades, they have been threatening Iranians by saying, if you ever try to get rid of us, we will destroy Iran. We will go scorched earth on this country so that the country will be unlivable for 100 years. So the scorched earth narrative comes from the Islamic regime. And that's why for us Iranians, we're like, whatever President Trump needs to do, go for it.
Exactly. And Goldie, look at this. This is like what the Iranians are saying in the chat. Look at this. They are like, as soon as he said that, somebody posted "Kheli harf khubi zad," meaning that was so well said. This is in reference to what the President Trump's just response right now. This is how Iranian people respond. So let me to President Trump's statement here. Look at this, because this was perfect. It was very short and it covered everything. Look at this. Let me go back to the question.
This operation, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6.
Look, the way he describes what he saw shows it had a huge impact on him. Yeah. Because he's describing what he saw when it comes to the massacre of the Iranian people. He's describing it in a way. Look at this. It's very emotional. It's very specific. It shows that it really impacted him. Look at the way he describes what happened. Like people just being shot, and then he's describing a situation where they got shot and people just all of a sudden realizing what's happening around them as they were going down.
Every 1,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And
Goldie, we haven't seen these videos. This must be videos that Israel showed President Trump that we haven't seen. These are videos that hasn't been released. And Goldie, see how he describes the hope that we had on that day? Because we this was beginning of the Iran Revolution. Those days we were so hopeful that, oh my God, this might be it. Like, we're so close. This is it. The regime is going to come down. And he's describing that emotion that we're having at that moment until all of a sudden they start shooting everybody. Listen to this part again. And like, they were so hopeful, like the crowd was so hopeful at that moment, and then all of a sudden everything changed.
Come to an end, and then
look at it. The regimes come to an end. Like, this is Goldie. This is such a high understanding of us Iranian emotion, of the Iranian emotions. I haven't seen this anywhere else on Western media. Like, nobody has described it this way. This is a really high level of understanding of what we were going through.
Horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country. If you go back 25 years ago or so, the Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know, coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting, and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They killed the gays.
I mean, we have a gay supreme leader now. You can't get more LGBT friendly than that. I think I don't know. I think they have done their part. In fact, have you ever seen any gay supreme leader of the United States? No. So I think that we are ahead over there. Oh my God, look at that. Okay, go and go. Do you want to read that?
Okay, so Ben Valentine, thank you for the super chat. Ben Valentine writes, highlight of Easter 2026. Mirza Shah's speech at Liberty. He took the time to salute the underground church for their perseverance and call the 150,000 Liberty students to pray. He knows that the Christians are a growing force for good in Iran. 100%. Christianity is one of the 2 fastest growing religions in occupied Iran, Christianity being the first one, and of course Zoroastrianism being the second fastest growing religion in occupied.
And the nuns are the fastest growing overall, the people
That's
with
true.
no religion.
Yes. Non-religion, yes. Atheists are number 1. Yes, that is true. And we respect our atheists. And King Reza Pahlavi, even in one of his speeches, said that Iran is going to be a place where there's freedom of religion and also freedom from religion, so that everyone can live freely, including atheists.
Yes,
that is true.
Yes, atheists and Christians and Zoroastrians, we will all live
peacefully,
side by side, peacefully, all side by side. Yes.
They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand.
I tell them don't go out. This is why they're not out. Everybody's telling the Iranian people not to. Like Goldie, I don't understand this. They're like President Trump, Admiral Cooper, Prince Reza Pahlavi tells the Iranians to don't go out, stay home. And then the journalists are like, but why are they not out? Why are they not out? Because everybody is telling them to stay home. That is why. Oh, I got a super chat as well. Hold on, let me see the super chat. I'm saying, if the U.S. destroys the Iranian industrial foundation and then Iran becomes a U.S. ally, the U.S. will pump billions into Iran to rebuild. This will create high-paying jobs for the Iranian people. Yes, and in the forms of investments, for sure. No donations, investments, for sure. Yes, yes.
Yeah, like we don't want handouts. We don't need charity because Iran has a lot of money. Iran is very resource rich. It's just the Ayatollahs and the Muslim Nazis have been stealing all the money for themselves. But President Trump already said in a Truth Social post, I think a month ago, like early on when the conflict, or as he likes to call it, when the excursion started, he said at some point that when all this is over, like, make Iran great again, and, he's going to help rebuild Iran. So he's already anticipating, thinking, that economic partnership between Iran and the United States. And, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi has also been very busy. Just a few days ago, he was in Texas meeting with a lot of like major American companies and basically speaking to them about future investment opportunities in a free Iran. So yes, absolutely. Like when Iran is free, that's basically gonna free over $1 trillion in economic funds. Oh, I have a troll in the chat. Someone's like, shame on you for not condemning Israel and Ben Gvir over the new slot. You're a disgusting person. I don't care.
Woo!
I'm Israel.
I'm Israel Chai, Mother Tucker. I'm Israel Chai.
Like, whatever. I mean, if it's like, well, you know what? Shame on you. Shame on you for not condemning the Islamic Republic for murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians. You're the disgusting person. Take your Jew hate somewhere else.
For shame for
I
what?
don't care. I don't care what happens to Palestinian terrorists. You can take the Palestine flag and shove it up your
Nishimanga.
Yeah, take the Palestinian flag and shove it up your Nishimanga. I literally don't care.
What did he want us to condemn Israel for?
Ben Gvir or something. Like, I don't care.
The only thing that we criticize Israel for is what is taking so long. Take all of Judea Samaria, and it's not the West Bank, it's Judea Samaria, and all of that belongs to Israel. Gaza belongs to Israel, and the Judea Samaria belongs to Israel, and they should hurry up with it and take over the entire area.
The guys, the two-state solution was Jordan and Israel, right? So that was the original two-state solution. Yes. Like Gaza should be renamed anyway. And then, Judea and Samaria belongs to Israel anyway. So whatever. Like, what do you want me to condemn? I mean, I'll condemn like Palestinian jihad terrorists. I'll condemn their fake flag and their, Durka ideology. But I mean, whatever. I don't care. Why don't you condemn the fact that the same jihadi terrorists that murdered Israelis on October 7th, they're murdering Iranians? There you go.
Yes. Like I enjoy the butt hurt. I hope that Israel continues to kick ass in Gaza and Judea Samaria so that we could get more butt hurt from your people. Your butt hurt fuels us and it motivates us. So it sucks to be you on the losing side, and we enjoy watching your tears.
There you go.
Yes.
Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave. I'm brave. We're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, You're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No. Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within?
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important.
Goldie, I'm surprised that some military people were not on board when it comes to the rescue operation. Is that what they're saying? Like, that is, I'm glad that they didn't listen to them.
Yeah.
Like, is that like, wait, like, what does that mean? Like, they're like, let's leave our man behind? Like, what the hell? I don't understand this part. Can somebody explain this to me? Like, some military people were like, yeah, let's not rescue our guy. Guys, people were saying don't pause. We already listened. We already went through this once without pausing. So we already did that.
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't. It would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you the number. I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. That's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares. Hundreds of people.
Armin, can you pause?
Could have been killed.
Yes.
Can I just say, I love the part how he just casually says, forget about the equipment. No one cares about the equipment. And he focuses on the value of human life, right? That's the difference between America versus the Islamic regime. Because President Trump is just casually like, I don't even care about the equipment, right? But we're focused on human life. Just listen to that. Listen to that. And compare that with what we were translating yesterday, where the Islamic regime is making fun of President Trump for like all the equipment that was ruined. Well, this is a difference between savages like the Islamic regime and civilization like the United States.
That's perfectly. I'm glad that you made us stop here, Goldie. That was the really important point to meet here. That's again, that's the difference. That's the difference between us and them. Look at, this is worth replaying actually.
So is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment.
Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. This is what the Islamic Republic doesn't understand when they're celebrating. And celebrating taking out their equipment, and they don't even mention the names of their fallen while they're doing that. Because they don't give a crap about their lives. Goldie, how many of the videos that you show from the Islamic Republic State TV mentions the name of their fallen? They're like, oh, this person died. Oh my God.
Never.
Oh, that person died.
Never. Even yesterday when they were talking about the number of like Islamic regime people who lost their lives or who were, exterminated by United States and Israel in the rescue mission, they never even said the number. They were just like, yeah, we lost people, but the United States,
okay.
We lost people. They were martyred, but that's fine because the United States lost all this equipment.
They're actually saying that they value the equipment of United States more than their own people.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, we're not the same. We're not the same. You're right.
Nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do
Was
it.
there a point when they were thinking, was there a point that they were gonna, that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking,
Well,
this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody, we have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see.
By the way, Goldie, here I posted this. I just posted it. Let me put that in the chat. For Goldie told me to post this. Goldie, I'll put it in the private chat as well.
You should. Wait, really quick. Moonwatch update. So these are the astronauts getting very close to, I guess, the final, or like they're getting close to the dark side of the moon. So they're approaching very, very quickly. Anyways. And apparently the feed's going to be cut off. So this is, yeah. But it's okay, guys. Armin already confirmed. Khomeini on the moon confirmed.
Yeah, guys, don't need to. We could stop watching it now because we already know. See, so they confirmed.
Too funny.
Yeah.
Too funny. All right, let's go back.
All right.
Just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile.
Oh, let's see, we were right. It was a heat-seeking manpad, probably Chinese.
So it's not like they're totally whatever.
See, Goldie, this response, see. Goldie, remember when you were playing the States TV? They were like, "Oh, if you have destroyed all of our air defense, then how do we take down your plane?" Oh, like, you goddamn retards! It's when President Trump is talking about your entire air defense, they're talking about stuff like S-300s, for example, stuff like this. These are the things, like, you have no more of this. That's what they mean when they say they took that your air defense. But it doesn't mean that this is what you have left. These are the stuff that you have left. That is not air defense. When we say air defense is like S-300 or similar, or BAV-AIR, or another system that you have is BAV-AIR. All of that has been destroyed. But these heat-seeking MADPADs, and especially a lot of people think that they have, China just gave some of the most advanced ones to the Islamic Republic. That's how you took down the plane. And also, guys, I was right, because they're heat-seeking, meaning that they're not based on radar, and that's why the pilot will not see it on their system. If they're heat-seeking, the planes is not going to detect the missile coming at them, and that's why they get hit by it. So that's why they got surprised by it and they got hit.
Guys,
Oh
no, sorry, go. I thought you were done. Continue.
Last point is because they were flying low. The only way that you could hit planes with these manpads is because they were flying very low, because they feel more confident because there's no air defense. So that's why some of these manpads could hit them. But go on, Goldie. Sorry.
No, I'm just going to make a quick update. So, guys, we are currently interpreting, and giving our analysis on President Trump's speech. I will tune in very briefly to the moon here and there, but don't worry, guys. When we are done the analysis, and Armin is gone for the evening, I will go back to the replay and we will watch the entire moon excursion, and I will play some moon songs for you as well. So don't worry. When this is done, we will do like a quick after show, and I will play the full NASA video with moon songs. So it's all good.
Can I just say, Goldie, that first of all, I really appreciate you doing all of this, because I want our audience to understand is like, most of you already know this, but it's important to get excited by this. Okay, we can't just keep fighting the bad half of the world without celebrating the good half of the world. Like, we can't just be against things. We need to be inspired by the best of humanity. Like, we need to understand why we're fighting the worst of humanity, because we're inspiring to get more of the world closer to the best of what humanity has to offer. Like, we don't want to just be fighting against something. We're fighting against something so that we could move towards something. And United States has so much to inspire the rest of the world when it comes to what humanity has to offer. So we need to be inspired to move towards something. We can't just be against things. So this is why it's so valuable to celebrate this. All right, let's continue.
And they have probably a little luck.
Thank you, guys.
Because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah,
Mr. President, thank you.
So I think based on what he said, based on what President Trump said, he was talking about specifically this rescue operation, because he said nobody was even injured. So my question was like, were some people, was he talking about some people disagreeing with him or regarding this entire Operation Epic Fury, or were some people disagreeing with him over the specific rescue operation? And he said nobody was even injured. So that means that some people were disagreeing with him over this rescue operation, which surprises me. Why would he disagree on that? Oh, thank you, Nare. Nare just got us 10 memberships. Thank you so much. That's very sweet.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the.
So President Trump is saying if the people that he's talking to, if they come into power, they're less radical and will not be the same radicalization as the people before. So here's the thing, guys. I mean, these people are the same, or sometimes even worse. All right. But what you need to focus on is that it doesn't really matter, because as long as President Trump continues to do what he's doing, as long as he keeps insisting on the terms that he has put, his 15 point, and even just the top 3, like even if you ignore the rest of the 15, if he keeps insisting on it, and we know the regime is not going to give in to that, and we know that means that that President Trump is going to continue hitting them. And even if they eventually agree to any terms, it would be agreeing to the terms of surrender, not anything and it would be something that temporary. It would be something temporary that means that the Islamic Republic will not be able to continue to survive. So anything, guys, anybody following us must have understood by now that anything from the Islamic Republic that bends the knee to the point where enrichment of uranium is 0% and the already enriched uranium by the Islamic Republic is handed over, whatever that entity is, not only that entity will not have the support of the majority secular-minded Iranian people, that entity will not have the support of the minority jihadi, Islamic, pro-regime-minded people in Iran as well. So not only they wouldn't have the support of the 95% majority, they would lose the support of the 5% as well. So even if we get to that point and President Trump leaves and the Israelis leaves and the Americans leave, that will be so unstable that it will collapse. We will have a double uprising. We'll have the 95% uprising against those people and also a 5% uprising against those people. And that whole thing will collapse. So it doesn't really matter if, like, when President Trump says stuff like this is for the Iranians watching, okay? When President Trump says stuff like, oh, regime change has already happened, don't get triggered. It doesn't matter. When President Trump says, oh, these are reasonable people and they're less radical, don't get triggered. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that President Trump is continuing to hit them. And as long as that is happening, we're moving in the right direction. And if you get, like, it's very important that you don't turn against President Trump because of hearing these lines. It doesn't matter. We're moving in the right direction. Does that make sense?
100%, because this is part of the misdirection. This is part of, like, guys, this is psychological warfare against the Islamic regime, not against us Iranians, right? Ultimately, the United States have made it very clear that they're not responsible for regime change. So President Trump just, randomly saying, oh yeah, regime change has happened, right? It doesn't mean anything. Remember, a few months ago, he was talking about, oh yeah, well, we've heard of some deaths, but this was caused by a stampede. Meanwhile, President Trump, he just confirmed he actually saw the videos. He saw the videos of Islamic regime snipers shooting into the foreheads of women, okay? But he didn't want people to know that he had that much intel. So he said, well, we heard of the stampede. Maybe it was that, right? So you can't take him literally, right? He can't give away his plans. He knows how to deal with the Islamic regime, and he's keeping them guessing. So this is psychological warfare against the Islamic regime. And, for us Iranians, the most important thing for us is to just continue supporting President Trump, supporting Israel, and just making it very clear that the only person that we support to transition us from an Islamic dictatorship to a secular democracy is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, right? That's it. That's our only role. Our role is to just be a voice for people in occupied Iran and to just continue letting the world know that we only trust and support Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Perfectly stated.
Street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous. And we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran, Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent
A lot of some of that money went to funding October 7th. So Obama funded October 7th. That is not an exaggeration. This is true.
it over
Sorry,
to them,
Armin,
and
sorry,
they gave
just
them.
really quick.
Yep.
Let me just add this because I think the astronauts are about to lose communication.
Oh.
They just lost communication. Oh no, wait, they're back.
Okay. Lost again. Back. And that's normal, right?
Yeah. It's normal. It's normal. So basically what happens is when they get, oh, I think that's the Earth in the background.
Oh, that's us. Hi.
That's us. Guys,
30
wait.
seconds now until we expect loss of signal.
So the loss of signal is normal because now they're on the dark side of the moon. So this is the side of the moon that we never see. So we're seeing this for the first time. And it's expected that when they get to a certain place, they're just going to lose the signal. And they're going to lose signal for about like 30 to 40 minutes until they come out from the other side of the moon. But like no one's ever seen this, Armin. Like this is the first
Really?
time it's ever happened. Yeah, no one's ever seen the dark side of the moon.
It's kind of scary to be all the way out there without no communication for 40 minutes.
It really is scary. Yeah, they lost signal now officially because now they've gone to AI. Like not AI, but
Goldie,
computer generated, right?
did you hear that as soon as they took off, they had a problem with their toilets?
Yeah, but they fixed it.
They fixed it, but imagine if they couldn't fix it. That would be, oh my God.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect
That
to
would
regain
be a
communications with them
nightmare.
for in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon, but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers.
Okay, Armin, back to you. I just wanted to share that historic moment with everyone live as it's happening. But don't worry, guys. We'll go back and we will rewatch the entire thing.
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission,
Okay. Yeah, so guys,
the moon doesn't spin around itself. The moon
I
doesn't
said there
spin
was-
around itself. No, I'm responding to Amir. The moon doesn't spin around itself because we've never seen the dark side of the moon. But yeah, still no sign of Khomeini. عکس امامو look at this. عکس امامو تو ماه دیدن خب هممون داریم همین سوالو میکنیم. آره اتفاقا آرمین عکس امامو پیدا کرد دیگه.
Yeah. Yeah, I posted it on X. Here, I'll give you the evidence. Whoever is wondering, here, I'll put the link to it in the chat. You guys could go check it out. So guys, the moon does spin, but it rotates at the exact same speed that it orbits the Earth, and that's why the same side will always be facing us.
Yeah, that's yeah, no, that's right. I just looked it up. So guys, like, yeah, I'm not a physicist. I don't know how to explain it properly. So yes, it does spin. It does spin, but we never see the dark side of the moon because the way it spins, we always see the same side. So that's what it is.
Right.
So that's why it looks like it doesn't rotate. Okay, so I was wrong. The moon does rotate. But we still don't see.
Well, no, you're not wrong, Goldie, because from our perspective, it doesn't spin. Like you have to be standing somewhere else like from our perspective, it doesn't. Yeah, depends on. It's all relative.
But that's what it is. So there you go.
Yeah. Yes.
That's why we never see the dark side of the moon. So I didn't explain it right, but I was still right.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's play.
Tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals.
Yeah, the sunset clause is insanity. I never guys, Obama's deal, the JCPOA is like, hey, Islamic Republic, you don't get to have a nuclear weapon until this state. After that, you could do whatever you want. That was actually, it's called the sunset clause. So it would basically give a legal pathway for the Islamic Republic to eventually get nuclear.
Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal.
Guys, Goldie was not wrong. No, seriously, Goldie was not wrong because from our perspective, it is stationary.
No, but I was wrong because I said the moon doesn't rotate, but it does.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. From our perspective, it doesn't.
It's okay. I was wrong in the analysis, but my conclusion was still correct. So I was still right.
Now you're wrong about saying that you were wrong because you were not wrong. It's all a matter of perspective. You're wrong about saying that you're wrong. Okay.
All right. Okay. Fine. Okay. You know what? We have Magbar moon rotation. There you
go. No, it's
right.
Yeah. Okay. Because technically, everything could be described as stationary or moving, depending on what you're comparing it to. Anyways,
this isn't. You're a landlord. And you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon. Had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out all.
UAE is like, why am I getting all of like the most missiles? Like we thought Israel's gonna get most of missiles. Like UAE, like, but what did I do? Like, I'm actually being the main source of your, financing. Like you use all my banks. Like what the hell? like, okay, if it's not Israel who's going to get most of the missiles, then it's going to be Saudi Arabia. And all of a sudden, UAE are like, what? What? Why me? Why am I number one?
Also, and they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, And I did one other, but
no, he has been replaced with our boy Qasem Soleimani. When he was killed, he was replaced with our boy Ismail Ghani. So he was replaced with someone better.
We don't know where he is, though.
Yeah.
And you notice how no one speaks about him. No one speaks about him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
guys.
No one has ever mentioned, and this is, guys, also, this is how ignorant, mainstream media is. Do you not think that at least one person in the mainstream media would be like, well, where's Ghani? What happened to the current? What happened to the replacement of Qasem Soleimani? Not a single person in the mainstream media has asked that question, which just goes to show you how ignorant they are about the Islamic regime.
He's just being shy. But yeah, guys, Ghani was the replacement of Qasem Soleimani. And Qasem Soleimani died years ago, 6 years ago. And guys, look, every replacement dead, replacement dead, replacement dead. Okay, this replacement is not dead yet. Okay, but this replacement is not dead. Like, the Israelis had 6 years, so why haven't they taken him out? Like, he's been in public. We know where he is. He's the main commander of the Quds Force. We just killed Asghar Bagheri, which is part of the Quds Force, and the main commander of the Quds Force is not being touched. That's because he's our boy. That's why they're not touching him.
Well, look
at one of us.
And look at all the other Quds Force. All the other Quds forces have been exterminated, right? But Ghani, who's like their boss, still hasn't.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, everybody in the Quds army is dead, and today they just took out another one. But the main guy is alive. He's one of us. One of us. We should, guys. Shh. We don't want to put him in danger, so we're just kidding here. Okay, save our boy.
This one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. Yeah. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and
talk
US?
about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that.
Mind games.
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said
it's based in where? I thought
Is it
earlier.
based in Iran?
Yeah, what the hell? I thought he said based in Iraq, but now that I'm listening to it,
Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President,
it could be Iraq, maybe.
Here, we're subtitles now.
Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Mr.
President.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
None of that got subtitles, so I think YouTube's algorithm is like, I have
You
no
said like
idea.
what? Ruda Media Network or something?
Ruda, Iraq. I think it's Iraq. Yeah, Ruda.
Let's see what I can find it.
YouTube's algorithm is like,
Oh yeah,
I give up.
it's based in Iraq. Yeah, it's
Iraq?
Ruda.
Okay.
It's Ruda Media Network, prominent media organization based in Erbil, the capital of the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Yeah, so these are the Iraqi Kurds.
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather
have them stay away.
what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away.
Remember, Goldie, how many people attacked you? They're like, no, Goldie, you're wrong. He's using the Iraqi Kurds. And you're like, no. And then now President
The
Trump's like,
Iraqi Kurds are gonna like rescue Iran. What a gumshoe.
yeah, I'd rather them have them stay away. There you go. See, Goldie was right.
Because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
they bring death to themselves. They're going to get wiped out. Goldie, this is a confirmation of these groups being pathetically weak when it comes to being able, like, they don't have what it takes. They don't have what it takes.
And he also said they bring more problems, right? Like he just said, like if these groups get involved, they'll just cause more problems because President Trump knows that we Iranians, we don't want the Iraqi Kurdish people involved whatsoever with our country because they're a bunch of separatists. Well, so the paramilitary groups anyway, right? We're referring to the paramilitary groups. We're not speaking to regular, normal, Kurdish Iraqis who just want to live their lives peacefully. No issues with that. We're speaking about, again, whenever we're talking about groups of people, we're speaking about the paramilitary groups, the terrorist groups, the governments, or whatever the case might be. But President Trump makes it very clear that these separatist paramilitary groups, right, they just cause problems. There you go.
Have you ever heard it being described that way? They just bring death to themselves. This is the first time. They're going to cause a lot of problems. They're going to bring death to themselves.
Let's go back to that. But that was perfect. Like that was perfect.
Yeah. That was.
And guys, remember the paramilitary Kurdish groups? They're also like they were created and funded by the Soviets. So they're literally based, like their ideology is based in communism and Marxism.
Yeah, Kurdish separatist groups in the region, they're commies. Most of them are commies.
Yeah.
We don't want any of that crap.
To enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
Oh my God. So good.
خیلی رک و پوسکنده گفت دیگه.
No chill.
No chill.
Goldie, you think that these might be the same groups that he's frustrated with, because he's talking about them this way? Because he's not telling, like, when the weapons that he gave that were supposed to be delivered to the Iranian people, he still hasn't mentioned exactly which groups he's talking about. So this might be the same people, and that's why he's talking about them. Like,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. But at least he's acknowledging that, like, he doesn't want, the separatist Kurds to get involved because they cause problems, right? Like there's a whole layer of problems and difficulties, and we don't want that. We don't want like external groups getting involved in our Iranian revolution, right? Like our revolution is called the Lion and Sun Revolution. So it's nationalistic. It's about Iranians. And, anyone who is Iran first, that, they're welcome to get involved. And that's why we're very, very united. But no, we don't want like outside groups who are based in communist ideology, who want to separate Iran. We don't want them involved. Right?
Yeah. Exactly. He's basically thinking in his head, we already gave them a task and they screwed up. We're never gonna do that again. we already tried working with these idiots and they screwed it up. Never again. All right, let's continue.
And also just very, very quick, because there are some new people, and I see someone in your chat and they're like, کردها خوبن چرا باشون کینه داری? Well, no, it's not that, but
we're
talking
about separatist groups. We're not talking about, like, oh my god.
داریم راجع به تجزیه طلبها صحبت میکنیم. یعنی اصلا نمیدونم، یعنی خودت یا خودت تجزیه طلب هستی یا با رژیمی یا نفهمی. چون که ما از ابتدا گفتیم، از دیروز و امروز داریم هم میهنان کردیمون رو داریم پروموت میکنیم، داریم راجبشون صحبت میکنیم، انقدر ترجمه کردیم گفتیم که فرق بین ایرانی ها هم میهنانمون با این تجزیه طلبای عراقی و کمونیست چیه. پس اگه تا الان نفهمیدی، حتما تو خود تجزیه طلب هستی یا رژیمی هستی.
Yeah, we have done more than anybody to keep separating the vast majority of our great, Iranian Kurdish groups from these minority separatist groups. We have done that over, and we celebrate our patriotic Iranian Kurds so much all the time. Oh, by the way, Goldie, I don't know, you might already know this, but just in case, this is the two different ways that people write it in Persian. So the one without the vav is like those are our Kurds. But if they add a Kurd, instead of Kurd, they put Kurd, those are the separatists. That's the way people write them.
I agree.
So Kurda, okay, so it's a Kurda ishkan, Kurdha dozdan. All right. Let's continue.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power?
Look at him. He's trying to not let President Trump mention that they're failing. He's like, are you concerned? But
who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to war crimes?
No. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have.
Let him he's answering the question.
With these people, they're great negotiators.
So rude.
And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen, because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a stand any which way you want to say. Mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times, because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down or are you escalating
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today. So I gave him 11, I guess, indirectly.
He's just being generous. You want 7? I'll give you 10. How about 11?
I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water. And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water.
Sure.
So it's not like
you don't even have to have mines. It's just like we just put them there. You could just say we did that. You guys, you don't even have to have. You could have the cheapest drones that are never going to hit their target, and commercial ships are very risk averse. Okay, so if you tell a commercial ship that there's a 99.99% chance that you're not going to get hit by a drone, they're going to be like, well, that's not good enough for me. They're like, well, call me when it's 100%, okay? Call me when it's 100%. Commercial ships are not like military ships. They're going to be like, yeah, we're going to need a better guarantee here. So this is why the Islamic Republic, with very little ability, even if they just say, we have drones, we might throw them at these commercial ships, it might hit them, it might not hit them. That's good enough for the commercial ships to say, I'm out until you could guarantee me that this is not going to happen.
We can knock out
and that's why it's so easy to not close the Strait of Hormuz, because the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Ships are going through, but only with the permission of the Islamic Republic. And with a $2 million toll on each oil tanker that is not the Islamic Republic's, they're making a lot of money off of that as well. So it's not technically closed. It's just being controlled by the Islamic Republic. This is why the only answer is full regime change. Because if you reduce the military ability of the Islamic Republic to 1% of what it used to be, that 1% is enough to be able to control the Strait of Hormuz. The only answer is regime change.
Saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. we've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years.
گنده گوزای منطقه. President Trump saying there's very good bullshit artists. The only thing that they're good at. Oh my God. Oh, look at this guy.
Personally,
he knows.
They say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents and they haven't done the job.
True.
And people are
True. He knows, guys. He knows. Love it. Yeah.
living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication.
Blow their communication. Yes, sir. Okay, what are they saying now? We don't know. But why? Because we blew their communication. Because we blew their communication. I don't know. Like, oh, oopsie. Okay. So, sorry about that.
آرمین داره میگه چی گفت؟ من نفهمیدم.
میگه بزرگترین مشکلی که داریم اینه که چون تمام راههای ارتباطیشون رو منفجر کردیم راه ارتباط باشون نداریم. نمیتونیم باشون حرف بزنیم.
Honestly, Armin, it's the ultimate trolling. یعنی دیگه بدتر از این نمیتونه مسخرشون بکنه، میدونی؟ بعد به خاطر این هر وقتی که مثلا میاد حرف مذاکره میزنه من فقط خندم میگیره چون که همینه. Like he's trolling them. خب وقتی که پس میگه داریم مذاکره میکنیم داره رژیمو مسخره میکنه. داره میگه آره داریم مذاکره میکنیم میخوایم مثلا یه شرط یه دیل داشته باشیم ولی like تنها این چیزی که میخواد مذاکره بکنه what's unconditional surrender in Persian
بدون شرط بدون یعنی
تسلیم بدون شرط
تسلیم بدون شرط
آره. یعنی تنها این چیزی که پرزیدنت ترامپ میخواد مذاکره بکنه تسلیم بدون شرطه ولی خب داره مسخرهشون میکنه داره میگه آره همه like we blew everything up so yeah how can we negotiate with them when there's nothing there to حالا ببین اینجا رو چی میگه look at how he talks about communications Armin
yeah he's not done with humiliating them it gets worse
they're saying sir they can't communicate they have no method of communication so we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication.
Okay. Wow. Oh my God. like 2,000 years ago. Wait, I think I have a solution. Here, let me see. Yeah, I think we should try this. Like I don't know. Like, I mean, if we're communicating like children, yeah. This. Have you tried this? Somebody send this to President Trump. Oh no.
So funny.
Oh my God. Okay.
But
also, Armin, sorry, we're getting close to the moment when apparently we're supposed to reestablish connection back with in about 7 minutes and 25 seconds. So in about 2 to 3 minutes, I'll switch over to the space feed so we can watch live the crew getting reconnected back to Earth.
Okay. All right, let's continue.
To have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that.
That hits harder, right? Like if he said, I'm angry, like I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. We have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Wow. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology.
USA.
10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast.
That's crazy.
And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Guys, did you catch that? The way that he's selecting, he's going like, look at his hands.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He's like, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out.
So see, guys, this is why like some Iranians panic. Like, what does it mean taking our oil? Look at this. He's talking about taking Venezuela's oil as well. The oils that every single barrel he's talking about, it's been paid for. So you should always remember when he says we're going to take their oil, he always gives Venezuela as an example. And all of the oil that came out of Venezuela, they paid for it, the full market price. That's what he means. They didn't steal the oil. They buy the oil.
Out. And paid for that war many, many times over. Many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils. Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela,
the difference is when hundreds of years ago the victor took the spoils of war, meaning that they will just steal whatever they had there. But now you just get better trading situation with and partnerships.
You can continue giving your explanation.
No, that's it. That was it.
These are represented during mission execution.
We're just like a few minutes away from them supposedly making contact again. If they haven't been abducted by aliens. So pray.
Oh no.
Well, we don't know.
Now I'm scared, Goldie.
We don't know. But
I thought this was a chilling, relaxing moment, and now you made me
Coming
panic
up
over
on
this as
1
well.
minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
say 1 minute? 1 minute and 30 seconds, guys.
Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the 4th of 5 blocks of time. Glover and mission specialist
I added the
Christina
music
Cook are
myself.
observing the moon at windows 2 and
It's
3.
fitting.
One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions.
Oh no, that would be terrible. Now that you've given me the idea, I mean, who knows, I might.
Again, we are
Yeah, don't
standing
give her
by to
ideas.
acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
They're standing by. That's Armin.
Ah,
They just came and missed it. That's them. They're back. They're back. It came and went really quick. That was their feed. That was their feed. No. The feed's gonna come.
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
That's so scary.
there it is. Alone in the darkness.
Like you're just, oh, that's them.
It's back.
No, that's not someone's fingernail. That's, I don't know. Is that, I can't tell if that's the moon or the Earth.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away.
That's Earth. That's Earth.
With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home.
Guys, everyone wave.
Hi. That's home.
Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do
Air
have good signal
fries.
coming from Orion.
Okay, so they've confirmed they have a good signal. Oh no, Armin, someone's like the Shias turned Earth into a crescent.
Oh no, that's Islam. That's an Islamic symbol. Oh no. The Earth looks like Islam.
I want to see aliens. Well, let's see what photos they have for us.
This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
Yes.
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Oh.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
We are happy to say we copy.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn, that with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse timeframe.
Hey,
because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge.
Okay, Armin, that was wow. That was the best of humanity.
That was historic.
Very inspiring. And her speech gave me goosebumps.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't expect that.
So epic. So epic. And you know, she was talking about how they're gonna like build, you know, they're gonna like, you know, industrialize the moon, and they're gonna build companies and like the whole thing was historic. So, you know, I'm so happy that they're all safe. I'm so happy that you know, the mission was a success. You know, so happy that they're on their way home. And yeah, I'll keep an eye on the eclipse portion, and you know, when it gets to the eclipse, I will share that as well. But let's go back to analyzing President Trump's statements.
The part that I enjoyed the most was the part where she reminded us that this is all about Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as much as we love the moon, you know, our home is Earth. And she wanted to just reminded us that we always choose Earth. So the love for Earth was something beautiful. I wasn't expecting that.
Absolutely. Although I was a little bit surprised, she didn't mention Khomeini's face on the moon. So we're gonna we're gonna have to ask about
that. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, okay. Wait, I've been working on some other images from the moon.
Oh man,
I just made a new one, but it's not ready yet, so I'll show it to you when it's ready. Oh, I think it's ready now. Hold on, I think I got it. Okay, because here, let me go here. Oh, finally got ready here, because you were people were wondering if you're gonna rickroll us, and I was thinking, like, what if they found this on the moon? Oh
my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, guys, Armin made this, not me. This was Armin. This was Armin 100%. This was totally Armin.
Yeah, I was making it in the back. Okay.
That was really funny. That was so good.
Well, thanks.
Oh my gosh. Too funny.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Good night.
Venezuela, and we just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So
if President Trump ran in Iran, it would be even higher.
After I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those
guys, this is what Prince of Pahlavi says. Oh.
No, that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, what? See, guys, we were thinking the same thing. We were thinking the exact same thing, guys. This is what Princess Pahlavi keeps pointing out, the mistake that Bush made in Iraq. This is what we call de-Baathification. After the fall of Saddam, the military did its job beautifully. It was 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. The politicians ruined it by removing the entire Ba'ath Party, and everybody that was working with the Ba'ath Party, they got everybody out. And Princess Pahlavi has for years been mentioning that was a mistake that should not be repeated in Iran once the Islamic Republic falls. Yeah, and now President Trump is saying the same thing. The same thing that Princess Pahlavi has been saying for so many years. So yeah, guys, like the party, like Saddam's party and also Assad's party in Syria. It's called the Ba'ath, not bath, like not taking a bath, like something similar. The Ba'ath party, and that's why they call it de-Baathification, which was a big mistake, and it caused a decade of chaos in Iraq, and it brought ISIS and everything. So let's listen to that again. And yeah, we shouldn't repeat that. This
thing here.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
So de-Baathification, sometimes called de-Saddamization, refers to a policy undertaken in Iraq by the Coalition Provisional Authority and subsequent Iraqi governments to remove the Iraqi Ba'ath Party's influence, and it's spelled B-A''ATH, to remove the party's influence in the new Iraqi political system after the US-led invasion in 2003. It was considered by the CPA to be like the equivalent to Nazi Germany's denazification after World War II. But it was, very controversial. It was problematic, and it basically created this like power gap, this like void, which ultimately led to the creation of even more external elements, and then ultimately ISIS. So that's why King Reza Pahlavi is always saying, we're not looking for like a de-Baathification process in the Islamic, after the fall of the Islamic regime. And that's why he's always said that anyone who defects is welcome to join. And there's actually a lot of people within the various institutions who have already defected. They're willing to work to rebuild the country, and that's really important here. So it's a totally different thing, and so it's very interesting that President Trump is now, because I haven't heard him talk about this before, but now he's sharing and he's expressing the same thing that His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi has been saying for a very long time, which to me signals that there is communication behind the scenes. And President Trump is laying the groundwork as well, right? Like to me, this is President Trump pretty much implicitly acknowledging that he is listening to Prince Reza Pahlavi. He understands what's going on. Armin, ultimately, the fact that President Trump knows so much about what's happening in occupied Iran, and he's speaking about, all these videos and footage and everything, Armin, that means 100% دیده که مردم چی میخوان، یعنی 100% میدونه که مردم که 18 و 19 دی رفتن بیرون به خاطر فراخوان شاهزاده بوده. یعنی من الان هیچ شکی ندارم که پرزیدنت ترامپ میدونه که مردم ایران کیو میخوان و باید از کی حمایت بکنه. یعنی دیگه داره دیگه میگه. این یه پیامی هم برای ملت ایرانه. That's how I see this.
Yeah, I hope so. And by the way, guys, when Goldie shared this thing here, that's not the Palestinian flag. Okay, so if you want to know this, look at, it's very similar, but the Ba'ath flag is less pointy than the Palestinian flag. They're very similar, but the Ba'ath flag goes less in. This triangle is a little bit flatter, but they're very, very similar. The Palestine flag and the
also
Ba'ath
like
party flag.
Similar colors, but as you can tell, guys, like all these like fake flags, they're basically all the same. Like it's all basically the same.
Right, but there is this was a huge source of confusion when the Jolani forces took over Syria, because guys, the Ba'ath Party was not just Saddam; it was also Assad. Assad is also the Ba'ath Party. So when the Jolani forces, like, basically got rid of Assad, they were burning and stepping on the Ba'ath Party flag, and a lot of Muslims around the world like, why are they stepping on and burning the Palestinian flags? These people are Jews, they're Zionists. And they were like, no, guys, like, we're not burning the Palestinian flags. We're doing this to the Ba'ath flag. They're different. Right. So
It
that
was like a whole episode of like jihadis gone wild. It was like jihadi on jihadi violence because they couldn't tell their own like fake flags apart.
Yeah, they couldn't tell. Muslims were like panicking, or like, why are these people burning the Palestinian flag? and they were like making videos like, guys, no, we're on your side. This is different. All right. Anyways, so let's continue.
They fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general, said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different. They were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us.
Oh, guys, this part is. Pay attention to this part. I think he's. If I remember correctly, listen to this.
Fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen, and they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people. That was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for him. Their equipment didn't work, and there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people.
Their equipment didn't work. There's a reason it didn't work. Someday we will explain that to people. Guys, you know what he's talking about? Like they were waiting, like they had this Russian equipment, and the Americans were coming from 17 different angles at them, and they were ready. They were about to respond, and within 3 minutes, they were like, "Okay, it's over. It's over." Because for some reason, none of their equipment was working. And he says there's a reason why it was not working. And one day we will tell you, guys, these are some new advanced jamming technology by United States that is classified. No, it's not sabotage. It's new jam. It's a new jamming system. Like they're waiting, you see it, and nothing works. Nothing works. I don't know what magic the Americans have came up with, but they use it on you, and then all of your systems just stop working. And he's saying they realized that within 3 minutes, they realized that it's over because nothing they had worked.
Armin.
Yes. Am I gonna get? Put it on the screen. Oh. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Perfect. Oh, this is the best. Oh, what a surprise. Nobody saw that coming.
They didn't find Khomeini's face on the moon. They found President Trump's face on the moon.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. All these years.
These are American accounts posting this.
Always has been.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Wait, I just came up with another idea.
Oh my gosh. That's just okay. I had to share that. That was so good.
I'm pretty sure. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's go back here.
They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about two people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe one or two more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
What about
I'd rather do
what
that.
about it just no chill. And like guys, we went from we're not going to allow them to charge tolls to how about we charge tolls? How about we charge the toll? Oh my God. Guys, this is mission creep on this is mission creep on steroids. We're not just going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to take over and charge tolls from every ship that goes through. Okay. Yeah, no chill. Why not? I mean, why not? Why not? From now on, we're never gonna leave the Strait of Hormuz. We're gonna stay there. We're gonna manage the Strait of Hormuz from now on. We're gonna first take it from the Islamic Republic. We're gonna stay there, and we're going to have an American toll booth from there from now on.
Wow. Let them have them, right?
Yeah. One more time.
Allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
What about
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won. Okay. They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Okay, I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me, and part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Thank you very much.
You said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe like
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said, "Glory be to Allah." Get it right, lady. Why are you
He
changing
said
it?
praise. He said praise be to
Oh,
Allah.
praise it to be Allah. Okay. Praise to be Allah. Okay.
Thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in this
I do
war?
because
Both God and Allah, they both support the United States now.
What a stupid question though from a reporter. She's like, "Do you believe God supports the United States?" What sort of question is that? How is that even news? How is that even like a newsworthy question? Like I'm not even insulting religion, but it's like why? Like how is that even news?
I think he should have just said, Goldie, he should have just given your answer. Like, wait, let me call him. Let me check. Give me a second. Let me double check. I'll ask. All right.
And have you started this conflict? Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in this
I do
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his
good.
direction?
Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says I enjoy. I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, "Oh boy, they're so tough." They don't want. They don't like.
Goldie, I made a new meme.
Okay.
Here. I made the always has been meme. Yeah. I don't know if people know this meme. So I don't know. Do people know this meme? Anyway,
I know the meme.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. All right.
Always has been. That's so good.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, "You deserve the Nobel Prize." She announced that when they announced, they said,
Machado
goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, No. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the prime minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
Okay. President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
I mean, they are.
Your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that.
That's the dumbest question I've heard. He's basically saying, President Trump, I'm going to use my opportunity to ask you, in the middle of the most historic event in our lifetime, I'm going to ask you, sir, are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Right? Honestly, Armin, it's also insulting. Like President Trump just a few minutes ago, he was describing how these crazy bees were, ordered snipers to shoot unarmed women in the forehead, right? So the crazy bees are murdering unarmed Iranian people in the streets, and yet this ignorant reporter, because he is so blinded by his Trump derangement syndrome, that he's trying to compare President Trump to a bunch of evil Muslim Nazis who murdered over 90,000 people since January 8th. Okay? Over 35,000 people in 2 days alone, in the first 2 days. And yet this reporter cares more about, is President Trump crazy because he called the Islamic regime crazy bees? That's like the most moderate thing you could call the crazy Muslim Nazis. I don't know. It's just the TDS is mind-boggling.
But Goldie, even if he was like, even if this was like even if he had a point, like what's the point of asking the question? Like what is the point of asking a question that what the person is going to answer? Like what do you think the answer is going to be when you ask somebody, "Hey sir, are you crazy?" Like, do you think the answers were like, actually, I might be? Like, you already know what the answer is. Why are you wasting a question? Like, do you think President Trump is going to be like, well, actually, now that you mention it, I have been, I think I have some mental issues. You already know he's going to say no. So what's the point of asking that? What is the point of asking that? Like, that's a waste of a question. Like,
I mean,
sir, are you crazy?
Let's not recall, like, remember, like, Biden, the crazy, insane person. And I remember watching, like, I was watching this debate live. Okay. I was watching this debate live and I was like, what did I just hear? Like, what in the, like, insanity did I just listen to this, Armin? Listen, this is like people want to, like, go after President Trump. What about Biden? What about his insane comment?
I'll give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what
That is not true.
With the COVID, excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look,
Wait for it.
We finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President.
Look at Goldie, go back a little bit. Look at President Trump's face.
Yeah.
He's like, what did happen?
And then Joe Biden is like, we finally beat Medicare.
Yes, beat Medicare.
Whoa, we
Screw
beat Medicare, the COVID, and we beat Medicare.
I mean, they should be beat it to the ground.
I mean, listen, I don't want to get into, like,
Screw
internal.
the sick people. Screw sick people.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't want to get into, like, internal American politics, but, like, this is why I think 2020 was rigged. I don't know, man. Something weird happened in 2020 because I don't understand how someone like Joe Biden, who's there, and he's like the COVID, and then, you know, we finally beat Medicare, right? And then President Trump is just looking at him like, what am I listening to here?
Eligible
Look at
for
this.
what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with
the
dealing
COVID,
with everything we have to do with.
Listen.
Look,
listen.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Good job. Look, we finally beat Medicare, guys. We did it. Yay!
President Trump is like, how do I even respond to that? Right?
He actually says that, Goldie. Like, I don't know how to respond to that. Like, I think,
Yeah.
like, I remember what he said after.
But you know,
But
all
Goldie, yeah, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, like, all this to say, going back to, like, the comment from the reporter who's, like, questioning, like, President Trump being crazy or not. Like, are you kidding me? Like, compared to the Islamic regime or compared to, you know, Biden, like, are you insane? It's wild to me that this is some sort of question that's happening.
Yeah, Goldie, you know, I'm gonna be honest. The part that didn't make sense was less scary than the part that I understood. The first part that you played, taxing billionaires to try to make more revenue. That's how you slow down the economy. You know, punishing success is the best way to slow down your economy. So as ridiculous as the second part was, which with the part that we didn't understand, the part that was understandable was even more scary, in my opinion. But yeah,
I agree.
But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Joshua.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you that.
hospitals that you
I don't
would
want to
say
tell
is
you
off
that.
limits.
We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen.
In a period of 4 hours, all the bridges and all the power plants destroyed. That is wow. Oh, guys, how much time do we have?
Armin, I mean, they have that ability, obviously, because the United States is the most powerful military in the world. But the challenge here is that the Islamic regime doesn't care. They literally don't care, right? Like that means nothing to them, right? We're dealing with this demonic, evil, psychotic Shia death cult, right? All they care about is martyrdom and death and destruction. So they actually don't care about Iran's infrastructure or bridges or anything like that. They literally don't care. They see Iran as an ATM. And their strategy really is to just try and drag this out for as long as possible and hopefully try to, I guess, put enough global pressure on President Trump so that he backs off before the regime is completely obliterated. So, I mean, yes, the regime uses, electricity and power plants for, everything that they need to do. But all I'm saying is that by President Trump saying, well, if the regime doesn't, pay attention, we're going to go after, the infrastructure or whatever, the regime doesn't care. They don't care about that.
I mean, they care to the extent that the revenue will be cut for funding their machine, like war machine, like to that extent. I mean, you're saying they don't care about the harm that it causes the Iranian people, but they do care about the fact that without this infrastructure, they will also not be able to fund their war machine, right?
100%. Like, I mean, well, because they need the money in order to continue paying their employees or, paying the IRGC members or whoever the case might be. Which is why, I mean, given that the Islamic regime hasn't surrendered yet, even though like it's like they've pretty much lost, right? Like they pretty much lost. It's just, I mean, the regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of how soon they're going to collapse. And President Trump, based on his post yesterday, he's getting fed up with these crazy people. So unfortunately, it might have to get to that point. It might have to get to President Trump doing what he needs to do in order to economically choke the Islamic regime. But again, what Iranian people have said from the beginning and what they're constantly saying, like it's like there's two things. Iranian people are saying, we want this conflict to be over like as soon as possible. Like we just, we want this to be over. But they're also saying we want the Islamic regime gone. So that's the important thing. Like the biggest fear that Iranians have is that this conflict will be over, but the Islamic regime survives. So the priority here is making sure that the Islamic regime is gone. Because if the Islamic regime survives, then everything will have been for nothing.
Yeah. Everything comes down to that, guys. Like every time you're in doubt, just come back to this fact that the regime has to go. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary. Always come back to this. Like if you're not sure about other things, this is the point of confidence. Like as long as we're continuing to hit the Islamic Republic. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
We
Almost
may
done.
even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation.
There we go. There we go. Goldie is always right, guys, in the chat. Goldie said, guys, even if we lose the infrastructure, United States will be there to help us rebuild the infrastructure. Goldie said this before President Trump even mentioned it, and now we're getting confirmation. There we go.
I mean, President Trump ultimately is a businessman, right? So he's also looking at this, and President Trump recognizes and understands that a free Iran is, $1 trillion economic opportunity, right? So, yeah. We are getting it's basically like a long overdue renovation and upgrade.
Exactly. And it's going to be win-win.
And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today,
Armin, can you pause for a moment?
Yes.
So when President Trump says it will take them 100 years to rebuild, what he's referring to is if the Islamic regime on its own wanted to rebuild, okay? So because the Islamic regime would be doing it by themselves with all these sanctions and et cetera, it's not going to take a free Iran 100 years to rebuild. It's going to take us, I don't know, 5 to 10 years maybe to rebuild.
And you know how we know that? Because we have already done that with Reza Shah. A lot of this infrastructure that you're seeing, Reza Shah built them in a very short amount of time without all of this modern technology. So Iranians have already done that in a short amount of time.
And, we also had some American assistance in the past. And, President Trump is basically saying there's going to be a lot of American investment and, coordination. King Reza Pahlavi is already working on that behind the scenes. So, basically what's happening here is there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be, someone is saying not having electricity for 5 to 10 years. Are you crazy? That's never going to happen. That's not even how the electrical grid works. That's not even how the electrical grid works. If 1 or 2 power plants go down or electrical grids go down, the rest, the country will be fine. That's not how it works. Yeah. So don't worry about that stuff.
But also, more importantly than anything else, Brian will also help. Brian will help. He said, I'll help. You see in the chat?
Thank you.
So we have this. We got this. So that would mean that we could build everything in 6 months with Brian's help.
There you go.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah. All right. Let's continue.
Yeah, everyone put a B in the chat for Brian.
Yeah, B in the chat for Brian. Thank you, Brian.
We love that.
Yes. All right.
Build their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Just confirmed.
Yep, confirmed.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO is a paper tiger. See, NATO is a paper tiger.
Brian برمیگرده. That's good.
Honestly, you know what? The level of knowledge about Iran in the chat is so amazing. So that was pretty funny.
Good job. Okay.
So
Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. and he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know,
what's the point of these American bases when you don't get to have basing rights over them? Like when they could just tell you like, nah, every time that they don't want you to use them.
who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000.
You guys, Americans, you could save a lot of money if you all of a sudden realize that the relationship that you have with your U.S. bases in these countries is one way, and they're benefiting from Americans spending money over there, and you're not getting anything back. That's a lot of wasted money that you might be saving on if all of a sudden you realize that you need to cut back on all of that.
Yeah.
Soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call...
Goldie, what we have now is the vast people is that the vast people are educated and rich.
Iranian people are educated.
Iranian people, Iranian people who are educated and rich who want to invest in Iran. We didn't have this during Reza Shah the First. The future is great. Yes, and we also have a whole bunch of assets that have been frozen by the Americans that will be released as well. There's that as well. Yeah, guys.
Yeah, like the Iranian diaspora. There are so many people who are like successful business owners, millionaires, billionaires, CEOs, right? Like we have a huge diaspora that wasn't around when Reza Shah was initially building Iran in the 1920s. So that's going to accelerate the process even more.
Yeah, exactly. And not only some of them are going to come back, some of them are not going to come back and be the bridge between Iran and the rest of the world, the network between Iran and the rest of the world. So there's also that.
Joe Biden, a mentally retarded person. Okay.
Yeah, one more time.
He used to call Joe Biden very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person. Okay. So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude...
Wait, which president is he talking about?
I'm going to look it up now.
Is he talking about like Japan or South Korea?
No. I think he's speaking about an American president, I think.
I mean, he's not talking about Clinton. He doesn't like Clinton. He doesn't like Bush. He doesn't like Obama. So who could he be talking about? Like people saying, no, he doesn't like Obama.
He doesn't Clinton?
I don't think he doesn't like Clintons. Does he like the Clintons?
It was Bill Clinton. So, well, I think anyway, so let me pull this up here. Let me just share this. So he might be referring to the 1994 agreed framework. So no single U.S. president is solely responsible for North Korea acquiring nuclear weapons, as the program spanned decades and multiple administrations. However, the 1994 agreed framework designed to freeze the program broke down in 2003, leading to the first test in 2006. North Korea, it could be Bush.
He doesn't like Bush, though.
We don't know that.
He said it.
North Korea initiated. No, he's never spoken bad about Bush. North Korea initiated its program in 1962 and tested its first weapon. So tested its first weapon during the George W. Bush administration. I don't know. So it could be either Clinton or Bush. I don't know. It could be Clinton. So apparently he likes Bill Clinton, but not Hillary.
Okay, President Trump said this about Bill Clinton. He was the worst abuser of women in the history of politics.
Oh.
So.
Okay. Well,
I don't think he likes Clinton.
Okay, so people, especially Americans in the chat, are saying it was Bill Clinton. So
Well, that's
okay.
So let me give you some quotes about from President Trump about Clinton. That was the first one. He was the worst abuser of women in the history of politics. NAFTA was a Clinton deal, and that and Bill has been the absolute disaster. He said that about Bill Clinton, and he also said there's never been anyone more abusive to women in politics than Bill Clinton. He said that another time, and he also said he was a disaster. So these are the quotes by President Trump about Bill Clinton. So he doesn't like Bill Clinton. Yeah.
No, sorry. So continue.
About George W. Bush, he said the war in Iraq was a big fat mistake, and he also said George Bush made a fortune for the people that he wanted to make a fortune for. Okay, well, I don't know if it's bad. Yeah. And he said Abraham Lincoln was a great president. Beyond that, it's been pretty much a disaster. Okay, there we go. He said this about all presidents. He said Abraham Lincoln was a great president. Beyond that, it's been pretty much a disaster. So all presidents after Abraham Lincoln have been bad.
I mean, the other thing as well is so North Korea initiated its nuclear program in 1962. And John F. Kennedy was president in 1962. So I don't know. We don't know, guys. We don't know. We're just speculating here. So
okay, maybe he does.
Because he says, he says, I like them, so I don't want to talk bad about them. But this president had an opportunity to stop it, but they didn't. So we don't know. This is just speculation. We have no idea.
Okay. I thought he might be talking about the president of South Korea. I don't know. Okay. Because we're talking about North Korea. All right. Just I'm going to be so U.S. centric. Because when we say president, everybody thinks like, oh, United States. Or like, well, there are other countries there. Okay. Okay. Anyways.
But they're all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us. Australia didn't help us. South Korea didn't help us. And then you get to NATO. NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory. But Saudi Arabia has been excellent. Qatar has been excellent. UAE has been excellent. Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes really.
All right. Qatar has been great. Saudi Arabia has been great. Bahrain has been great. The UAE has been great. Kuwait has been great. I mean, they shut down 3 of our planes. But other than that, oopsies. Oh, you. What did he do? Like, why? All right, like this is so. Oh my god! Wow, what a time to be alive! Look, listen to this one more time.
Also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory. But Saudi Arabia has been excellent. Qatar has been excellent. UAE has been excellent. Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes really.
Water under the bridge. It's okay. It's okay. We'll forgive you.
Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes really that we lost with friendly fire, they call it.
Oh
I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great.
He calls it unfriendly fire. Oh my gosh.
He's like, they unfortunately didn't know how to use our great system that we gave them, the Patriot defense system that we gave them. We have the best weapons, but these people are retarded.
That's basically what
we
he's
gave,
saying.
yeah, it's like we gave them the most advanced defense system in the world, but these people are idiots. They don't know what they're doing. They should. Oh my god!
Really didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, "What kind of a missile's coming at us?" Patriot. Boom! They got out because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person. But
by the way, guys,
he's good. And by
the way, guys, no offense to the Kuwaiti people. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the whoever was in charge of that, that thing. Okay. In fact, not only I'm not talking about Kuwaiti people in general. It was a very wholesome video of the Kuwaiti people themselves when they went to greet the pilots. They were so nice. The Kuwaiti people showed up. When the pilots went down, they were like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" They came up with their personal cars with the American pilots. They got them into their cars and they took them to the hospital. The Kuwaiti people themselves, they were very nice to the American pilots, and we appreciate that.
Well, I mean, the people of Kuwait are actually very, very pro-America and American friendly because United States basically helped to rescue and save Kuwait from Saddam Hussein.
Yes, of course.
So there is a very strong relationship between Kuwait and the United States.
Yes.
He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's good. And it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
That's a perfect ending. We want Greenland. They didn't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Perfect ending to a press conference. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, Goldie. All right, we're good. All right. Bye-bye.
That was it, right? He's done?
Yeah, he was done.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
That's great. Thank you so much. Armin, that was it was a very, very epic speech. But you know what? There was one part here that really resonated with me. And I just wanted to share this part again with you and everyone else. And it's the part where President Trump says, the Iranian people want to be free. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. Because, Armin, no matter how much we describe, and, I first of all, I just want to say how grateful I am to everyone here, everyone who has tuned in, everyone who has watched our live streams, everyone who is, part of the Iran Revolution Live Committee. The fact that you are here, it gives us so much strength. And the fact that you have been so patient with us and you have set aside the prejudice that, the mainstream media has shared when it comes to Iranian people. And, you've come here with an open mind and you've listened to us, you've listened to our stories, you've listened to the stories of people in occupied Iran. You've watched the videos with us, you've laughed with us, you've cried with us. You're all pretty much honorary Iranians at this point. It's so amazing that after 100 days, we have built this community together. And, we Iranians, we don't feel so alone anymore. And, even Petito was saying that last night, right? Armin, so after you left, Petito was saying, one of the most amazing things about Iran Revolution Live is that for the first time in his entire life, he feels seen and heard. And he feels like he's not so alone anymore, and that people don't hate Iranians because everyone's learning the truth. And there's just one thing here that President Trump says, which is just, it's just so impactful. And I just really wanted to share this because he says, I mean, let me just make this small again. So he says, the Iranian people want to be free. This is the part. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. And, you know, Armin and I, we've tried, you know, we've shared a lot of videos and stuff. But Armin, unless you've actually experienced it or lived it, it's really hard to comprehend how evil these psychotic people are, right? Like it's literally a world where for the last 47 years, the regime will rape women before executing them because they want to make sure that the woman's soul does not go to heaven. And that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how depraved these evil Muslim Nazis are. So I just want to share this part. It's only like 90 seconds long.
For that, in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived.
There you go.
That's perfect. And Goldie, when we were sharing that, you highlighted an Iranian in the chat saying that I feel so seen. I feel seen. I feel heard. And it was perfect that you noticed that in the chat and you highlighted that, because that comment captures what so many Iranians are going to feel when they see President Trump is saying that he's actually seeing us. He actually hears what we're saying.
Yeah. He, like, honestly, Armin, I've never felt more seen and heard in my life than when President Trump said this. Like the fact that he says they have lived in a world that you know nothing about, right? He knows exactly the nightmare, the hell that we have been dealing with our entire lives. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Of course. Meanwhile, just one final post, because this is crazy. I saw this on my home feed. Wait, let me just bring this up because this is wild. Look at this. Look at this. Really quick. The Islamic Republic is calling on children and other civilians to form human chains around potential military targets in Iran.
What?
The regime used child soldiers against Saddam, slaughtered children in the streets, and now looks to sacrifice them again. Yes.
فردا در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور زنجیره انسانی جوانان تشکیل می‌شود. علیرضا رحیمی، دبیر شورای عالی جوانان و نوجوانان کشور، در پی پیشنهاد جوانان خلاق و فعالان گروه‌های مردمی از جوانان و چهره‌های فرهنگی، هنری و ورزشی دعوت کرد برای تشکیل زنجیره انسانی در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور در ساعت 14 حضور پیدا کنند.
من از همه
What?
جوانان، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، بچهای دانشجو و دانشگاهی و اساتیدمون دعوت میکنم فردا سه‌شنبه ساعت 2 ظهر دور نیروگاه هایی که داشته و سرمایه ملی ما هستند، بدون توجه به هر سلیقه و دیدگاه سیاسی، مال آینده ایران و مال جوانان ایرانی هستند. جمع بشن.
فردا در اطراف
They're not even Goldie. They used to do this secretly. They're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even hiding it. Goddamn cowards. They know their enemy. Guys, they are admitting that they know that their enemy cares about human lives. They're admitting that the fact that this works as a human shield is an admission that our enemy cares more about the lives of the people that we're about to use as shield, and we don't. Pure evil. Like, have you seen anything in our lifetime that is closer to pure evil than what you just saw? So vile. If there's any doubt that we are on the right side and we're fighting evil, like if you had any doubt before this, I hope you have that took away the doubt. Like, it doesn't get any more clear than this, guys. It doesn't get any more clear. And so yet we still have the Nick Funteses of the world, the Vashes of the world, that so many of these, I don't know, so-called progressives of the world that are that are hoping that the Islamic Republic wins. Like, is it any more obvious that they're on the wrong side of history? The anarchist parents, the Shink Uyghurs, still defending this. Guys, this is a tumor that guys, this is not saving. Getting rid of the Islamic Republic is not saving Iran. It's saving the whole planet. There's nothing more evil that exists in our world today than these people. Like, we need to save the planet from this. Like, we can't. How could we tolerate? How could the forget just the Iranian people? How could planet Earth tolerate having this? Like, the whole world should not be able to. Like, this is not about just getting rid of the Islamic regime just from Iran. Nobody in this world should tolerate these people existing.
Watch this again, guys. Watch this again. Just read the subtitles, read the captions here, because they've translated this.
فردا در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور زنجیره انسانی جوانان تشکیل می شود. علیرضا رحیمی، دبیر شورای عالی جوانان و نوجوانان کشور، در پی پیشنهاد جوانان خلاق و فعالان گروه‌های مردمی از جوانان و چهره‌های فرهنگی، هنری و ورزشی دعوت کرد برای تشکیل زنجیره انسانی در اطراف نیروگاه‌های برق کشور در ساعت 14 حضور پیدا کنند.
من از همه جوانان، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، بچهای دانشجو و دانشگاهی و اساتیدمون دعوت میکنم فردا سه‌شنبه ساعت 2 ظهر دور نیروگاه هایی که داشته و سرمایه ملی ما هستند، بدون توجه به هر سلیقه و دیدگاه سیاسی، مال آینده ایران و مال جوانان ایرانی هستند. جمع بشن.
Remember this, if once the attacks happen, if the Western media comes like, oh no, President Trump just bombed children and young people and innocent civilians, remember this video. Remember what happened. Remember how this happens. Just throw this at them.
Yeah.
Anyways, I need to go.
Yeah. No, Armin, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, everything that you've done. Before we go, NASA is getting to the solar eclipse. So let me just share the solar eclipse with you before you go.
Okay. Okay.
I couldn't. You know what? I couldn't let you leave angry. I could not let
No.
you leave angry.
Okay.
So
Okay. No, that
I
was good. That
couldn't.
was good.
I couldn't let you leave angry. I had to have you leave with a smile.
At this point, Goldie, we're disappointed if you don't do it anymore. Like,
You know what? You rickrolled us with Rickroll on the moon. So there you go.
yeah.
But, yeah.
Rickroll Central.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you so much,
Okay.
Armin. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai. Long live United States. Javid Shah. Payand Iran. Praise be upon Allah. Are we doing that? Praise be
You
upon
can do
Allah.
that. You can do that without me. Wait. What does President Trump say? He's like, praise be to Allah. Oh my God.
Allah. Okay. Praise
Just,
be
you
to
know what?
Allah.
The only time that you say it, just make sure that like you're holding the American flag or something.
Okay. Well, the Israeli flag. Yeah. Praise be to Allah. Okay. All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Okay, so guys, we're pretty much done the official part of Iran Revolution Live. But I promised you some moon footage. So let's watch some of the moon footage here. Okay, we can have like a space NASA moon footage together. Javid Ma, and we've had to we'll get to the dance party 100%. But right now it's like the moon after dark.
And the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after.
But what I'm going to do is I'll go back a little bit because we missed this part. We missed the solar eclipse part, and it's actually really super cool. So,
and harvesting plant, or sevens who may be, whether you're at operating space weather.
okay, so this is where we get to watch the solar eclipse.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched.
And we're about like 10 minutes behind, maybe.
We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now, we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse.
Oh, that's so cool. What is that like light shining? Is that like the sun?
There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
So just for everyone watching, this is the after party. So now we're just focusing on the moon. Because I've actually, I've been wanting to like watch this as well for a while. But because this is happening now, I want to watch this now. And then we'll go back a little bit and we'll go back to like the earlier stuff.
Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun.
Right. To the person saying remove the comments so you can see the whole corona, guys, this is it. This is the screen. Even if I remove the comments, like if I make this full screen, like if I remove the comments and I make it full screen, this is it. Like you don't like this is it. There's nothing else. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So the comments aren't actually blocking your view. Believe me, I wouldn't want like a blocked view either way. But the comments are here because people are interacting. But yeah, like there's nothing blocking the view. This is exactly the view that we're getting from NASA.
The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
Okay, guys, I will add some background music for you guys. And I will be right back. Would I like to take a vacation to the moon? Yeah, I mean, I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I know. After party needs some tunes. Okay, here you guys go.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. 10. Ground control to Major Tom.
planets nearby. But wouldn't they already know if other planets are nearby based on like the calculations and whatever? Like they would, like they already know the exact position of every single planet in the solar system. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into this. Guys, I'm a geopolitical analyst. I'm not like an astrophysicist, astronomy person. Okay. Oh, someone is like, this chick is a fake. Yeah, I'm 100% fake. I'm AI and I'm a Mossad agent, but you're the one with like the weird fake account. What a weirdo. Go away. We're watching. Like, why are you in here?
What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this.
This part.
They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
Also, to the person who came in and like trolled me and there was like, I'm fake. I'm literally streaming NASA right now. Like, can you please like save your jihad for like another day? Like, can I not get a break for like, I don't know, an hour? Like, I'm literally just like sharing NASA footage.
The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3. And it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
Guys, the insane part is that we are literally watching a live feed from like the farthest point in space that we've ever been, and we're watching it live. Like, this is literally the best of humanity right now. This is the best of humanity. Like, they're so far out, and because of like technology and advancements, we're watching this live. Yeah, we're literally looking at space, and the jihadis are chewing khak and yelling Allahu Akbar. I know.
Part of this spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later.
Okay, so this dot might be a part of the spacecraft, but they're going to figure out what it is, and they'll correct it if it's wrong.
Later, that it is something else entirely.
That could be the spacecraft.
It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis 2, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
Shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earth shine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the corona, where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earth shine.
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan.
like I guess Earthshine, you can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
I'm not gonna lie, like this makes me want to go watch like Interstellar. Like Interstellar is one of my favorite movies of all time. This makes me want to like go watch Interstellar.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes. And at that point, then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond. So they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
Oh, that's crazy. So they've lost communication. Like the astronauts can communicate or like can send messages to Earth, but Earth can't send messages to them. Wow. It's actually crazy. Okay. Wait, I have some... Wait, I paused the live stream for NASA because I have some more fitting music. I think we need a different kind of music for this part where they've like completely lost contact, right? Let me just go back a little bit. Okay. I'm just waiting for the music to... All right, here we go. Here we go. It's a remix, though. It's a remix of Interstellar.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes. And at that point, then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond. So they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
It's a remix of Interstellar, so hopefully it won't be copyright striked. We'll see. Oh, we might get some official images. Well, yeah, like that's the thing, because like the live feed that they're giving to us, that's not gonna be as good as the photos that they're taking, right? Like the live feed is epic, but it's not gonna be able to pick up the same thing as like the local photography. So we're definitely waiting for the photos because that's gonna be very cool. Oh, you guys want 2001? I played 2001 earlier. I'll play it in a little bit. Oh, Fifth Element is a good movie too. Guys, I'm like a huge like sci-fi fantasy nerd. Like I love space movies. I also love like space TV shows like Stargate, SG-1. Guys, one of my favorite movies of all time is Stargate. Like, I love Stargate. Such a good movie. Stargate, Stargate SG-1, Battlestar Galactica. I don't know, like all the space stuff. Star Wars. I'm like a big nerd. Fifth Element is really good. Fifth Element was good. The Disney Star Wars movies, I mean, they're okay, but I mean, I like The Mandalorian because of like Baby Yoda. But like I love Battlestar Galactica. That was really good. Event Horizon, Starship Troopers was pretty good. Oh, I also liked that one. Was it called Contact? Is that the one where it's like this giant loop? I think, is that like the one with like, oh, Firefly Serenity, amazing. I love Firefly Serenity. Really upset that they canceled it early. Remember the one, like, Contact? I think, is that like Sandra Bullock or something? And then, oh, Passengers was so good. Wait, Passengers is the one where it's like two people who are like supposed to be, like they're supposed to be in a pod, and then one of them wakes up, so then he wakes up the other one, and then they're like freaking out or whatever, and then ultimately they just like resign to their fate. But Contact was really good. That's the one with like the loop, and then they do like the loop, and it's like the physics thing, and then it goes so fast because they create like this giant circle, and then like she travels to like, and then she sees aliens, and then she makes contact with aliens, and then comes back. Is that Jodie Foster? I can't remember who it was, but Contact, that was like an old one. But I really, really like that. Have I done sci-fi cosplay? Not really. I was honestly, I was too busy, like, you know, getting educated. I was too busy with school and then work and then being a politician. Oh, I love Black Mirror. Yeah, I love Black Mirror. Arrival is good. The Explorer. Lost in Space is a good one. Oh, The 100. The 100 was good. The 100 was good for the first few seasons, and then it just got weird. It just got like, it got too much, right? Oh yeah, 2001 Space Odyssey is fantastic. Farscape, I never really got into Farscape. Oh yeah, Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes was good, but like the only sci-fi part about Planet of the Apes was the fact that they just traveled so fast with like the speed of light that like when they got back to Earth, like the only sciencey part about Planet of the Apes was just the speed of light forced them to like travel into the future. And then I just remember like, oh, Galaxy Quest was good too. The Planet of the Apes, like the original one, right? I just remember the end, the guy just sees like the Statue of Liberty and he's like freaking out. And then, you know, I was a child. Like I think I was like 4 or 5 when I was watching that movie.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is
Oh wait.
beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon. As we're you know, flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's gonna come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to Science for some critical questions. Thanks for your reports.
I love Dune. I love Dune. I actually have the book. I have Dune, the book. I've
Integrity
read
Science,
Dune.
we were loving your Science That Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Or are you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
Khomeini's face. I've seen some episodes of Farscape and Lex. I remember Lex. Lex was with like the bald guy. The bald guy. And then I think I saw, what was the other one? Oh, Babylon 5. I saw a few episodes of that as well. I never really got into them as much. Prometheus. Why does that sound familiar?
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that.
Oh yeah, I've seen
signal, so
Prometheus.
the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control
Oh yeah,
was
Gravity.
able
I've seen
to
Gravity.
ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that lost signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Okay, we got you loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon.
Oh.
I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Oh, I just paused the live stream. I just want to share a comment here. I just saw this. So, new RPM Orange Ranger channel says, "It's nice to find the chat I fit in. 100 days since Iran Revolution Live started. Wow. Like I said before, no matter how long it takes, Iran will be free and showing the moon stuff. Amazing. Welcome to the Iran Revolution Live after party, which is super chill. We all have hobbies. We all have things we like, and the moon trip is just so historic and iconic. And yeah, of course you fit in. of course you fit in, guys. As long as we're not like Durka savage jihadis who just want to murder people in the name of Allah and jihad and Muhammad, like you're in the right place, right? So, we have more in common than we don't, right? So, and my live stream is of course focused on jihad and politics and human rights, but once in a while it's good to have fun. So yeah, and I think this is historic, and I mean, like I said, I would be watching this right now on my own anyway. So we're basically having a moon after party together, and it's just super cool, and we're just experiencing it all together. So instead of like watching it by ourselves, we can just watch it together, and everyone's having a conversation in the chat. So yeah, welcome, chill, enjoy, and enjoy the vibes and the music. I'm
incredible to hear, Jeremy.
Wait, let me pause for a moment. I was just gonna say, like, honestly, like, I'm honored and glad that I can experience this with all of you as well. Like, this is so amazing for me that you guys are sticking around, and we're having like a Moonwatch after party together. So super cool, and super grateful to all of you as well. You know what? I think after 100 days, we've earned a little bit of. Oh, are you saying we can't have a Durka after hours Goldie show? I mean, sure, but not right now. Like, not tonight, because tonight we're focusing on the moon. We're focusing on the moon. We're still trying to figure out if they saw Khomeini. So, guys, this is still Durka because we're trying to see if the astronauts saw Khomeini's face on the moon. So there's a very scientific and Durka reason for why we're watching this.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
In space, no one can hear you, Durka.
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position.
I was muted. Guys, look at this guy. Look, he's like dancing to something. Look at him. He's so cute. Look at him. He obviously noticed something, or he like found something, or he got some good news. Look at him. He's like dancing. This is like the cutest thing ever. Look at this guy. This one right here. I'm going to remove my mouse to get rid of the red bar. But look at him.
There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
And then he went somewhere.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to
that was
appear
actually
again
really
in
cute.
the next 11
He's like
minutes.
dancing.
Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Yeah, he looks like he got some amazing data. Okay, let me get rid of the closed captions. Let's watch that again. Because that was like so awesome. That was so cute. Look at this.
I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. I mean, there were streamers and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position.
So the astronaut is saying something about, like, I don't know, diameter, intensity, whatever, and then this guy's like, yeah, let's go, diameter, intensity. I have no idea what they're talking about, but whatever it is, it's amazing news. And like it's like it's solar plume. Is that what it is? Like a solar plume or something? But he is full on celebrating. He maybe got his calculations right. I have no idea. But it's just so awesome to see.
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. I mean, there were streamers and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
It's so cute.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
That was really cute.
Okay, we're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a rate change expected.
Like, he was just very happy that, like, the intensity and the whatever was, like, not dynamic. Or it wasn't like constant. It was like irregular, but it was all at the 5 o'clock position. And then there was something about like something at the 3 o'clock position, which was also important.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Just a quick note. So I know a lot of you guys are requesting me to play Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. I'm not going to do that only because Roger Waters turned out to be a pro-jihad idiot who supports the Islamic regime. And Roger Waters hates the Iranian people. So I don't want to get political, but yeah, I'm not going to play Dark Side of the Moon because Roger Waters supports the mullahs. And Roger Waters is a huge anti-Semite, and he suffers from TDS. He suffers from TDS so much that he actually said that he doesn't want war and he supports the regime. So, I mean, I used to like Pink Floyd a little bit, but after that comment, I was like, Roger Waters. I actually commented under one of his posts, and I said, "There's a like first class VIP ticket to hell waiting for you." So that's why I'm not playing Dark Side of the Moon. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, I could play some like other songs, but We'll see. All right, I'll be
This
right
is
back.
Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the Science Officer. The Orbit 1 Science Officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the Moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
But I will find some other, like, I'll try to find some other, like, star sci-fi themed songs to play for you guys. Let's see. So I've shared Interstellar remix for a bit. What's like a, give me like a soundtrack or for like a sci-fi movie. Like which main, no, don't give me like an actual song. Give me like the soundtrack to like a sci-fi movie, and I'll see if I can find a remix of it, because if I find like a remix of it, Odyssey, okay, let's see if I can find, yeah. Because usually if I find like the if I can find like a remix of a theme song, that's usually like less less at risk of copywriting, right? Star Wars, there's no way. Disney will like copyright strike that right away. I can't do Star Wars. The Jetsons. I mean, if I really wanted to like get into like space music and stuff, like I would just be playing like some industrial music for you guys, right? Like I would be playing some Combi Christ. Oh, I would be playing like Front 242, right? Like actual like spacey type music. Like industrial music. Oh, I would be playing like Kraftwerk for you guys. Yeah, you like industrial music?
Okay, science, we're getting set up for sunrise. The window teams are, Christina is supporting, and also Z9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Corona.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the windows for the final portion of the lunar flyby. So Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reed in window 3. Reed is focusing on observing corona, which is the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
Science in Houston, integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
And just one more logistics note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the well, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet, that line of planets. There's something a moon diameter to the left and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So, but anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so, in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window, and now its deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Victor,
Ike is doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe.
So I'm gonna play a theme song from my favorite sci-fi.
And from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock
Away from
on the
Fishbone.
Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter. Still no coronal structure.
I'm just playing the theme song from my favorite sci-fi movie ever.
5 minutes.
There you go. So that's just quick.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
But we'll go back to Major Tom.
Ground control to Major Tom.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
What do you have against Mars?
Amazing.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Yeah, we need to travel by. I should just delete my account. I've been exposed as a round mooner. Crazy people. Like, what? You're so weird. Why? What? Like, what kind of life do you have that you come here and you accuse me. This, like, guys, this is what I've always wondered. Like, who are these random people? And, like, what kind of life do you lead, right? Because, like, I mean, everyone can see me. Like, you see, like, where I am and what I look like. But, like, what kind of person are you that you're sitting in, like, some weird space and you come in here and you're like, you've lost all credibility because you think that the space trip is actually happening? Like, what sort of weird reality? Like, what do you even look like? I'm actually really curious to know what you look like. Because I have an image in my head of, like, what sort of weirdo you look like. But I don't know. Like, I've always been curious about what these trolls.
And Daily and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the flight director console. And Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
Like, that's the thing. I don't think that person's a troll. I think that person has an unusual and like
Satellite is continuing to grow in intensity.
unusual
4 o'clock
education.
position on the, sorry, but the 8 o'clock position on the Earth-shine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
Look at that. That's so cool. That's the other side. And do you see, like, the red stuff? There's like red stuff. Wait. You guys see the red, right? So there's like some red lines that are like kind of like flickering here. I can't wait until we can see the actual photos.
in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
And then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame. And stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of. There's a towering light, and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
Houston, copies all.
Get a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Oh, so they have to put on their eclipse glasses now. No, I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute.
Houston, we copy all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
Only 4 people in the history of human civilization have seen this live. That is so cool.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
Guys, I feel like
we will solicit input from the team.
What's going on? We will solicit input from the team. Okay, so guys, we're getting into the solar eclipse part of it. I'll bring back the music soon, but like I just wanted to hear what they were saying. Don't worry, I'll bring the music back in a moment, but should we go back? Should we go back and watch that solar eclipse again? Because that was like super cool. Here, let me go back. I'll add, like
movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very
watch this again. Guys, this is historic.
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Those.
Oh, and I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it moves. It's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of towering light of there's a towering light and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
Houston, copies all.
Get a little warm.
I'm sorry. Oh, I can put Rick Astley back on. Look, guys,
We
look,
want to
it's all
remind you
good.
at this
Look,
point
look.
on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Future, we copy all. We were in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
If you can give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
Come on, it was good. It was good. Come on, you know it's good. You know it's good. All right. This is like my 4th bubbly. It's grapefruit flavored tonight. It kind of does look like a Death Star, doesn't it? Oh wait, I want this guy to dance. I hope this guy dances again. They're looking at the solar flare, or whatever that flare is.
Inside of the SIR, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Sorry.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
Wait, do we know? Like, is his name Jeremy? Because that would be actually really cool. Like, he was so good. Oh yeah, I totally rickrolled you guys. Oh man. Okay. All right. Let me change the song. Okay, we'll go back to like something more chill. Let's go to, we'll go back to Interstellar Remix. Because that's more chill and it's instrumental. All right.
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
We copied it fantastically.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
Oh! Okay, so they're signing off now, and they're going to see you tomorrow morning.
Team Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So you all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is starting to come to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen, you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input. And they provided that input throughout the live flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the science officer on console here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The science officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for Orbit 2.
It's so cool. Oh, this is the image. Look at this. Guys, so we have never seen anything like this before. Praise be to Allah. Yeah. Yeah, if Armin was here, he would be saying,
for the
praise be to Allah.
past
Oh my
7
God.
hours or so, the crew has been going through their lunar flyby observation period. And now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks and begin downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen, you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon. They also looked for dust lofting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep space targets, including planets, and they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earth shine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
Wait. I just want to say something really quick. Like, I know. Wait, let me just pause the music. So, guys, I know that a lot of you are like talking about, oh, maybe we'll see aliens or something, and you're joking about that. Like, have you guys heard of the Great Filter hypothesis? Like, I mean, I 100% believe in extraterrestrial life, right? Like, there's no way that we're the only like life in the universe. But I think the reason that we haven't made contact is because of the Great Filter hypothesis, right? I think it's called like the Fermi paradox or something. It's actually kind of terrifying. No, it's not. No, it's not a Rickroll. I'm done Rickrolling you guys. I'm done Rickrolling you guys. Like I 100% absolutely believe in the existence of life in other places in the universe, right? Like the universe is so huge, right? Like the universe is pretty much infinite. You haven't heard about that? Like the Great Filter hypothesis? 100%. Like, listen, no, guys, I'm 100% not like this is not a Rickroll or anything. I mean, I don't know if we've made contact or not. Like, I can't confirm that, but like, I do believe that there's life out there. And I think that like, there is a reason why like we haven't made contact yet. Right. I mean, I could, if you want, I could find a video and play it. And it's not like some weird conspiracy thing, but it's literally like, okay, I mean, I guess I could see if I could find like a good. Okay, I mean, let me share this one here. This one should be good. Like it's honestly like no, it's no, it's not even that. Like all right, let me just play it and then no guys, no Rickroll, no Rickroll. I already loaded the video. But like it's actually kind of insane.
Enrico Fermi is one of the great physicists, legendary Italian physicist, who laid many of the foundations of modern 20th century physics, so-called Fermi-Dirac statistics and all sorts of things. If you do a degree in physics, then you will spend a lot of time revising equations and theories that Fermi did. One of the great legends. The Fermi paradox is it's probably the thing he spent least time on, actually. It's almost one throwaway remark that he delivered. and the question is, where are they? By they, I mean aliens.
The Great Filter, why civilizations may not survive.
The heart of the Fermi paradox is this. We know that we live in a big old galaxy, in a big old universe. And let's, for the purposes of this discussion, confine ourselves to the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy, we now know, has something like 400 billion suns. And we now know that most of those suns have planetary systems around them. So trillions of planets. The galaxy's been around for pretty much the age of the universe, 10 billion years plus. And so there's a lot of real estate, and there's been plenty of time for civilizations to develop in the galaxy. The Fermi paradox at its heart is the statement that notwithstanding the fact that there have been billions of years on billions of worlds for civilizations to arise, we see no evidence of any of them in the galaxy at all. So the paradox is why? It's a paradox. And I think it's a very good question. It's an extremely good question. And there can be many answers. And the great fun, or the great, I would say the intellectual value of the Fermi paradox. So if we accept that we haven't seen any, so let's accept that. Let's accept that there isn't a UFO sat in some warehouse in Roswell or something like that. Let's accept that we haven't seen any. Let's accept, well, we have to accept the picture that I've just given you about the Milky Way galaxy and its age, because that's a measurement, so we know that. The question is then, why? How do we resolve?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I really like the way that he's explaining it, because, I mean, yes, there's a lot of theories, someone is saying, so KB Anti-Commie says, U.S. government disclosure stuff has confirmed contact with biologicals. I want to know what she's drinking. I mean, I'm drinking seltzer water, unless you're speaking about the person at NASA. I don't know what the person at NASA is drinking, but I'm just drinking seltzer water or carbonated bubbly water. No alcohol or anything. But going back to this, so guys, like the interesting thing about this video and this theory is that what he's saying is that, let's assume there's been zero contact whatsoever. I mean, again, I don't know if there's been contact or not. We're not going to get into the internal politics of this, but the actual theory here is really interesting in and of itself. So I just want to share this theory with you.
These apparent contradictions and paradoxes. So one answer to the Fermi paradox, is the idea that we don't seem to see anyone, is that no one ever evolved, right? So life didn't get complex. Why might we think that? Well, what did we need to produce our civilization on this planet? Well, on this planet, one thing we needed was time. We have good evidence that life was present on this planet 3.8 billion years ago, perhaps even earlier. The planet is 4.5 billion years old. So we know, as a matter of fact, as an observation on this planet, that life was present 3.8 billion years ago, but it took 3.8 billion years, give or take a few tens of thousands of years, to go from the origin of life to a civilization. Let's say from cell to civilization. 4 billion years. That's 1/3 of the age of the universe. So a possible answer to the Fermi paradox, the question of why there are no civilizations, is because the Earth is pretty much unique in the Milky Way galaxy, in that it was stable enough, the climate, the conditions on Earth were stable enough for long enough for life to go from cell to civilization. If you think about it, that's a big ask. What I'm saying is, on this planet, an unbroken chain of life existed for almost 4 billion years, notwithstanding the fact that we live in a violent universe. The sun must have been stable enough for long enough. We know the output of the sun has changed over those billions of years, but it's not changed so radically that it managed to erase, destroy life on Earth. We know that we live in a violent universe. We know there are supernova explosions all over the place. It turns out that there have been no stars massive enough to explode as a supernova in a way that would damage life on Earth or erase life on Earth in this vicinity for 4 billion years. We know that nothing has happened. We know that there have been impacts on the Earth, right? We know that.
I also want to point out, so for all the people, who have religious views who are watching, what he's saying doesn't contradict religion either, because he's not actually talking about the Big Bang. Like, he's not talking about the time before. All he's saying is that the measurable amount of time for the existence of the universe is like 10 billion years, and scientists so far can trace life back to 4 billion years ago, right? So he's saying from the first cell to the current civilization today took about 4 billion years. So, well, yeah, well, I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be God protecting Earth, right? Like, but he's not giving a religious or anti-religious perspective. He's just looking at the data. He's looking at the science. He's just looking at the math here. So, that's all this is. I mean, guys, I mean, I believe in evolution. I'm just saying, but like, it's interesting how he's just like, he's basically explaining a theory from a scientific perspective. He's looking at the numbers and the data and trying to explain that.
Universe. We know there are supernova explosions all over the place. It turns out that there have been no stars massive enough to explode as a supernova in a way that would damage life on Earth or erase life on Earth in this vicinity for 4 billion years. We know that nothing has happened.
Which is kind of strange, right? Like, he's pointing out, he's like, there hasn't been a massive supernova in the area that's been big enough to wipe out the Earth for the last 4 billion years. So basically what he's saying is that since life was created on Earth, there's been like nothing to like eradicate that life. Again, you can interpret that however you will. He's just stating like science and facts. And guys, we're not going to get into like a debate on like, you know, the religion versus science here. That's not the point. The point is, I just wanted to share this theory with you on the Fermi paradox, which is some of the potential theories on why we have not like made contact with other civilizations yet, which is kind of cool. It's cool. It's like a cool, think of it as like a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment.
As a supernova in a way that would damage life on Earth or erase life on Earth in this vicinity for 4 billion years. We know that nothing has happened. We know that there have been impacts on the Earth, right? We know that the famous impact that wipes out the large dinosaurs. There's been no impact big enough to destroy the unbroken chain or break the unbroken chain of life for 4 billion years. So maybe it's the case that whilst there are billions of planets which may have liquid water on the surface, may have oceans that can support life, it may be that none of those planets in the Milky Way galaxy have been stable enough for long enough to produce a civilization. So that would be a property of the planet itself, the so-called rare Earth hypothesis. Actually, I should say it's a property of a solar system. It's not really just a property of the planet. It's a property of the parent star. You could ask the question, well, if it was a binary system, for example, a binary star system, many stars are binary star systems. Is it possible to have a planet with a stable climate, stable enough orbit in a binary star system to support an unbroken chain of life for 4 billion years? Perhaps not. When we talk about rare Earth, I think I would like to talk about rare solar system. Another possibility with the Fermi paradox is that it's not a paradox, they are here. So there are intelligent civilizations out there and they are present in the solar system. It's possible. Let's think, for example, what such an intelligence might look like. Well, who knows? They could have sent nano machines to our solar system. There could be probes all over the place in the solar system, but if they're the size of an iPhone, then we'd have no way of detecting them. So it could be the technology of a sufficiently advanced alien species, a civilization, is so beyond anything we can comprehend or detect that we haven't seen it, and we've been fooled into thinking that there are no advanced civilizations in the galaxy. And that's certainly entirely possible. Another possibility, another possible resolution to the Fermi paradox is just that the galaxy is so big the distances between stars are so great that if you imagine there's another civilization, let's say on the other side of our galaxy, even if they had the most powerful radio transmitters you could imagine, or even if they'd spread out to neighboring solar systems, then it may just be that the distances are so great that the signals are diluted, that we can't detect them because they're too weak, or that it's just very, very, very difficult in an engineering sense to build interstellar spacecraft. Now, perhaps
Wait, someone told me that President Trump is live on the NASA stream?
All-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth.
Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go back and listen to President Trump.
Astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay. We'll catch President Trump. Thank you for letting me know.
Environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and
Okay.
life in general.
We're gonna hear from President Trump.
So they'll
Aviation and chip will be astronaut upon reach to the astronaut.
we're all so owns function.
They help us
Opportunity years.
going to history of the integrating and control our
They're each provided by doing this the chart of the Earth system.
Inhibit cabin leak detection. The edge key manual response is still available. Copy, thumbs up.
Super cool.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Let's see when President Trump shows up.
Ground control to Major Tom.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we're hearing some communication between the ground here and the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft name
excited. Wait, let's go back. Wait, let's see how he's twirling the microphone.
It's about a minute.
Look at that. It's actually kind of cute. Oh. Wait, if that's the captain, who's driving the spaceship? Who's driving the spaceship if the captain's not there?
Integrity Houston, no action for the DU-1 caution. We're taking a look.
Okay, President Trump's almost gonna call in.
Hello. This is Houston. Are you ready for?
Ooh, okay, it's starting. Let me stop the music. Oh, this is so exciting. Okay. It's starting.
The event.
Right.
Integrity, this is Houston. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
They're so excited.
For the event.
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis 2 crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis 2. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing...
Just look at their smiles. Look how they're... Okay, this is the Canadian, this guy here. The Canadian's like, I'm just going to like go into the corner. But, you know, President Trump was so kind. He also, you know, thanked, our Canadian astronaut, our hero, Jeremy. But just look at the smiles on their faces. They're so proud, especially this guy. Just like, look at the smile on his face. Look at how he's smiling. And look at how he's smiling too. Aw, they're heroes. They're all heroes. And they're so proud. They're so happy.
Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way. And you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watch you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago, and at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis 2 are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your
Aw.
mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing.
Look at that. How awesome was that? President Trump was like, congratulating the Canadian. He's like, we like our neighbor, right? Guys, like, honestly, it's such a shame that, like, we have this, like, crazy, like, liberal government in Canada. Guys, a liberal government does not represent me. And I honestly, like, this is like the most shameful period of Canadian foreign policy ever. Like, Mark Carney is a traitor to Canada. And like, we, like, as a Canadian, I've always loved Americans, right? Like, Americans have always, like, always been like, not just neighbors. It's like, we're siblings, right? Like, and it's just really, really shameful what Mark Carney has done. Like, I don't like, Mark Carney doesn't represent me. And I hate the fact that Mark Carney has, like, tried to, like, create this division between Canadians and Americans, because it didn't used to exist. And it's just very, very shameful. But yeah, like, guys, so we Canadians, we love you. We love Americans. It's basically always been like, siblings, yeah, sure, we have the sibling rivalry, which is fine, whatever. That's all in good fun. But I hate what the liberals are doing. I also hate what Doug Ford and the, Progressive Conservative Party in Ontario are doing. Like, I hate Doug Ford. We already know that. I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, like, Mark Carney and the federal liberals, and then, Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservatives, garbage people, garbage parties. Like, they're literally disgusting. But the vast majority of, like, Canadians, like, we love Americans. And US and Canada, like, we're still cool. It's just unfortunate. Yeah, FFDF. But look how, like, when President Trump was acknowledging him, like, they held his hand and they were like, you're one of us, right? I love that.
A neighbor, you know who that is, right? You have
The
a
neighbor.
Artemis 2 are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor.
President Trump is 100% pure class. Pure class. Look how he just started smiling. Oh, that's so nice.
Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing, but we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
Repeat to Mars, yeah.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and
that's
Mars,
such a nerdy science thing to
how
say.
excited
That's
we
so
are
cute.
to watch this nation and this planet become a two-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Oh, they're so nervous. Oh, go for it.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you
what
scary. A special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden, it was cut off by obviously your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was. I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Oh, they gave the mic to the Canadian. Oh.
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side. So that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
We are.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one.
Oh, wow.
And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
No one knows what to say. They're so nervous. They're being so polite. They're being so respectful. I think they're waiting for President Trump to say something. Oh, maybe they lost touch. They could have lost touch, maybe.
Administrator Isaacman, just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
That's what it was.
Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we
So
might have gotten cut
respectful.
off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying.
Can I just say the fact that they are literally by the moon and they're like 250,000 miles away from the Earth and it's only a 9-second delay? Like, that's insane. That they've traveled for 5 days, and when it comes to like the comms, it's only like a 9-second delay. Like, that blows my mind. Like, the amount of like technology and math and physics that goes into that, like, that's insane. That's insane. And they're live streaming at the same time. Like, guys, we're living in historic times.
They're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada. So it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together, and I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr.
Godspeed,
President. And
astronauts.
when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off. And we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people. And we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much in your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Oval Office.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Oh, that was so
Thank you to all
cool.
participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Whew. Oh my gosh. Okay. I can't remember who told me that this was happening, but someone in the chat mentioned this. Whoever it was, thank you. Wait, let me know who, like, if you're still watching, let me know in the comments, because I remember, like, someone mentioned this, and then I panicked, and I went, and I found it, but I never actually shared your comment, and now I don't remember your user handle.
Integrity Houston, great job on the event. Just a heads up, we are on track to start the next event on time at 4:15.
Who is it? No, it was like, I feel like it was like some random account that started with like X or something. Like it was an account that was just like a bunch of like letters and numbers. Well, that's the one that I saw anyway. And then I went and I checked and I was like, oh, that's amazing. But by the time I came back, the comment had already scrolled by, so I couldn't.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Couldn't
We
like
just had
thank them.
that public affairs event with President Donald Trump and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And coming up in about 10 minutes, there will be another public affairs event. That event taking place at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity as well as the
I mean,
distance
Navajo,
of
we'll give
the
you
Orion
credit,
spacecraft
obviously,
from
because
both Earth
Navajo,
and
you're
the Moon.
great.
The
So
Orion spacecraft
absolutely,
and its crew,
everyone,
that crew, including Reed Wise.
everyone put an N in the comments for Navajo, to appreciate Navajo letting us know. But I feel like there was someone else as well. Can't remember. But everyone put an N in the chat for Navajo. Navajo appreciation. But there was someone else. I can't remember who. Because I did see a comment from someone else as well. But Navajo apparently was letting us know. So N for Navajo. Yeah, we don't care about Carney. I don't care if Prime Minister Carney calls. Like his voice is so like annoying. I don't want to hear it. All right. Okay. So do you want to go back to the Fermi paradox? It could have been you. I don't know. It could have been you. Were you telling me about it? I mean, everyone put an I as well. I can't remember who it was. I apologize. Just everyone put like all the letters. Just appreciate everyone. Just appreciate everyone for everything that they're doing. Oh, what are they doing now? Wait, what's he holding? What's that in his hand?
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
There we go. See, there you go. That's how we do it. Just put the alphabet in the chat for everyone.
You got 4 happy astronauts up here. We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiet living, this will be great.
We copy, and we love seeing those smiles.
Yeah, that's how this is how we do it. Just put all the alphabet for everyone. Wait, is there something else happening? Is there like a press conference happening now? Something else? This is all in the ocean. Yeah, okay. You guys are funny. Okay, we need some music here. We need some good music.
Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
There's no sound. They're not hearing anything right now.
Iran's former supreme leader.
There's no sound.
Iran's former supreme leader. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Mushali is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Mushali is dead.
Houston integrity for Dr. Cameron.
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure we have the config is Alpha 3 storage area.
That's a good config. And while I've got you, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start of the next event.
Oh, 3 minutes from the next event. So 3 minutes to enjoy the music.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live look of the Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as they prepare for another public affairs downlink event. There on your screen is CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen along with NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Pop it up. Earlier today, the crew completed their lunar flyby observation period, during which the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the astronauts with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. Towards the tail end of that observation period, they also were able to see an eclipse. And that eclipse period lasted about an hour and was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. Since then, the crew has been working to clean up some of their observations and transfer some of the data and imagery down to the ground to begin processing, and the science team will take a look at that imagery as it comes down ahead of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow with the crew following their sleep period. Now we are standing by for a second public affairs event taking place in about a minute.
Ground control to Major
Integrity,
Tom.
this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Ground control to Major
Event.
Houston, Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, ComCheck.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear up here.
I've got you loud and clear, and let's see if we can top that
Who do you
last
think it is?
PO event. That was pretty special.
There's no way you can
we are
talk
going
President Trump.
to spend the next 20 minutes doing
Ew.
Q&A from a number of
Is it
questions
Carney?
that have been submitted, and we are going to start with one from me. You all have spent years preparing for this moment and imagining what it must be like when you look down at the moon, at the lunar surface.
Oh, no, it's not
what has
Carney?
surprised you all that you did not anticipate.
Okay, no, it's just a Q&A. It's a Q&A. We're good. We're good. Okay, I like the Q&A. I'm good with the Q&A. What's that? Is that like a plushy dice?
Administrator, great to chat with you. Just something that just shocked me because I'm really using imagery and just the three-dimensionality of it. You know from your experience of seeing the Earth from space how it just seems different. And you look out in depth of things. And when we were on the far side of the moon looking back at Earth, it's just so obvious you had this sphere out in front of you at the moon in this three-dimensional. You really felt like you weren't in a capsule. You'd been transported to the far side of the moon, and it really just bent your mind. It was an extraordinary human experience. I'm so grateful for it.
Integrity, Jared, anyone else want to answer that one?
You know, we had an amazing launch. The SLS is quite a powerful rocket and got us into a 1,200 by, eventually a 100-mile orbit, and it clearly power and speed. And then we did our translunar injection, and we were going quite fast. And so with all of that speed, though, it still took us days to get here. And so the scope of all of the things to a 321-foot tall rocket was amazing. It just puts the power required to do this in perspective. But then even with all that power and to get to those velocities, it still took us days. And the breadth of the distance we had to cover, watching the distance from Earth count up and the distance from the moon count down was one of the most surprising things I've enjoyed.
Well, as I was trying to formulate an answer, at first I anything because there are so many things to choose from. I'll try to just narrow it down, but I'm going to go with something we did yesterday, a manual flight test objective, where we just basically got to sit at the vehicle. It was Jeremy and I this time, and just drive around using the rotational hand controller, basically just drive it with the stick, and how well it handled, how tight the control algorithms were, and watching it respond when we actually degraded it on purpose by going into 3 degrees of freedom control, by actually inhibiting some of the jets, which even though we have jet redundancy, of course, for each other in these complicated algorithms. So it was just amazing to be in a deep spacecraft and just be flying it around by hand. The one other thing I'll say, how fast it has gone by. I'm not ready to go home. I can't believe that something this cramped of quarters can fly by and still be fun every single minute.
And I'll just close out with, I think just scale, Jared, is the thing that is just blowing my mind. You flew Polaris Dawn to some amazing apogee numbers, and on the International Space Station, we're 250 nautical miles up, and that's the most beautiful view I think a human could ever experience. And we are dealing with numbers that are 250,000 miles. And every time Mission Control points this vehicle either at the moon or at Earth, and it reminds me every day that humans have to go, we've got to explore, we got to go further to expand our knowledge, expand our horizons. And every time we take another step forward, it makes the world seem a little bit smaller and a little bit more manageable. And just putting these numbers in perspective, it is impossible as a human to look at these displays and comprehend them. But here we are. And NASA is doing this. An international team is doing this, and they're doing it very well.
Excellent words, Integrity. So certainly a very wild insertion orbit. I can imagine the contrast between perigee and apogee, the scale of it all, the 3D, seeing the moon come alive, and then certainly manual control. Well, every Dragon crew for the last 5 years is very jealous on that. Okay, so we're going to questions here. This one, the Artemis 2 crew inspire all of us, but what inspires you?
I think as you get older, your answer to that question changes a lot. Certainly when I was a young boy and a young man, just seeing an airplane flying overhead, to me, that really lit a fire in me. And then I think when you reach your middle age, it is interesting to watch leadership throughout the world kind of change the course of human. You can watch that unfold. And now that I'm just a little bit over 50, you'll be there soon. Now that I'm just a little bit over 50, I mean, it all ties back to just family, and you understand just how much the people that you surround yourself with, and that is really every night when you go to bed, that's really what you end up thinking. At least that's what I end up thinking.
Thank you. All right, so here's a question. It's a good one. So for the Artemis 3 crew, what is the advice you would pass along for the next astronauts that will go in Orion?
That's a great question, Jared. We've actually been thinking about the Artemis 3 crew since we were assigned as the Artemis 2 crew. It was the beginning of how we came up with how we wanted to fly this mission, how we wanted to buy down risk for the program, and values as a crew. And so, over the course of these 3 years, we've taken a lot of notes. So we've almost got a book to hand them. But I think a few practical things, just sitting here that we've been living for the past 6 days, how you pack is a huge impact to how you will live on the journey. And so things like food and your hygiene products, and then you know what's going on with our waste management system, the technology that we have, practicing that and being familiar with that and being prepared mentally. I used it on the space station. I used it at home.
Guys, okay, so a lot of you have been asking about the dude on the left. So he's not trying to sleep. So, okay, so first of all, these three here, right? They're Americans. That's why they're standing straight. This guy is Canadian. That's why he's sideways, because the gravity, right? So as a Canadian, the gravitational pull from Canada is different than the gravitational pull coming from the United States, right? So that's why he's sideways, because as a Canadian, he's experiencing a different type of gravitational pull, right? Because that's the difference between being Canadian and American. So the American gravitational pull is this way, and the Canadian gravitational pull is this way, right? Because the guy's probably a flat earther. Like, he probably believes the earth is flat. That's why, like, the Americans are this way, and then the Canadian is this way. So he's probably like a flat earth. I don't know. Guys, he's just chilling. No, you know what? He did that because when President Trump was speaking, he wanted to kind of be like out of the way. But there's There you go. So he's just chilling. He's just chilling, right? That's just the Canadian flat earther astronaut. Remember, the gravitational pull as a Canadian is different than the gravitational pull as an American. So that's why the Americans are this way and Canada is this way. I hope that answers the question.
Training, but I'll be honest, I wasn't really prepared to have to use it for over half the mission, and but you know, we adapt and overcome, and so I can't wait to talk to that crew.
I'm glad you said it, or else I was. We definitely have to fix some of the plumbing. Okay, this question is from Merriam-Webster. So wordy one here. So you are going to be, well, you've already surpassed more than 250,000 miles from Earth, farther than any human has gone before. So what are some words that come to mind when you try to wrap your mind around this very unique experience?
I'll be honest with you, the main word, because superlatives just don't do it justice, is humility. We would never be here if it weren't for so many people that came before us, starting with Neil Armstrong, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, civil rights movement leaders, everyone who worked on this spacecraft. Before we got here in our 3 years of training, we went all over the country and even to our European and Canadian partners to see the people who have put their hands on this hardware, the millions of parts from every valve, to this entire thing, the people that put on harnesses every day to rig it up in the VAB.
Wait, guys, when I was explaining why the Americans were straight and the Canadian was flat, did you guys think I was being serious? No. Guys, I was like joking from the beginning. Oh no, I think I was being too serious. I think I was explaining it too seriously. Did you guys actually think I was giving like a legitimate explanation? No. Okay, good, because I was like joking from the beginning. Oh no, I was being too serious. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so do you know why I'm convincing? No, guys, don't feel stupid. No, it's okay. Listen, if you thought I was convincing, that's okay. Guys, remember, I was a politician for 10 years. There's a reason why politicians are like literally the most hated profession, right? Because they're literally trained to lie. There's very few good politicians. There's a reason I have a lot of respect for, President Trump and Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham and Pete Hegseth and Ted Cruz, right? There's very few good politicians. The vast majority of them are just trained to lie. Now, I never lied. I never said anything that I never agreed with, right? Like sometimes I had to do whatever because I didn't want to get fat fuck Doug Ford angry. But ultimately at the end, one of the reasons that he kicked me out of the party is because I was like, you know what? I'm just done with FFDF's garbage nonsense. But anyway, so most of them lie, but I never did. But I still had a lot of media training. So sometimes I forget. Yeah, you're right. Like I used to be a lawyer. So I went from like the frying pan into the fire, right? And now I'm like, thankfully I'm like neither anymore. Like I'm not a practicing lawyer, not a politician anymore, right? Thank God, because I escaped from hell. Let's put it this way: I escaped from hell. But yeah, I guess sometimes when I explain something, I forget that if I say it with a serious face. Okay, I legitimately thought that you guys would know that if I'm like talking about the gravitational pull of like America versus the gravitational pull of Canada, you would know that I'm joking. Oh no, I feel terrible. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
They all passed the record. We definitely didn't pass the record up here alone.
So this is actually very similar to the question the President of the United States
I'm glad
asked
most
just
of you knew I was
a brief
joking.
bit ago. But during the quiet moments on your journey, when you were out of contact with everyone here on Earth, what were some of the
That's a
thoughts
good
that
theory.
tended
That is a
to
good theory.
occupy your mind most?
Yeah, as Victor said earlier, when we were on the far side of the moon and out of contact with planet Earth, we all knew it, and it was a milestone. We saw Earth disappear, the Earth set. But we were so busy with the science, and we have such faith in our vehicle integrity, such faith in mission control, that we were just at complete peace and just doing our job. And just trying to do a good job to collect as much science data as we could while we were on the far side of the moon. And we were just giddy in here, like of our lives.
He's being a bit humble, but as soon as we went out of comm with planet Earth, we did have maple cookies as we just gathered together for about 30 seconds. Each one of us had a maple cream cookie and then right back into the science. But we had to take a moment to honor that time going behind Earth. And it was going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth. And that was a very surreal moment for this crew.
Guys, remember, we experienced that live as well. Remember? So the moment that they went behind the moon and they lost contact, we were actually watching that on Iran Revolution Live, Moon Edition. And it was just so surreal. And then we were like, honestly, is maple cookie a Canadian thing? Yeah, maple cookies are delicious. Maple cookies are delicious. We also have maple donuts. But we literally have maple cookies, and they look like maple leaves, and they have maple in the middle of them. And yeah, they're like absolutely delicious. Like, yeah, maple cookies with like cream in the middle. Right? Yeah, this is a thing. This is a thing, and we love maple cookies. They're delicious. We also have ketchup flavored chips, which you guys don't have. This is why I don't know if I could ever be American, because we have ketchup chips and there's no ketchup chips in America. And I don't know if I could ever live in a country that doesn't have ketchup flavored chips. I'm just saying. Ketchup chips are life. Like, I don't know how you guys exist without ketchup chips. And also all dressed. We also have ketchup chips, and then we have all dressed chips. All right. Yeah, ketchup chips.
Copy that. Copy good maple cookies on the far side. And how has this journey changed? How has this journey already changed the way you see our home planet and humanity's future among the stars?
Yeah, we have dill pickle.
There's so many directions
dill pickle
I
chips
think
are pretty
we can
good.
go with that, and I just, I think that there's, global, but I think real impact is local, and
That's an instant ban.
to see the Earth as an entire thing and look at it,
Ketchup chips Civil War,
system, and to see it all in once. But my daughter's in.
You know what? I'm not a
this,
fan of
the
milk
things
anyway,
that
so I don't care about
we can
milk.
impact directly. The people that I can touch, that I can speak to, hug, and show love and gratitude toward, is the thing that I think is going to change and last. And but you also talked about the future that we're going to have in the stars, and this mission, I think we swung for the fence and launched on our first try after learning a lot earlier this year, but I think it set the stage for us to go out and continue to swing for the fence hard in our Orion SLS and ground systems programs to go and get the next one teed up so that crew can knock it off out of the park. And so I have huge expectations for what's coming next.
Good words. Are you feeling homesick for Earth?
I will tell you, last in my eyes, I did start thinking about getting home. It's not homesickness at all, but the first time probably in 3 years, I let my mind get past the moon and back towards home. And I had to catch myself right there. You're an operator just like we are, and you know that is the place to be when you're up here. We got to look one step ahead. What's next? What's our next burn? How are we setting up our trajectory to get home? And we are going to do that. We are locked in, and we are definitely excited for the second half of this mission. And we are on guard. We are first crew to fly this vehicle. We are ready for any contingency in any scenario, and we are going to stay locked in every second until we are back on that Navy ship and then home reunited with our families.
And copy that. Astronauts like being in space. That checks out. Okay, there's a lot of questions from the space photography community. How are the pictures going so far?
Well, we all love getting our hands on cameras and our eyes behind the lens here, because we're just trying to share the incredible things that we're seeing, and that's obviously the best way we can try to do that. I've been into night sky photography for a long time, and so a dream come true for me. I have thought specifically to that community, the time lapses I've been trying to get, those are a little tougher because we have a very dynamic vehicle. It's not like being on ISS where you can get the city lights below and the auroras and the spinning stars around the North Star. There's a lot going on. So, but what we got to matter is out of this world. When we viewed that eclipse, that was the one time we all said, we literally cannot capture this with a camera. Everything else, I think we've really put our hearts and minds into making sure we understand so that we can bring that home to everyone. But having to set the low light features for Earth shine on the moon while it's an eclipse, that was a new one. I had to dig deep in my book for that one.
And thanks for the iPhones. They've been working great.
Very glad to hear that. And there are a couple billion people back here on Earth.
They're talking a lot about Earth shine, but they're not talking about moonshine. And I wonder why that is. Like, why are they not talking about moonshine?
They're extremely excited to look at the imagery you've captured up there. Okay, well, I want to thank you all, Integrity. So Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, on behalf of NASA and space-loving people across the world, thank you for taking us with you to the moon. Thank you for your courage, all of your beautiful words that we've heard. You represent the absolute best of us. We are proud of you, and we look forward to welcoming you back safely to the good Earth very soon. Godspeed, and go Artemis 2.
Thank you so much, Administrator. We are just proud to be a part of this team, doing our work every day, and we are supported by a huge world of humans, and we are just honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm.
Okay, so the live stream is over. All right, do you guys want me to go back to Brian Cox? Is that something that you're actually interested in? Like do you actually want me to play the rest of the Fermi paradox theory, or should I just like call it a night. What do you guys want? I mean, I could play the rest of it if you want. We only got 7 minutes in, and it's like a 23-minute video. So there's probably like, I don't know, like another 7 minutes, like 20 minutes or something. Was it interesting? Yeah, you guys want me to do that? I mean, I could just play it and then, like, I can play it and then turn off my camera and then call it a night. And then whenever it's done, I can just like, I'll just turn off the live stream, right? So I won't be here to comment on it, but okay, all right, let's do that. So I will bring that up. I'll play that for you guys, no problem. But then after that, I'm just like, it's just gonna be like the end show. So no music for tonight, okay? I'm done. I'm so done. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. But for real, I will play the rest of the video for you guys. You know what? I don't want ARMIN to get like copyrighted. So if you're watching on ARMIN's channel, come over to my YouTube channel, because I don't want him to get a copyright strike. Just in case, because I am going to play the rest. I'm going to turn off my video, and we'll just watch it. And then when it's done, I will just end the live stream, because I do have to go to bed. It's getting late. So, all right, if you're watching on ARMIN's channel, just come to mine, so you can watch the rest. But this is like the official end of Iran Revolution live stream. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in to day 100. Guys, the only reason I rickrolled you guys so much is because it's literally day 100. So I just had to. It's day 100. Anyways, thanks everyone for tuning in. Payande Iran, Javid Shah, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, here's the rest of the theory. You know what? Let me just play it from the beginning, because we were only like 7 minutes in. So I'll just play this from the beginning, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Enrico Fermi is one of the great physicists, legendary Italian physicist, who laid many of the foundations of modern 20th century physics, so-called Fermi-Dirac statistics and all sorts of things. If you do a degree in physics, then you will spend a lot of time revising equations and theories that Fermi did. One of the great legends. The Fermi paradox is it's probably the thing he spent least time on, actually. It's almost one throwaway remark that he delivered. And the question is, where are they? By they, I mean aliens.
The Great Filter. Why civilizations may not survive.
The heart of the Fermi paradox is this. We know that we live in a big old galaxy, in a big old universe. And let's, for the purposes of this discussion, confine ourselves to the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy, we now know, has something like 400 billion suns. And we now know that most of those suns have planetary systems around them. So trillions of planets. The galaxy's been around for pretty much the age of the universe, 10 billion years plus. And so there's a lot of real estate, and there's been plenty of time for civilizations to develop in the galaxy. The Fermi paradox at its heart is the statement that, notwithstanding the fact that there have been billions of years on billions of worlds for civilizations to arise, we see no evidence of any of them in the galaxy at all. So the paradox is why? It's a paradox. And I think it's a very good question. It's an extremely good question. And there can be many answers. And the great fun, or the great, I would say the intellectual value of the Fermi paradox. So if we accept that we haven't seen any, so let's accept that. Let's accept that there isn't a UFO sat in some warehouse in Roswell or something like that. Let's accept that we haven't seen any. Let's accept, well, we have to accept the picture that I've just given you about the Milky Way galaxy and its age, because that's a measurement, so we know that. The question is then, why? How do we resolve these apparent contradictions and paradoxes? So one answer to the Fermi paradox, this is the idea that we don't seem to see anyone, is that no one ever evolved, right? So life didn't get complex. Why might we think that? Well, what did we need to produce our civilization on this planet? Well, on this planet, one thing we needed was time. We have good evidence that life was present on this planet 3.8 billion years ago, perhaps even earlier. The planet is 4.5 billion years old. So we know, as a matter of fact, as an observation on this planet, that life was present 3.8 billion years ago. But it took 3.8 billion years, give or take a few tens of thousands of years, to go from the origin of life to a civilization. Let's say from cell to civilization. 4 billion years. That's 1/3 of the age of the universe. So a possible answer to the Fermi paradox, the question of why there are no civilizations, is because the Earth is pretty much unique in the Milky Way galaxy in that it was stable enough, the climate, the conditions on Earth were stable enough for long enough for life to go from cell to civilization. If you think about it, that's a big ask. What I'm saying is, on this planet, an unbroken chain of life existed for almost 4 billion years, notwithstanding the fact that we live in a violent universe. The sun must have been stable enough for long enough. We know the output of the sun has changed over those billions of years, but it's not changed so radically that it managed to erase, destroy life on Earth. We know that we live in a violent universe. We know there are supernova explosions all over the place. It turns out that there have been no stars massive enough to explode as a supernova in a way that would damage life on Earth or erase life on Earth in this vicinity for 4 billion years. We know that nothing has happened. We know that there have been impacts on the Earth, right? We know that the famous impact that wiped out the large dinosaurs, there's been no impact big enough to destroy the unbroken chain or break the unbroken chain of life for 4 billion years. So maybe it's the case that whilst there are billions of planets which may have liquid water on the surface, may have oceans that can support life, it may be that none of those planets in the Milky Way galaxy have been stable enough for long enough to produce a civilization. So that would be a property of the planet itself, the so-called rare Earth hypothesis. Actually, I should say it's a property of a solar system. It's not really just a property of the planet. It's a property of the parent star. You could ask the question, well, if it was a binary system, for example, a binary star system, many stars are binary star systems. Is it possible to have a planet with a stable climate, stable enough orbit in a binary star system to support an unbroken chain of life for 4 billion years? Perhaps not. When we talk about rare Earth, I think I would like to talk about rare solar system. Another possibility with the Fermi paradox is that it's not a paradox, they are here. So there are intelligent civilizations out there and they are present in the solar system. It's possible. Let's think, for example, what such an intelligence might look like. Well, who knows? They could have sent nano machines to our solar system. There could be probes all over the place in the solar system, but if they're the size of an iPhone, then we'd have no way of detecting them. So it could be the technology of a sufficiently advanced alien species, a civilization, is so beyond anything we can comprehend or detect that we haven't seen it, and we've been fooled into thinking that there are no advanced civilizations in the galaxy. And that's certainly entirely possible. Another possibility, another possible resolution to the Fermi paradox is just that the galaxy is so big. The distances between stars are so great that if you imagine there's another civilization, let's say on the other side of our galaxy, even if they had the most powerful radio transmitters you could imagine, or even if they'd spread out to neighboring solar systems, then it may just be that the distances are so great that the signals are diluted, that we can't detect them because they're too weak, or that it's just very, very, very difficult in an engineering sense to build interstellar spacecraft. Now, perhaps you can build a spacecraft that can hop a few light years away to the nearby solar system, 4 light years in our case to Alpha Centauri, but you can't build spacecraft that can traverse a galaxy. That's a possibility. One of the arguments against that for me is the argument, it's called the space travel argument against the existence of extraterrestrial life. And it's often framed in terms of self-replicating machines, so-called von Neumann machines. So imagine it's possible for us, for a civilization, to build a machine, some kind of AI, that's sufficiently smart and capable that it can fly to a nearby solar system, reproduce itself, copy itself, and then send the copy out to the next solar system, and so on. So you have, if you build a one successful replicator, you have an exponentiation of replicators. You have 1, and then 2, and then 4, and then 8, and so on, exponential growth. And you can show that even given our rocketry technology, you can cover a galaxy like the Milky Way in a reasonably short space of time. By reasonably short, I might even mean 100 million years, right? That's reasonably short on galactic timescales. But the key point is once a single successful replicator has been launched, then it is inevitable that over a few tens of millions of years, the galaxy will be covered with replicators, and we don't see any evidence of them. It's possible that we can infer that if we assume that we could detect them, then the absence of them may allow us to infer that no civilization has ever got to that point. And I think that's quite a persuasive argument. Now, it's possible that there are many civilizations out there, but the advanced civilizations choose to remain hidden. Sometimes called the dark forest hypothesis, the quarantine hypothesis. We've been asked to make moral judgments or judgments on how a civilization will behave, what they will choose to do. And that's, of course, impossible to judge. But let's imagine civilizations, when they get technologically advanced, also get intellectually and morally advanced. And let's say that they choose, perhaps for good reason, let's say they choose to remain hidden because they don't want to draw attention to themselves. Let's say it's inevitable that if you think about it carefully and you think there are other advanced civilizations out there, then you choose to remain silent. You hide yourself as best you can. It's possible that that's the way that a civilization would think. Maybe that's a logical thing to do. I find it difficult to believe, given human history, that that's the way that intelligent civilizations behave. We certainly haven't made any attempt to remain hidden so far. We've broadcast radio signals out to the stars, the Arecibo message, for example, albeit weak ones. We've launched on our space probes, like Voyager, maps, pulsar maps in that case, which shows the location of our solar system should any other civilization find it. So at least at the moment, we haven't come to the view, which may be a wise view, but we haven't got there, that we should remain silent. Quite the opposite. We've tried at every opportunity to broadcast our existence. Maybe that's because Carl Sagan argued, I think, that a sufficiently advanced civilization, a civilization that can build interstellar spacecraft and communicate across interstellar distances, perhaps is wise enough to have overcome those primitive instincts, the instinct to cause trouble, to fight wars, to colonize, to walk over other civilizations. Perhaps it's inevitable that with technological advance ultimately comes wisdom. But it's a hypothesis. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just anybody sufficiently clever to build an interstellar spaceship will be also sufficiently clever to hide it and not draw attention to themselves. Maybe it's a moral, maybe it's like Star Trek. Maybe it's the prime directive. Maybe it's morally certain that if you're sufficiently advanced, you decide to take the position that you will never introduce yourself or interfere with another civilization. Maybe that becomes a kind of law of nature for sufficiently intelligent beings. Maybe that's conceivable as well. Another explanation for the Fermi paradox might be that civilizations live and die. They rise and then they fall. And because of the sheer timescales involved and the sheer size of the galaxy, no two civilizations ever overlap. I once had the great pleasure of meeting Frank Drake, the Drake equation, a legend, in his house. And he also grows orchids. And I arrived at his house just coincidentally on the day that this rare orchid flowers. And it flowers for, I think, 1 or 2 days and then goes away again for the year and then flowers again the next year for 1 or 2 days. And he
امشب شب خوبیه خنده رو لمحای ما هیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده همه با هم هیدر هیدر
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این بلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.